Oh, indeed. Bowl down the leg side from Darren Stevens. So we're absolutely ready to do this update. We're going to do it right now. Sunshine breaking through the clouds, which is the first battle of the day one, really a rain-interrupted game, which has led to Middlesex in their first innings, only being 123 for 6 so far. Kent haven't batted yet. Their job today, take quick wickets and somehow set up a positive result in the 2 days that remain. We're hoping to avoid the thunder showers here. Darren Stevens coming down the slope from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Robbie White, who's top scoring for Middlesex at the moment, 36 not out. James Harris, former Kent loanee, is up the other end. Middlesex there, 123 for 6. Commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket. Now onto the weather. So I hope that was okay for everybody.
You did it, and without the requirement of a séance either. Is there anybody there?
Is there anybody out there?
Stevens is in, he bowls, and that's punched away off the back foot. Lovely shot by White, and he will pick up 4. White moves to 40. Middlesex are 1, 2, 7 for 6. They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Indeed,
so they're even worse than the usual little one you look out for. But yes, we wouldn't have been able to perform the séance though, because we wouldn't have been able to hold hands.
That's true.
And even the Ouija board would have been a bit difficult in the COVID-19 days, wouldn't it?
Must be very tricky for mediums.
Can you sanitise a Ouija board?
I don't know.
Here's Stevens, he's in, bowls, and this ball's driven away through points and cover. And that's a lovely looking shot. He's not going to get 4 for it, he'll get a couple though. And White moves to 42, 129 for 6. In a good way for Middlesex, the sun's out. But in a bad way, the sun's out. Middlesex could be bowling soon, because of course, I mean, look, they've got a genuine all-round out there in James Harris, and a man who's been played as a top-order batsman, Robbie White, who's the understudy with the gloves to John Simpson. But yes, they could be, 2 quick wickets here, and then it's all over. And Kent are out there batting in the sun, and Middlesex will think, oh come on, we've been dancing in and out of showers, heavy showers, leaden skies for 2 days, and then all of a sudden, day 3. Kent's come out to bat and there's blue skies, so these two need to get Middlesex somewhere around 200, don't they? They need to get, these 4 wickets that are left just need to be around that 200 mark.
Here's Freddie Clarkson then, Dutch bowler, left arm over the wicket to Harris, pushes it back up the pitch, no run.
Well, Clarkson has 3 for 19.
Yeah.
One was John Simpson, a stunning catch, as I think you saw and heard from Fabian last night.
Indeed.
A lovely piece of commentary, because it was an exciting moment. It was the last over of the match of the day, and it was a lovely ball from Clarkson to pick up Simpson. I don't think there was much Simpson could have done about that. It's one of those, it beats the edge or it doesn't, and this one didn't beat the edge, it took the edge.
So Clarkson bowling to Harrison, 3 slips in behind him. It goes down the leg side, so taken comfortably by Ollie Robinson in that case.
But his other 2 wickets were real shot error from Sam Robson, clipped on back, and so did Martin Anderson. You kind of think, okay, did the pitch stop on them? But no, we know what the pitch is doing. We know what Clarkson does with the ball, and they both offered catches back. So good from Clarkson, but I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't bring in Milnes this morning.
Clarkson once more to Harris, coming back at him slightly from outside off stump, but again studious forward defensive, and there's no run. 2
right-handers. He's a good pace. Milnes, he shapes it away from the right-handers at pace as well, so just thought get it up there around that off stump first thing this morning, see if the feet are moving. Clarkson's taller, he's a left-arm bowler, so he creates a different problem in terms of the angle and bringing the ball back into the right-handers, his stock delivery. But yeah, just not quite that same pace. It perhaps gets the chance to get those feet moving.
And the bowls once again outside the off stump, but a comfortable lead this time for Harris. White has 42, Harris has none.
And I purely make that point just in terms of painting the pitch for the listener, because Clarkson has 3, Stevens has 2, Milnes has 1. So yeah, okay, the guys who've got the wickets are going this morning, but just in terms of offering a different angle of what we're looking at this morning, because of course Kent know what they're doing, and there will be potentially a ploy for Clarkson. Or potentially it's about confidence. They know that he's got the 3 wickets. He might just pick up a couple more.
Bit of an audition for him as well in terms of his red ball cricket. This Freddie Clarkson bowling to Harris, tucks it away on the onside, fielded by Darren Stevens. Question mark over whether he's got the chops, I suppose, for the county championship with his trophy as it is now. Played plenty of white ball cricket. Great fielder as well. But they would love to, obviously, with those 2 off spinners now in their camp, Marcus O'Riordan and Hamid Kadri, have a left armour to just rough things up outside with his footmarks perhaps. if I can be as cynical as that. It's to Harris, no ball. She comes back in slightly to Harris, but all to no avails. 2 goes on for the score. Middlesex 1-3-1 for 6. It is a good catch. It was a good catch, that Ollie Robinson, but I've just replayed it on the Kent cricket site there. Beautifully taken in front of first slip. And, but yeah, Clarkson striving to prove himself, I suppose, to Kent. But he's on microphone being buffeted around out there. Maybe it is a little bit breezy. But here's Clarkson now to Harris. That's on the leg stump. No run, tucked in the onside. End of the over. 1-3-1 for 6. Just the no ball off it. In fact, nothing off the bat. The other thing I would say with Milnes is he seems to have come out of this extended break an even better bowler than he was last year. Early signs, Kev, I'd have to say. But if there's one thing you would say, he was a strike bowler last season. The economy rate wasn't brilliant, but that was fine for Kent. He was taking regular wickets, but he seems to be that much tighter, that much more accurate and consistent as well. This start of this Bob Willis Trophy, which is great news for Kent. Darren Stevens to continue coming down the slope from the Nackington Road end. 2 for 40 from his 20 overs.
Stevens bowls, and this is punched to cover off the back foot by White on 42.
So bright sunshine at the moment. It's a bit of a lottery, I gather. The showers today, so we'll see what happens. We're hoping we don't catch anything. I think if we do, it could well be big today. So they're saying the thunder showers around the country, in fact, but hard to predict. I very much hope we stay dry. Stevens left outside the off stump by Robbie White through the wicketkeeper. And there is no run. Bit of chatter between Ollie Robinson and his slip. Sam Billings at 1. Jack Leaning at 2. And now Marcus O'Riordan at 3, who may well open the batting for Kent. Certainly he's down in the order to do that, but whether he does or not is another question entirely. Yeah, rapid promotion for him.
He's in now, bowls, and forward goes White. Just nips back perhaps from Stevens. That one certainly didn't swing away, maybe just holding its line. He's got his back to us, White, so a little bit of judgment from us, but 42 he's on. Whether there was a little bit of bat involved or whether he just got outside the line of off, it looks like there might have been a couple of areas of doubt with regards both, because it wasn't the most convincing appeal. 131 for 6, despite the line being quite good.
As you say, he does have his back to us, so give a entirely.
Stevens is in, he bowls, and this is White punching off the back foot, backward a point for 4. White moves to 46, 135 for 6.
Yeah, Middlesex have started pretty well, 123 for 6 overnight, so already 12 on the board. And White looking fairly assured, and only 4 runs off his 50 now.
Stevens is about to come in and bowl once more from the Nackington Road end. Here he goes, lovely sunshine here today. He bowls now, and forward goes White, pushing away into the offside. 135 for 6. White needs runs for Middlesex, so it's not the nervous 90s, but these 4 runs right now. Will that draw a rash shot? Looking for the covers, looking for something that's not there.
Yeah, I was about to not complain, but mention I was being slightly blinded by the sun, but that won't go down too well in this commentary box after the last 2 days, presumably, those kind of comments. So I'll keep them to myself.
Stevens bowls, and on the back foot, White defends. It's pushed away to point, there's no run.
So yeah, still a high, first class high score of 69, Robbie White. Sure, he will be looking on to push on to his first ton for Middlesex. Again, obviously the job is to get rid of these 4 wickets quickly and move the game on. See, Middlesex, if they can, the tail can wag prodigiously, perhaps put some pressure on Kent. We may be looking at a confection on the last day. I wonder how much in this Bob Willis Trophy. With 8 points for a draw, these 2 sides will be looking around the rest of the country to see if there are any likely results among the sides pushing for the top 2. But you'd think a result would be in everyone's interest. Clarkson to Harris once again just pushes the ball straight back up to the big Dutch left-hander. Not, as Kev's saying, not as prodigious pace by any stretch of the imagination. So Matt Cole, Kevin Hand and Fabian Cowdery with us today. They're having a bit of a family meeting to our left, in fact, the Cowdreys. Morning, Uncle Graham it was this morning. He felt like slightly the interloper. Here's Freddie Clarkson. Oh, it's a great ball just outside the off stump. Dropped the hands to give Harris his credit, but he got very close to that, and it was very close to the off stump as well. And good ball from Clarkson, that one. Best one he's bowled this morning. Big, fluffy, and occasionally grey clouds going across us. This commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Kent and BBC London, of course. BBC Local Radio covering every ball of county cricket once again. Across what's left of the summer. Clarkson to Harris, and down the leg side, just losing his radar there. Consistency just lacking him a little bit. He looks a little bit disappointed. His shoulders go down. 135 for 6 Middlesex. Harris yet to score from 11 balls. White has 46 from 148. You can get in touch. We'd love you to, in fact. kentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. Kev's Twitter is all sorts of active as well. I should imagine a buzz at this point. Across the right-hander from the left-armed Clarkson. Easy leave, no run. I should have asked you before we started playing. That would have been the professional thing to do, Kev, wouldn't it? But
Kevin Hand, BBC, the Twitter handle.
Okay. It's as simple as that.
It is. Kevin Hand, BBC, yes.
So do get in touch with us. I'm telling you, you must. We'd love to hear from you. Tell us what you're doing, where you're tuning in from. Here's Clarkson now to White. Good drive by White. That's straight back up the pitch. And sorry, it's Harris, of course. And there is 4 runs. Lovely shot. That was indeed from James Harris. A little bit on the full side from Clarkson, but dealt with all the way on the ground. Off drive. Grant Stewart goes to collect that just over the rope, just in front of us, in the pavilion block. 4 for Harris, 46 for White now. Off the mark with a thump. Did really well in his loan spell with Kent a couple of seasons ago. They would love to have had him back, I'm sure. As Clarkson is over the wicket now to Harris. Push back at the bowler. Actually with a bit more force than a defensive shot. Check back at him. End of the over. Middlesex 139 for 6. White has 46. Harris has 4. And there wasn't any chance of Kent getting him permanently, was there, Kev? I think when after his loan spell, James Harris.
No, absolutely not. Harris, I mean, now look at him batting either 6 or 7 for Middlesex. Yes, he's down to 8 for this match, but that's just a selection thing. He's an excellent player, and he's got a really crucial role to play for Middlesex in the position he holds down, the batting lineup in particular, which obviously bears the team selection for Middlesex as well. As Stevens is in, he bowls, and this is eased to third slip. There's no run. Still on 46. He's been there for a long time. 149 balls. Been an excellent innings from White. Something that he has needed very much, but certainly his county have needed in this match.
As you say, the balance of the side benefited by someone who can bowl and bat so well. Proper all-rounder now, James Harris.
Yes.
I think he always batted 8 for Glamorgan, didn't he? Round about that when he was for his move.
This ball's full, and White pushes to cover, and there is no run. 139 for 6.
It's pretty convincing with the bat. Yeah, bright sunshine again. Breaking through the cloud here at Canterbury. Possibility of a result, but things will need to move on quickly, or we'll have to concoct something between these two sides.
Stevens is in, bowls outside of the off stump, and White backward a point will pick up 4. It's a lovely shot, and that is going to be his 50 from 151 deliveries. And there's the Middlesex balcony, very happy with that. You can hear their applause rippling around, and I'd imagine a little ripple of applause from the dressing room to the left as well, because it almost sounded like there was a crowd in there, didn't it? Which is nice for White. 151 balls, 8 fours and 197 minutes. A proper dig-in from White, and an excellent display as well. Compact has been the word that I've used to describe him. Fabian, I'm sure, will talk more about what he's seen of his technique as well in a little while, but very, very impressive from White. Stevens is in to bowl to him midway through the 67th over, and White's up on his toes, easing into the onside, and there's no run. It feels a very different day today, but that's dangerous for Middlesex unless they can really get this this scoreboard ticking, because it's a totally different day today with the ball, which is obviously now 67 overs old as well.
Raining again at the test match, is that right? It is indeed. Due a second inspection at 12 noon. Great news. Stevens White outside the off stump, but it's left through to Robinson, and there's no run. 3 slips in. Daniel Bell Drummond then at cover. Mid on, mid off. Grant Stewart is at mid wicket at the moment. Down a long leg. Is that Freddie Clarkson? I think it is. Can't see a third man, but that's because of the overhang of the woolly stand to our right. Stevens in again.
Balls now, and that's pushed back by White off the back foot, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 143 for 6. Harris has strike on 4 from 14. White has that 50 from 154 deliveries, and Stevens 2 for 48 from 22. But yes, Matt, what we're seeing out there today is very, very different in terms of a little bit of zip, getting that ball to go past the edge of the bat, and a lot of that is obviously the cloud cover has now gone. It's a sunny day, and this pitch I'm sure will be appreciating as well that little bit of heat and that little bit of sun belting down onto it.
I can appreciate that. Just looking James Harris's stats up while he was on loan for Kent. Red ball, averaged 36.5 with the bat and 21 with the ball. Not too bad. Clarkson now to before mentioned outside the off stump. It's just back of a length and an easy leave. An easy leave on length as much as anything, but through to keeper Ollie Robinson. Not great penetration, but yeah, there's a question whether they would have brought Milne straight back on, but they're giving Clarkson a bit of a run. Does feel like a bit of a proving ground for a lot of players this summer, and none the worse for it, I would argue. See, we don't see the international stars at the moment, but players getting opportunities. A lot of debutants in this competition already. Clarkson, a rare red ball outing for him. That's on middle stump and rising towards Harris's midriff. He defends and there's no run. Middlesex have had all sorts of debutants as well. Is that right? I'm listening to a bit of you and Churchy talking about, was it 2 spinning debutants or 2 left-arm spinning debutants in the game between Surrey and Middlesex, or have I got that wrong?
In the game between Middlesex and Surrey?
Surrey, is that right?
Yes, there was Dean Moriarty for Surrey. He bowled very well, and Tilan Wallaluita for Middlesex.
And Clarkson now bowling to Harris, left outside the off stump. Full length of the read through the wicket, no run. Mark Church got very excited about that, didn't he? That he thinks it's the first class match that 2 left arm spinners made their first class debut. Because I remember one of you was asking for
Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, was he there to dig out the stats?
No, he was in South Africa listening in.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought he was in the back of the box doing the job. Well, just as good, I suppose.
Yep.
Although without his charming company.
Indeed.
Clarkson to Harris. 2 slips in now. They've taken 1 out. Clarkson is not engendering the edge at the moment. Turn of the onside. Darren Stevens feels at square leg. We've got emails coming in already. Goodness. It's very amenable of you, everybody. Thank you. Les saying, good morning. Kent member watching the stream, listening to the commentary at home in Pocklington, East Yorkshire. Expat there in East Yorkshire is Les. Morning, Les. Great to hear from you. Jed's on the on emails as well. Clarkson now to Harris outside the off stump. There's no run. Hello Kevin, Ben and Fab, he says. It's Matt this morning. Ben's taking a breather after watching all that rain. He's got some moisture in the circuits. Jed Laddie says, I'd normally tweet Kevin, but my broadband is down this morning, just about able to get BBC Radio Kent through 4G, and the email works that way as well. Good man. By hook or by crook, you'll be listening to us. It's Clarkson then to Harris once more, defended back at the bowler. He's not shown any great penetration this morning, and that's the end of that over. 143 for 6 Middlesex. A maiden though, that is for Clarkson. Not much work I can do, says Jed, without the internet connection. I might as well listen to you this morning. Well, if you absolutely have to, if it's come to that, Jed, you can think of nothing else to do. We're very, very glad to have you indeed. And oh yeah, Ben on the another Ben, not our Ben, as we take a sanitisation break, saying, hi guys, just realised that before last night's wicket the score was 1, 2, 3 for 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
There we go. You mentioned that already.
Yeah, they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 this morning, weren't they?
Yeah.
Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it does, because
you're right.
Kents are delighted about it. Because it's, oh look, we've beaten the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 4, 3 for 6 now, Middlesex. Can Middlesex get to 200, inquires Derek, who also says, well played, White. I will eat humble pie. He was concerned about the selection for this match. White, young Jack Davis, he batted for 90 minutes yesterday, and I interviewed him last night. I said, oh, that time for just those runs, but that's the point some of the times, is that time in the middle. And to have that ability to occupy the crease, he'll have shown something to the coaches, the young man, on debut, first class debut. He will, at 20, have shown a lot, I think, to Middlesex yesterday evening. Tricky times, in and out of showers. White, I was going to say, I don't think he needed to show Middlesex much. Well, of course he did, because you have to show it in the first team. But Middlesex know what White's all about. They know his potential, but it's about achieving that potential, isn't it? And you have to do that with runs in the first team, and that's what he's doing here today in a scoreboard that reads 1, 4, 3 for 6. He's got 50 and batted for 154 balls. Harris on 4. Milnes 1 for 39 from 20. So here's the little change. I said change, or here's what I was looking for, because I expected Stevens to be down here below us, but the Nackington Road end belongs to Milnes at the moment, and he's moving in with those 3 slips. Bit of cloud cover passes over. He bowls, and White's forward, dabbing into the onside. There's no run. 1, 4, 3 for 6 it is. We'll have Fabian Cowdrey on in about 7 minutes, replacing me.
Which dovetails beautifully with Paul's email this morning. Says, as much as I love the regular commentators... All right, Paul. I know there's a but, isn't there? Always good to have David Wilson or Fabian Cowdrey lend a voice. Absolutely, I would agree. That
It's lovely to have the company, isn't it?
I'm just joking, Paul. I'm just joking. Yeah, it's great to have their expertise. Do you think the new rules helped Kent last week? Made them declare early? Or they could have batted more and taken time out of the game?
Here's Milnes, bowls to White, pushes up defensively to mid-on.
Possibly. I'm not sure it mattered that much. So I don't mean any disrespect to Sussex, but I think they were completely psychologically done by the time they came to bat, and also Darren Stevens was doing that thing. Also says, that's my personal opinion, Paul, I'm sure you'll have yours. Also, cricket has to become more fan-friendly with the bad light rules and rain delays, he said. Do you think there should be a rule where on the last day if both captains agree no result possible, they could have a 50-over game, make it more relevant, especially with what's happening in the test at the moment? Let's ponder that one.
Milnes bowls to White, he's forward defending into the onside, no run again. Just 2 slips now, but a short mid-wicket, and again that's a real change, a marked change from what we've seen in the previous 67 overs of this innings so far.
So back in the day, as I understand, if matches finished early, there ought to be there quite often used to be beer matches on the last day of a championship match, so the sides would stay and have a one-day game.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Paul asking whether if it's doomed to be a draw, they should play a 50-over game instead on the last day.
Milnes bowls, and this is on the toes of White, clipped away down to fine leg, and that'll be 4 more. Nicely tucked away by White. He moves to 54. Middlesex are 147 for 6. Can this partnership defy the pressure of the scoreboard and defy the pressure of the fine bowling attack they're against? Because the weather so far, well, the weather is the best of the match so far, and if they could get an hour or so of this morning, Middlesex, get a partnership going between these two, there's still something to be salvaged from this first innings. But as you say, in terms of the match itself, I mean, Kent will be thinking, look, if we can go through these quickly, bat nicely up until maybe lunch tomorrow, and then leave themselves a couple of sessions to try and bowl Middlesex out, so they could get themselves into some trouble. Milnes bowls, and White's forward. Much thick inside part of the bat on that. You can see his head was almost starting to look away to the offside to see where it was going, the right-hander, but it trickles away into the onside, and mid-wicket comes in to collect. Just rushed him slightly. So yeah, I mean, the other point that somebody made, and I don't think we actually got through to a conclusion on it, or a thought process on it really, to consider whether tomorrow, if the time was available there in the match, whether something could be set up, because both sides obviously desperately want a victory, try and catch Essex. As Milnes is in, he bowls outside of the off stump, that swings away through to the gloves of the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, looking back obviously to pre-90, whenever it was, 3-day matches were ruled, didn't they? And quite often there'd be some sort of concoction, some sort of meeting between the captains to try and work out results, when there were no points for a draw in the olden days. back in the olden days. The 80s I'm talking about here, the olden days to some. End of the over then, 147 for 6. Morning from Crewe, says Sean. Morning, Sean. The People's Republic of Crewe, he says. He's having his Monday off. I read the team sheet, says Sean. I saw Marcus O'Riordan was listed to open the batting with Denley coming in at 3. Any insight? I can tell you it's possible. Here's Clarkson to Harris turning the onside, and there's no run. It's certainly a possibility. We haven't been given a heads up as to whether Marcus O'Riordan will open the batting. It's a massive promotion for him if so. But maybe a thought that Joe Denley obviously has international ambitions. He may see himself better served at batting at 3, because that's where he could or would bat for England should he be recalled, although there might be a bit of a queue in front of him at the moment, some would argue. Clarkson to Harris, just pushes that to the man at a shortish mid-wicket. That's Daniel Bell-Drummond, and there's no run. 147 for 6. Middlesex have added 24 to their overnight total.
A couple of tweets. Andrew White says this morning, fantastic to see some cricket being played and to hear your dulcet tones. Happily listening whilst I develop some black and white film in the kitchen. Is this not happiness? Says Andrew. Good to have you with us.
Careful with those chemicals now. Here's Clarkson to Harris. It's a great ball. Harris has played inside it, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Just bowled a couple like that, Clarkson. Probably not enough for his coach's liking, but good delivery and a play and a miss.
Fighting talk from Ramsgate's Raider.
Oh yeah.
The best thing about the Bob Willis Cup is it's given Kent the opportunity to play these smaller Mickey Mouse counties. We usually wouldn't get the chance to play. Well, must be nice for Middlesex to test themselves against the big teams too.
It is a very good point, and you know, we understand, Kev, that this is and the rest of Middlesex listeners, this is your cup final. So we don't want to be patronising, but full day's delivery from Clarkson. It's just clipped wide of mid-off, but a good diving stop actually by Stewart. It gathers it in, and there's no 147 for 6. All I would say is that we've missed you, Kev, that's what it is, and the Middlesex team.
We'll see each other in the T20 this year, which would be nice.
But yes, obviously Middlesex for a long time in the top division, lest we forget, and I know Ramsgate Raider will know all this only too well. Well, Kent were languishing in the second division. Here's Clarkson to Harris, just straightens up on him a little bit.
Do you know, before I make way as well, because one ball's come of the over, there was a bit of news overnight, which we should of course mention for listeners, just in case they haven't been on the internet overnight or this morning. Nick Gubbins tested negative for COVID-19, which is great news for him, so he'll be back for the Sussex match, taken out of this match as a precaution, because he may have come into contact with somebody who was showing symptoms, so may have had COVID-19.
Update coming up for BBC Radio. Kent getting a blast there. Clarkson outside the off stump, and there's no run. 147 for 6, and it's a maiden over from Clarkson. Another one. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 25. Very attractive figures from Clarkson. BBC Radio Kent radio update coming in short order. A bit of a habit. BBC London listeners won't know this, but during the Sussex game, of getting a wicket every time I did an update, so that won't be good news for Middlesex. I'll be hoping my run is broken at this point. Just a little bit cloudier. Milnes is going to continue. 1 for 43 from 21 for him. Excellent economy rate. Robbie White's been excellent too on 54. He's looked untroubled this morning. Nothing's passed his outside edge, unless he's left it. He's very calm, a high first-class high score of just 69. Looking to get better than that and bigger. Into the offside of full-length delivery from Milnes, and there's no run. 2 slips in. As Kevin Allen was saying, much more defensive from Kent now. Just says perhaps nothing is much is happening to the ball with them this morning. Certainly not in comparison with last night. 70 overs old, that ball now, and 90 is when you get a new one. Bring your Fabian County in after this update. So Milnes turns at the back in the road end now, coming towards us, towards Robbie White. 14 on his back, defends it straight back at the bowler. No run. It actually stops before it gets to Milnes. He tosses the ball up to Daniel Bell-Drummond in the wide floppy hat. Relays it to Darren Stevens. Quick rub of the ball on the trousers. Updating our radio listeners now. Weather's fair at the moment, but no wickets for Kent. Middlesex 1 for 7 for 6. They've had 24 to their overnight total. This game has been blighted by rain though, so on the third day we're only just 6 wickets into the first innings of Middlesex, with Kent still to bat at all. 3 bowlers used this morning. Freddie Clarkson has looked okay, bowled a couple of maiden overs but no real penetration. Darren Stevens, the veteran all-rounder, nibbling the ball around and testing the batsman. He's now been taken off for the quicker bowling of Matt Milnes, who's yet to strike himself. Middlesex 148 for 6 then here at Canterbury on the third day of this Bob Willis Trophy match. Commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket with the weather. Now, here's Rose. I beg your pardon? It's Sarah Thornton. That's my first black mark of the morning. Here's Milnes outside the off stump, and there is no run. Fabian Cowdery will come in and rescue me.
Good morning, Matt.
How are you, Fabian? You're all right?
I'm very well, thank you. Much better day for cricket, although a little bit overcast still, but at least we can see some blue skies.
Yeah, you've done a lot of sitting around watching rain, which is no fun at all, is it?
Bit of a monsoon yesterday,
yeah.
Matt, but it drained quickly as it always does here at Canterbury, and we got 16 overs at the back end of the day's play yesterday.
Yeah, Kent taking a wicket with the last ball of the day outside the off stump, a little bit wayward from Milnes there. Low taken by the wicketkeeper in front of Sam Billings, as he did for a fantastic catch against Middlesex, but off the bowling of Freddie Clarkson last night, didn't he?
Yeah, beautiful bit of bowling, full of the length. Just to finish the day as well, Robinson diving in front of Sam Billings, one-handed grab, and yeah, fantastic bit of keeping. I'm sure Sam Billings is talking to Ollie Robinson about his keeping throughout the day's play. Of course, Robinson gets the gloves over Billings at the moment.
As Milnes bowls to Harris, just angle out past Gully, and that'll get them a single. Just the third man picks it up, and they move on to 150 for 6. Am I right in saying? Oh no, but runs already up. 149 for 6 then. And Harris just scratching at the ground there. End of the over. Clarkson 3 for 25 from 14. Doesn't seem to bowl with much penetration this morning. A couple of balls just outside the off stump of worried James Harris this morning, but that's what he's looking for, I suppose. Consistency. Bit of an audition, I was saying to Kevin Hand, this for Freddie Clarkson. Hasn't played much red ball cricket for Kent.
No, I think a couple of his wickets were gifted to him yesterday. Robson chipping the ball up into the air in front of the wicket for 36. He's been pretty good throughout his spell. He's bowled 3 or 4 bad balls, which sort of let him down a bit, but he still has figures at under 2 and over.
Yeah.
3 for 25. I just don't think the intent has been there for Middlesex throughout this innings. They haven't looked to rotate the strike. They haven't been as positive in defence or attack as they probably should be. Clarkson is in, blocked into the offside at Bell Drummond dot ball.
But also nothing much happening with the ball this morning, is that fair to say, in comparison to what you've seen?
No, it hasn't been the best start from Kent, to be honest. Darren Stevens, who's usually on the money from ball 1 all the way through to about 6:30 in the evening, bowled 3 or 4 bad balls to start his spell, which is rare. And just need to regain some control this morning. 149 for 6. The innings is in the balance. Clarkson is in again, blocked into the offside once more. Joe Denley doing the fielding this time.
And Robbie White looking very comfortable as well. On the other side of it, Middlesex doesn't seem to be in much trouble at all. I think the batsman that's had the trouble has been Harris this morning, perhaps. The ball's just outside the off stump.
Yeah, White's been stubborn in defence. He's played well, to be fair. He's lost partners at the other end who perhaps been a little bit weak in their dismissals. But he's still there, battling on. Harris trying to do a job for him. 5 for 31. Big drive inside edge, and they'll scamper through for 1. Darren Stevens at square leg shies at the non-striker's end. Joe Denley backing up well, and that takes the score on to 150. Middlesex 150 for 6. 71.3 overs it's taken for them to get there. It's been slow and steady, Matt.
Question from Sean this morning about Marcus O'Riordan being down as, at least on the scorecard, as a possible opener. We had a bit of a chat before we started the day about this, and wondering whether Joe Denley might be at 3, because that's his England position. As Clarkson then bowls to White defended off his middle stump, and there's no run. Is there sense in that, do you think, that a player needs to, if they've got England ambitions, to play in the position that England want to play them in? If that makes any sense also.
Definitely. I think if Joe Denley wants to bat it through for England, then he has to say to Matt Walker, look, I know you might want me to open the batting because we've lost Jordan Cox, but I think number 3 is where I need to score my runs. He needs England selectors to see him scoring runs at the position. He has aspirations to move upwards.
Clarkson then to White on leg stump into the onside, and there's no run. So I've just gone clod-hopped in the middle of your over, haven't I?
That's all right.
I do apologise.
No problem.
Because from the morning I started at this end, and Kevin was doing the other end. I've realised it's just very rude of me. There we are. Got the wrong weather presenter as well. It's going very badly this morning. Do take it, retake over. Yeah, I do apologise. I left you one ball. That's very generous of me.
No, that's absolutely fine, Matt.
Go
Clarkson, who's nearly 15 overs into his work. 15 overs, 3 for 26 for him. Economy of under 2 and over. Here he is once again from the pavilion end, swinging back towards the stumps from full of a length. Another dot ball. Stubborn defence from White continues. 55 off 166 balls for him. And as Matt said, that concludes the over, 150 for 6.
Kevin Howe's in the back of the box. He's texting one of his friends there. Yeah, he doesn't turn up for the first 2 days, and now he's shoving Fabian off the commentary. Won't let them get a word in edgeways. So, is that Ivan Thomas coming on with to take some jumpers off? He's warming up there. It's quite humid today. Not a sanitisation break. Has anyone come up with a good phrase for these gel? I think Ben Watt said gel break because it sounds a bit like jailbreak, but I'm not sure that's descriptive enough.
Do you know what the players call it?
No, I don't know. Hygiene hustle?
It's all a bit unusual. To be fair, when I arrived yesterday, seeing Middlesex in the Les Ames stand over the other end of the ground and not in the pavilion was incredibly strange. Still getting used to it myself, to be honest, Matt.
It's just not quite right. Milnes to bowl to Harris outside the off stump. It's a comfortable leave on length and seaming away from him as well. No run. 150 for 6.
Not the worst spot though for Middlesex to move their change room to. The Leslie Ames stand is a beautiful stand here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Packed out in the 2020s, which of course will be coming up soon.
Absolutely. And many of them. Pretty quick fire, isn't it? 10 of them in quick succession for the group games. Milnes bowls to Harris. Defends it on his off stump. No run. Bit of a shout of approval. Callum Haggett is on. That's for the bowler. Callum Haggett is on as a sub. Let's see it mid-off.
Yeah, talking about 2020, of course, Alex Blake hasn't been seen at all by Kent this year. Of course, the first homegrown Kent white ball contracted player.
Yeah.
I know he's been in doing some practice, but what an unusual year for him.
You're right, he sat out most of the summer, sitting out some more during the red ball as well. That's helped on its way down the leg side by Harris. Mills looks disgusted with himself. The bowler, Clarkson fields a comeback for, in the end, a comfortable 2. Well run. Clarkson a little bit wide with a throw. And Middlesex on to 152 for 6 they are indeed. Harris is 6 now, White 55.
And I read something that Darren Stevens put Alex Blake in his all-time 2020-11. Which is great. No surprise to me, having played with him and watched him for a few years. I'm sure, Matt, you'd agree he's a formidable one-day batsman, and if he gets on that roll he can really knock a game off quite quickly.
Can indeed. Here's Milnes to Harris, pushed into the offside, no run. Was that all-time T20 for Kent or World?
Oh no, for Kent, yeah. As good as Alex Blake is, there may be a few people in the pecking order above him in the World 2020.
De Villiers or Blake? Blake first every time. I'll go with the county loyalty.
152 for 6. Milnes looking to pick up his second wicket, 1 for 45 from his 22.4 overs so far. He's bowled really well. Pick of the bowlers for me.
Once again to Harris. That'll cut scene at Harris, and that's bat and pad. Or maybe just struck him outside the line, but as an ooh and ah from the slits, great delivery. Has beaten the batsman, but no LBW appeal. 152 for 6.
Yeah, I was rather rudely eavesdropping on a conversation at the hotel last night. All the Middlesex players were obviously social distancing in the other end of the reception area, and they were talking about Matt Milnes and how much he's improved over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and that he was bowling with good pace on quite a slow wicket here at Canterbury, and they were very wary of his spells.
he just seems to be, as I said, more accurate this year as well, adding to that pace, but sort of rears up a little bit into the offside, shy at the stumps by Hamid Kadri. They're absolutely safe though, and it would have been safe anyway, I think. Good backing up from Robbie White, and they'll take themselves a single at the end of the over. 5-3 for 6. Harris has 7. White has 55. I was saying just before we came on commentary, if there was, you'd say it was a criticism. He took plenty of wickets last season, Matt Milnes, but the economy rate wasn't great. But then they used him as a strike bowler, so I don't think that worried anyone particularly, Ken. But he seems to have come back even tighter than he was before, but still bowling at that pace as well.
I think that was the big thing for Matt Milnes over the winter. From what I heard from the players, was he could take wickets. He had wicket-taking deliveries in his spells, but he just wasn't tying up an end and bowling for the lad at the other end. It's all about bowling in partnerships and creating pressure in the longer format of the game. And he's going a 2 and over, so he's obviously worked out a line and a length that works for him. He's become more consistent. He's worked hard on that part of his game, and it's paying dividends. 23 overs, 1 for 46 for him. He's been brilliant. He could have taken 2 or 3 more wickets as well. He's been a bit unlucky with Nicks falling short of first slip, and it's just one of those games sometimes.
Bowling change then at this pavilion end. It's Grant Stewart replaced Freddie Clarkson. Takes a breather. Stewart number 20 from his 13 that's so far. All the economy rates are pretty good for Kemp. It might not be so much today.
Well, here he is. 3 slips in. Grant Stewart, 13 overs, none for 20. Brilliant economy rate, as Matt says. Here he is from the pavilion end. Full of a length, blocked into the offside to Joe Denley, who fires the ball in over the top to Ollie Robinson. Dot ball. Has a nice history against Middlesex, Grant Stewart, Matt.
He does indeed. We're not allowed to mention the pink ball game though. I think that's is that an unspoken law? Kev's in the back of the box there.
He's not happy.
He's just shook his head. He's not. No. It was an extraordinary game for many reasons, but particularly, as you say, for Grant Stewart, maiden 100 and.
Well, it all happened quite quickly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Grant Stewart in, right arm over, left alone outside the off stump, through to Robinson.
I think it's fair to say it was an experiment that wasn't a universal success, but for Grant Stewart, for his career figures, certainly worked out for him.
A day he'll never forget.
Yeah, quite.
Well, a couple of days he'll never forget. But I wasn't at that game. I watched the highlights, and some of his batting, some of his stroke play was incredible. I played a season with Grant Stewart before I stopped playing, and to be polite, I never really thought he had that in him. But incredible innings, and there's an appeal for LBW. Snip back into the thigh pad and slightly high on that occasion, saves Harris. I didn't think he was capable of an innings like that, but on your day, he's obviously been working hard. He was slapping the ball everywhere, wasn't he, Matt?
He was indeed. So he certainly proved that he's got that kind of stroke play. Hits the ball hard, does everything. Bowls a heavy ball, hits the ball hard. He's one of those kind of cricketers, isn't he? But his bowling looks to have improved again, a shade from what we saw from last year here, though he was out with an injury for a long spell.
Stewart to Harris, left alone outside the off stump. Just needs to go a fraction fuller. Grant Stewart try and bring the drive in from Harris. There's still enough there in this wicket. 3 slips. Kadri at point, Bell Drummond at cover. Joe Denley at mid-off. He'll be hoping for some big runs, prove a point to the England selectors. Clarkson at mid-on. Darren Stevens, the 44-year-old at square leg. Here is Grant Stewart again, full of a length, punched into the offside. They'll push through for 1. Joe Denley is sitting a little bit deeper there at mid-off. 154 for 6.
I suppose to an extent you might see, I mean, I have to always use the proviso with Darren Stevens, as we've no idea when he's going to retire, but should he ever retire, they might need someone to fill in at 7. And Grant Stewart might see himself at the head of that queue.
Absolutely. Callum Haggett, who isn't in the side today as well, another talented all-rounder. But lots of these young bowlers who can bat a bit have been in the shadows of Darren Stevens for a few years. Of course, Adam Ball, released from the county a season and a half, 2 seasons ago. He was hoping to get a game at some point, didn't manage to quite get the opportunity, perhaps because Darren was doing so well, left outside the off stump through to Ollie Robinson. But the thing is, if Darren's doing his job and picking up wickets and scoring runs, and under pressure at the end of last season, I think was it Yorkshire? He got 100 and
we got
a big
200,
200
yeah.
Sorry, and picked up 10 wickets in the match. And he'd been told before the game that he was out of contract, and he was able to step up and perform like that at the age of 43. Why would you take the contract off him? He's doing his job, and he's also great for the young players. The experience that he feeds into the group is astonishing. I'm sure the young players are learning a lot from him. 154 for 6.
We saw a player last week, I think it's Tom Haynes, who Darren Stevens have been coaching during the winter, and his action and the way he was nibbling the ball around was, I mean, I didn't know at the time, and mentioned it to Adrian Harms. Actually, no, it was David Fulton that was in, and he said, "Oh, Steve-O's been coaching, and that's why it looks like Steve-O." So I thought probably Darren had taken him aside and said, "Look, mate, if you do this, you've got another 25 years of this career at least.
Yeah,
You're set, job for life.
exactly.
Just nibble them up and down."
Some of these young rounders who might start getting proper opportunity around 25, 26 might just think, I've still got 20 years.
Absolutely right.
Look at
Yeah.
Darren.
Don't need to bowl at that pace. Slow it all down. Milnes to Harris into the offside, no runs. James Harris was saying how good he was when he was at Kent, only a brief spell, but looked at his figures, averaging 30 odd for the bat and 20, low 20s, I think 21 with the ball, and I think there were envious eyes from Kent when he left, wanted to keep him, and he's a heck of a cricketer, isn't he? He's on 8 not out now. Robbie White's looking very calm on 55, been really impressed by him. What can Middlesex do here to stretch this on as Harris pushes into the offside and there's no run. Danny Bell Drummond fields. So for Middlesex here, I mean, they have an opportunity, don't they? If they can build a partnership, put some pressure on Kent, with Kent knowing they need to move quickly if they're going to get a result out of this. Just building runs here.
Yeah, finally on Steve-O, I was chatting to some of the Middlesex lads last night, and they just said it's almost impossible to create a plan against him. Because he's so consistent, he knows exactly what he's doing with the ball every delivery.
Milnes to Harris, squares him up just a touch there, out towards Daniel Bell Drummond again in the offside, and there's no run. Kadri's warming up.
Yeah, and there always seems to be a ball with your name on it. That was the underlying impression I got from some of the Middlesex lads. You can use your feet to him, you can try and do that, but then Robinson will come up to the stumps and you can get trapped on the crease, LBW. You can find that he leaves the bat with his away swing. You can also nip the ball back towards the pad, so you've got about 4 different deliveries that you're thinking about as Darren's running up.
Here's Milnes once again, just touching the onside this time by Harris, and on the ground to Clarkson, who's fielding at square leg. They've got the 3 slips in for Harris. This is Billings, Leaning and O'Riordan. A cloud overhead. Looking at the forecast this morning, looks like it's a bit of a lottery, frankly. If we get one, it could well be a big shower, but we could miss them all day, which is what we're hoping. Obviously, trying to make this match competitive on both sides. Ambitions of getting to the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. As Milnes bowls to Harris, shot away through the offside, cut away past Kadri at point, no more than a foot away from him, but shot away off the bat with the pace of the bowler. And that is 4 runs. I wondered if he's actually got to the pitch of it to start with, James Harris, but certainly that's a healthy deflection out for 4 runs. He's on to 12.
Yeah, a little bit of width there from Matt Milnes, and Harris just put his hands through it. A lovely shot in the end. Held his pose. He moves into double figures, 12 of 48 for him. White 55 of 167. So Middlesex looking to push this score up above 200 just to give themselves a chance in this match. Of course, we've lost a lot of the game to weather, so the game will have to move forward quite quickly.
Here's Milnes once again outside the off stump and left, goes straight on through to the wicketkeeper. No run, 158 for 6. Just that solitary 4 off the over. Milnes 1 for 50 from 24. Grant Stewart has none for 21 from 14 at the other end. Although I said Kadri was warming up, and there are some fielding pads coming on right now. Looks like is Jack Leaning strapping himself into those? It looks like he is. So it's either a short leg or they may well be turning to the spin. I've noticed this with Sam Billings, as you don't get left wondering with Sam. He'll bring in the bowling changes fairly rapidly. He doesn't dwell on a bowler, put it that way. Is that fair to say?
He's confident in himself and his decisions, for sure. I think that's a good quality to have as a leader. He'll back himself. If he's wrong, I'm sure he'll be the first person to put his hand up and say, sorry guys, I got that one slightly wrong. But we may see some spin. Sorry, Kadri or Marcus O'Riordan, of course. O'Riordan in the wickets against Sussex.
Yeah. I just said Kadri because he's been warming up for the last over, but it may well be O'Riordan. It's quite possible. Yeah, Salini's put the pads on and taken the helmet, but it's Stewart to resume. 2 slips and a gully in now behind Robbie White.
Here is Stewart from the pavilion end. 2 slips and a gully. Full of a length, whipped into the leg side. A dot ball, Klaassen running round and shying back into Ollie Robinson. Good start to the over from Grant Stewart, who looks to be attacking the stumps as much as he possibly can, as Kent search for their 7th wicket. You think favourable bowling conditions, slightly overcast. On the contrary, a much better day for batting as it was yesterday. Really gloomy, the floodlights are on, Darren Stevens was swinging it around corners, so good chance for the Middlesex batters with a slightly older ball to make the most of today. Here is Stewart. Once again, back of a length blocked into the offside. Callum Haggett, who's the substitute fielder in this over, Daniel Bell-Drummond, is off the park. Runs in, shies it over the top to Ollie Robinson. They get through for a single. Yeah, such a shame not to have any supporters in. Of course, there'll be a lot of county supporters around the country who would have been desperate to see some cricket by now. It's just been such a weird summer.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, feel for those people that can't get to the games. A pleasure to do it, but so many have been missing their cricket. A pleasure to bring it to you, but I know you'd rather be here, many of you.
Stewart again. Short ball. A wild short ball at that. That's been signalled a no ball. Dug that in near his feet, did Grant Stewart, and Robinson did well to jump upwards to take that well above his head behind the sticks. 161 for 6.
James has got a plan for Kent on the emails. James, great to hear from you. Thank you very much for getting in touch. KentCricket@gmail.com. I wonder, with Kent having the highest number of bowling bonus points in the country so far after 2 games, if we can't get Middlesex out for
Stewart, back of a length left alone, outside the off stump.
let's say 200-ish, he says, and they instead get 250 to 300 plus. Do you think it's worth Kent just going for the 5 batting bonus points in this game and thus the draw? Would that keep us in the running for the final, do you think, if we won our last 2 games? Big if, he says, I know. Or would we need to double down and go for the win no matter what Middlesex get today? Thanks for your comments, James. Good question.
Grant Stewart in, full of a length, blocked down the pitch, dot ball. Good question.
So given that it's less likely now, with the start that Middlesex have made, I'm adding this, not James by the way, Fabian, that Kent are going to bowl them out for 200, should they stretch their innings today to 300, 350, is it then a question for Kent of we'll just take what batting bonus points we can the remaining time?
I think it's a question as to whether Middlesex can actually do that. I mean, Kent will be hoping to wrap this up, wrap the Middlesex innings up for 200. Middlesex do astonishingly well to get to 300, blocked into the offside, but in the gap they'll get through for 162 for 6. I think you shouldn't look too far ahead. I think both sides just need to be as aggressive as they possibly can. Of course, both need a win. But a good question. What do you think, Matt?
Right, I always bow to your experience, Fabian, so whatever it was you said I agree with. No, it's as you say, you've got to live in the moment to an extent, but I see what James is saying as well. Are you going to gamble on a win in this format, or do you...
Stewart, full of a length, blocked into the offside, dot ball.
Yeah, so do you gamble on a win in that to be in the top 2 out of 18, it's going to be tough with a draw and a defeat as Kent got at the moment? Or do you say, well, it's 8 points for a draw? You see, James, I would sit on the fence even further, because there are a lot of games around the country that haven't progressed very far either.
Yeah.
So I was saying to Kevin Hamwood, do the county coaches, are they going like we are? We're going down the live score.
Well, if I can help answer that, and talking from a Kent perspective, because it is very difficult to answer that question.
It is.
It is. Matt Walker is one of those coaches who will go after the win at all costs. They'll take the positive route, and I think both sides will do that. Of course, you can start changing your tactics in order to pick up a certain amount of points to ensure that you're in a certain position by the end. But what happens if that goes wrong, and then at the end of the game you think, crikey, we could have gone for the win, but we've decided to back off that for a certain number of points to give us a chance to get into the top 2, or we can just go for the win, give it 100% and see where we end up. I certainly think it simplifies it if you just go all out for the victory.
There's a point at which I suppose that the decision might be taken out of Kent's hands, because if Middlesex do score 303.50, that's time out of the game, and then Kent are on a hiding to nothing unless the two captains come up with some sort of bartering system. But then Middlesex would have all the cards, James, as well. So. Kent would be maybe on a hiding to nothing at that point. It's a good question. We talked about it for 10 minutes, and I don't think either Fabian and I have come up with a definitive answer. So shows what a good question it is.
Well, if I was Sam Billings, I'd be going all out for the win.
Fair enough.
That's my answer.
There we go.
But great question.
Yeah, there's certainly a balance to be struck here. I've got a bit of a delay because I think the fielding pads are coming on. So let's look around the country. The test has been delayed by rain again, I'm afraid, at Southampton. Yorkshire, Derbyshire, that is playing, but they're only in the first innings. Yorkshire 330 for 5. I'm accompanied by ABBA. Somerset 258 for 8. Now Somerset are setting the pace at the moment in this very competition. They're 258 for 8 in reply to Warwickshire's 121 with a day to go, and obviously the rest of this day as well. Possibility for them of taking a third victory, I suppose. Sussex 189 for 8 against Essex again. They got no further than that in the whole game. It is going to be Kadri. He's got Stevens at slip and leaning under the helmet at short leg. Sam Billings trying spin for the first time today. Here's Kadri then to Harris. Defends it and there's no run. Elsewhere, Worcestershire 219 all out at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire now 150 for 7 in reply. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 299 for 2, but again that's gone no further than the first innings. Lots of air given to this one by Kadri, turned to the onside with a spin by Harris out towards square leg, and single Clarkson comes in gently from the leg side boundary and hurls it in left-handed to the wicket-keeper. No place so far between Surrey and Hampshire today. Surrey 130 for 8 at Arundel. Further inspection at noon. Glamorgan 116 all out against Gloucestershire. That is a live game though, and that's as far as that game's gone. It's pushed back this next ball by White to Kadri. I think White has seen much of the ball actually in the Harris has been taking most of the strike. Durham Leicestershire is delayed by rain. 250 for 7 Durham in that one. That's the county scoreboard. There's Kadri to White, lovely shot, back foot drive against the spinner into the offside, and that's 4 runs. Made himself room beautifully there, Fabian.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Slightly short from Kadri, dragging his length down, bit of a loose ball to start his spell, and White put that away beautifully. He moves on to 60.
And they're 167 for 6. Be an update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. I'll try and get the weather reader right this time. Sarah Thornton it is today. I'll write it down in my best handwriting. Here's Kadri then to bowl to White down the pitch, bump ball straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. And there'll be one delivery to come of this over. 5 off it so far. Not really seen anything grip. What can Kadri do with this last ball of the over? To Robbie White is on 60. Lots of air given to that one, and White pushes it back at the bowler. No run. White has 60, Harris has 14. 167 for 6 Middlesex. Kadri, that's his first over of the innings, in fact, none for 5. Stewart has none for 25. It's Matt Cole and Fabian Cowdery with you. Shortly after this update, Kevin Hand will be coming in for me, and Fabian will carry on with him. So it might be argued to have a bit more balance. Well, certainly much more knowledge on Middlesex as we go through this.
Well, good to hear that Nick Gubbins didn't test positive for COVID-19.
I'm just going to take this next couple of balls if that's all right. Rudely again, but on purpose this time, as Stewart bowls to Harris, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Just rather because the studio got very worried at the top of 11 o'clock and they were calling. Are you there? Are you there, Matt?
Well, great to listen to a bit of ABBA.
Absolutely. Bit of Super Trooper, that was.
It's a great song.
Yeah. We'll get a bit of a soundtrack occasionally, ladies and gentlemen, to this. You can do that at home, obviously, and there's no reason why you shouldn't put on your was going to say, your record player. Vinyl's very, very trendy these days. That might be your media player, or even your computer. Here's Stewart bowling to Harris, cuts back at him and almost cuts him in half as well. Rebounds off his midriff out into the offside. Good ball that from Stewart. A bit more life out of the pitch there. One 6-7-4-6. White 60, Harris 14. I'll be saying that all again in a moment. On BBC Radio Kent. Kent striving for a wicket and they haven't got one in this third morning. Middlesex 167 for 6, a rain-blighted game so far, so that's all the action we've had. Middlesex in their first innings, 167 for 6. Set fair at the moment at the weather, but Kent could really do with a wicket. They're going to push this game on, perhaps to an unlikely victory with the time left available. Grant Stewart seems to be getting some life out of the pitch, which is the rest of his colleagues in the Kent bowling lineup haven't managed so far. He's bowling to James Harris, former Kent loanees, on 14, and Robbie White, who's looking attractive, on 60 not out for Middlesex. That's the score then. Middlesex 167 for 6 in their first innings. Commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. But right now, with the weather, here's Sarah Thornton. Definitely Sarah Thornton. I'll tell you what, shall I take it to the end of the over?
Absolutely.
Oh, outstay my...
No question.
Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. It's very kind. You're being very indulgent with me. Here's Stewart. A little bit more of a slingy action there, but getting a little bit of pace, Grant Stewart here. Fabian. A little bit quicker than I've seen him before, perhaps.
Just back of a length that, veered up towards Harris's gloves. 167 for 6.
Indeed so. One ball to come. We're going to do the commentary box poker in a minute. Poker with an L, we should say. No gambling going on here. Stewart now, last ball of that over. Would it be a maiden? It will to Harris. Just tucks it into the onside. And that is it. 167-4-6 Middlesex maiden over for Grant Stewart, who has none for 25. A few words from Fabian Cowdery. He will in a moment be joined by the estimable Kevin Hand.
Good over from Grant Stewart. A run rate of 1.6 an over coming off his 16 overs, so he's been good for Sam Billings. He's held up an end. Cowdery into his first over that went for 5. He's taken his cap off, he's ready to bowl his second. I haven't seen much of Cowdery, so this is an education for me as well as I watch on.
Every day's a school day, Fabian.
Absolutely. Welcome back.
Thank you. I nearly stopped playing there. I just realised as I was messing around behind the bowler's arm.
Cowdery is in right arm over the wicket with his off spin. Up the pitch comes White and just punches it out to Sam Billings at mid-on. Dot ball.
Stewart was running into bowl to Harris. I was literally right behind his arm, messing around with the iPad and the drinks, getting ready for this. Looked up and I was right over the arm as he bowled. Sorry, Harry.
But he's still out there.
Yeah.
Cowdery again with his off spinners, just back of a length. White's tried to whip that into the leg side, doesn't get any of it, and it rolls out to short fine leg. Dot ball.
Very different day today. Ball's a lot older, obviously, but also that sun helps.
Yeah, much better day for batting. White's done all the hard work. Can he kick on and push towards that 3 figures? Here is Cowdery up the pitch, punches it down the ground straight at Cowdery. Another dot ball.
New ball's still 10 overs away, 11 overs away.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit more intent from White since Cowdery's been brought into the attack. I think he's recognised that it's quite hard to score off the seamers, so he's going to try and put his foot on the accelerator against the spinner. Just needs to be careful. Cowdery in again to White. This time decides to defend down the pitch. Another dot ball. 178 deliveries in this stubborn innings from White. It's been impressive. Strike rate of just 33, but that won't matter to him. 6 down Middlesex, 167 on the board. The sun trying to creep through. Back of a length from Cowdery, a slightly quicker ball. It's punched to Marcus O'Riordan at cover, and of course Marcus O'Riordan listed to open the batting for the first time in a Kent shirt, in Kent First 11 shirt, due to Jordan Cox missing out this game after his incredible double 100 against Sussex. Here is Cowdery. Again back of a length and punched out to O'Riordan to cover, and that completes a good over, actually, 167 for 6.
So White's highest first class score, 69. The one time he's passed 50 in 23 innings prior to this, one not out, and 274 runs, an average of just 12. He's a much better player.
Yeah, what would you put it down to? Is it a mental game? Did he get a few good deliveries, a bit of bad luck? Why hasn't he gone on and scored the runs that perhaps a Stuart Law would have expected from him?
Yeah, I think, we talked about it yesterday, didn't we, with Weatherly? That it can be a player just does a little bit of a rough run, but Middlesex have know how good he is, and that's why he's still here at 25. As here comes Stewart in his 17th over, he bowls, and up on his toes is Harris to defend 2 points. Just looking at his last match, Middlesex Glamorgan, July last year, he was 2 off 16 deliveries, bowled Hogan in the first innings, an innings that Middlesex made 384. He came in after a little bit of a partnership between Milan and Simpson, waited 57 minutes or so. Here's Stewart bowls, that's clipped to mid-wicket, good stop in there. Clarkson, is it? He's just picked that one up, I think it is. Yep, picks himself up. Harris remains on 14. Second innings, White's made 1 from 3 deliveries, caught Cook, Hogan got him again, Middlesex made 342. The match overall, Middlesex 384 and 342, so there was good runs had in that match. Glamorgan were 171 and 299, I think that was a 10 for that match for Roland Jones, I'll double check now. Stewart comes in, bowls, and this one's eased away into the offside by Harrison and Darren. So in a big scoring match, he's got 2 no scores. So that, is painful for the youngster, isn't it, and difficult for the coach. But again, they clearly know his potential, or they wouldn't keep him here until this age, if not.
Well, it's always good to give a player of his ability one chance too many than one chance too few.
It was a 9 for that match for Roland Jones. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Stewart, he's in, bowls, and Harris ducks a bouncer. Through it goes.
Good bouncer from Grant Stewart.
Yep.
In the right area, around throat height, around helmet height. Well avoided by Harris. I think he'll be a handful when he gets given the ball slightly later on today.
Yeah, I think so. I think Ethan Bamber on this pitch, if he can hang in there on the top of off stump as he always does. I think a lot, looking at this morning, again, the ball's, what have we had, an hour and 10 minutes now of sunshine with an Olds ball. As Stewart comes in, bowls on the back foot, Simpson. Harris defends to mid-wicket and there's no run, so a lot will depend, won't it, on what's overhead, but Middlesex will have a new ball in hand when they're bowling, so Harris for sure, Bamber, Miguel Cummins, pitch is offering a bit at his pace, because I'd say he's a shade quicker than Milnes, so he's a shade quicker than anything we'll see from either side in this match, quicker than Harris and Bamber. Stewart sets off last ball at the over, number 25. Bowls and Harris defends 3 points, picks up a single as Gully comes around, deep point was set back. So 168 for 7 in the 80th over of this innings. I mean, it hasn't been a match for runs so far at all, has it? It hasn't been helped by the interruptions for the batsmen, but mainly overhead and excellent bowling, making the most of conditions.
Absolutely. I'm also excited to see Cummins bowl. It's always great to see some pace. Of course, Matt Milnes has got some pace, and some of the other Kent young bowlers, but as you said, Cummins will be slightly quicker than that.
Well, he's not express, but he's sharp, isn't he? He's 29 years of age now, test bowler for the West Indies, but he is certainly quicker than anybody else that's on display in this one, I would have thought. The debut for Robbie White, well, it was a first-class debut, it was back in 2015. Pretty sure he got a game around 2016 for Middlesex as well in the firsts. Played 9 List A games, highest score of 21, unbeaten, but still, well, actually he's had 4 not outs in those 9 innings that he's had in List A, so obviously coming in down the order, and T20 I don't think is particularly his. I think you've seen enough of him here to know that he's not that kind of player. Just 2 innings and 11 runs for him in T20. Simpson for sure is not going to, unless he's injured, he's not giving up the gloves in that, with his ability to hit the ball as far and as hard as he does.
168 for 6. Here is Kadri starting his third over. Whipped into the leg side by Harris. And they'll get through for 1. Leisurely single. Good intent from these Middlesex batters against the spinner. Kadri just has to settle into his work. Into a third over. 2 overs for 6 so far. A man who arrives at Kent with a lot of talent and ability. A lot of skill. Here he is again, Kadri, punched into the offside, straight to mid-off. Dot ball. Stewart 17 overs, none for 26. They are brilliant figures, 4 maidens for him in his spell. Bowling in partnerships, that's what it's all about. Tying up both ends. Whipped into the leg side by White, and they'll run through for 1. There was a moment there where I thought Jack Leaning would be interested at short leg. It popped up into the air, but just slightly too quickly. He couldn't get a hand to it. The sun trying to creep through. We have some blue sky. We'll be happy to hear. And hopefully a 4 days play. But you never know here in Canterbury. Here is Kadri again. Blocked down the pitch. Bowling a good pace is Kadri. Not too fast, not too slow. Just trying to land his stock ball in and around off stump. Give himself the best chance of a bit of grip. Darren Stevens standing at first slip, waiting for any mistake outside that off stump. That was slightly quicker and whipped down the leg side. Grant Stewart at short fine leg, giving chase towards the pavilion, slides, and they'll get back for 2. Harris correctly turning down the 3 there, within a certain run out had he chosen to take that on. 172 for 6. Point, cover, mid-off, and slip is your offside field. Short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, short fine leg, and a deep square leg on the leg side. Blocked in to the leg side on this occasion. Another dot ball, and that completes a good over from Kadri. 172 for 6.
Yeah, so 9 overs to go. Can they do it cheaply, buy a wicket in between? 4 wickets, it could go very quickly to the new ball if they could get an end open. Bamber Cummins and Walla Luita. Cummins can hold the bat. Walla Luita didn't show as much last week at Radlitz. In the only game we've seen him with the bats. Bamber again, decent bat, but against the new ball, if Stevens and Milnes have it in the right place, then things could certainly happen very quickly. Here's Joe Denley, a little bit of leg spin. Who impressed obviously for England, but a little bit. Milan was a leg spinner in this is before Souter, so Denley and Milan would often turn their arm over in the 1 day stuff as well, in T20, occasionally in red ball.
Well, Joe Denley's Joe Denley's a late bloomer with the ball, to be honest. He's worked hard in the last 3 or 4 seasons, and he's a handy competitor, particularly against the right-hander, of course, taking the ball away with his leg spin. He can bowl some very, very good balls. Just have to be wary of someone like Joe Denley. He is part-time, but I wouldn't put him in that bracket.
Denley bowls and a forward defence from White back up the track.
And has developed a really good white ball game with the ball as well. See, it's good across the facets, a good fielder, handy bowler and a brilliant batsman.
Denley bowls, and this ball's pushed to point by White, and there's no run. White 61, Harris 18.
And of course Joe Denley did a spell at Middlesex, didn't he? Perhaps get the runs that he would have liked at Middlesex. Return to Kent.
Denley bowls, this is driven to mid-off by White, there's no run, 172 for 6.
What did you make of Joe Denley's time at Lord's?
He's in now, bowls, and this ball's driven out to cover for a single. White moves to 62, 173 for 6. I mean, let's put it this way, in his time at Lord's, could anyone possibly have imagined that Joe Denley would be going on to play Test cricket for England? No. There was a time where, he was with the bat, 50-run partnership, apologies with that single as well. White 26, Harris 18. There was no way that Joe Denley was ever going to play for England based on his time at Lord's. So, you know, it was rough. He didn't go well. He looked nervous. He looked unsettled with himself, you know, not settled with the club. That wasn't the case at all, as Denley bowls outside the off stump. This is cut away, backward a point. It's a lovely shot for 4. Harris moves to 22, Middlesex 177 for 3. It's a little bit of width, a little short. It's enough for Harris to make the most of. Yeah, you know, there were times he went out to bat and, you know, it looked like feet, everything's in the wrong place, everything's going wrong for him. And that happens, of course. So, you know, I'd sort of be realistic about it rather than go, it was terrible, because it wasn't great for him. He'll say that. You know, it wasn't a great time at all. There were a couple of highlights, of course. Denley comes in, bowls, and a forward defence from Harris, and there's no run. But overall, he'll look back on it and think, oh man, that was a rough spell. And he'll have reasons why, which we won't know.
Yeah. Well, having spoken to him about that move to Middlesex, he just said that he put so much pressure on himself to do well. He'd moved to, you know, get some Division 1 experience at the time and wanted to push for England colours, and it didn't happen for him. Of course, returned to what he felt slightly more comfortable with when he returned to the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, and things began to change. But as you said, people can go through spells in their career where they're quiet or they don't get the runs they want, and it's a real mental challenge. But I think he learnt a lot from that time at Lords. He's gone from strength to strength in the last couple of years. Kadri in, blocked down the pitch, dot ball. Just a bit of experience, a bit of maturity, understanding his game a bit better. Real fierce competitor, Joe Denley. He'll hope that at some point he can push himself back into the England frame. Up the pitch is White, nearly yorks himself, ends up blunting that outer point. A bad bit of fielding from Daniel Bell-Drummond, went straight through his legs, but still managed to get back and prevent any chance of a second. Of course, Joe Denley being preferred to by Zach Crawley in that England set-up at the moment. Didn't make that big score that he would have wanted at Test level to keep him in the side, did Denley. Blocked into the leg side, dot ball. One of those players, one of those people that you want on your team sheet, and a lovely bloke. Will do anything for the team. Kadri in, down the leg side. Bad ball in the end, and Harris, who looks to swivel on that and pull it for 4, completely misses it, and a good bit of keeping by Olin Robinson. Blinded down the leg side. The sun is now creeping through here at the Spitfire ground. Short legs, slip, short mid-wicket to Kadri. Back of the length, blocked at Joe Denley at short mid-wicket. Dot ball. 22 off 76 deliveries for Harris. It's been a good partnership. Middlesex looking to push their score up around 230, 240 as a minimum from here, you'd think. Scrapping away out there. Kadri in again. Whipped into the leg side. Grant Stewart at short fine leg. Stops any chance of a single, and that completes the over. 178 for 6. Joe Denley will continue.
Yep, if you want to tweet us at Kevin Ham BBC, and you're at
FK Cowdrey if you want to get hold of me.
BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, together here on the BBC Sport website and at BBC Sounds. 178 for 6 to White on 63 from 188, approaching his first class best. Harris 22, a 50 partnership that was so desperately needed by Middlesex. It could easily have been 1 brought 2 this morning, and then the whole thing happened very quickly. So really fine work from these, even though conditions have eased, as Denley bowls. Nice bit of flight driven by White to point, and there's no run. A nice guy as well, Denley, isn't he? With regards to his time at Lords, what you were saying about it all. He's in now, lots of flights, full toss actually, it's put away by White for 4. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Big pick up into the onside, and he moves to 69.
Yeah, a real loose ball there from Joe Denley. Can happen to the leg spinner. Full banger, and just dispatched over mid-wicket. And yeah, he is a lovely guy, Joe Denley. He's a fighter as well. He comes across like a calm, cool customer, but in the heat of battle, he is as fierce a competitor as you'll find on the county circuit. Yeah, it's well documented how nice a guy Joe Denley is.
Denley moves in, bowls, and this ball's driven away. Just fine at the cover fielder, there's no run.
Yeah, White 69. 191 deliveries. Just 31 away from that maiden first class 100.
Denley bowls, and this ball's turned through square leg. White moves to 70, so he now has his highest first class score. 185 for 6, Harris 22. Well batted White. And again, we said it yesterday, didn't we? If somebody can get a big 50 here, it's going to count a century on many other days and many other grounds and situations, and for White that certainly stands. I think this 70 alone almost counts as that, doesn't it? So a great achievement so far from him. What can he do more as Denley bowls and Harris turns to mid-wicket? 185 for 6. Both of these will be thinking, we need a few runs before that new ball comes, because it only takes one ball and it opens up an end. But equally they will try and be there to face that new ball. So a couple of challenges for these two, as that one's given flight and Harris looks to drive, only to cover. 185 for 6 it is. End of the over, 7 off it, including that 6 off the full toss. And White with his first class best of 70. Harris 22.
Yeah, Sam Billings just trying to rush through these overs with the spinners and get to that new ball as quickly as possible, with as little damage as possible. Doesn't help if Joe Denley's bowling full tosses or Kadri drags the ball down, but these things happen. 185 for 6. Kadri 4 overs for 10, so he's been economical. The one maiden in there as well. Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. Kadri in to start his 5th over. Back of the length blocked into the offside by White. Looking forward to watching this Kent top order go about their business. Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's been prolific in white ball cricket in recent seasons, but lost a bit of his touch in the red ball formats. Will be hoping to score big in Kent's first innings. Up the pitch is White and blocks this into the offside dot ball. Just have a funny feeling that White is itching to hit the ball down the ground aerially over the top of Sam Billings and mid-on. Punch into the offside. Dot ball again, good bit of fielding by Clarkson at mid-off. Just feel like the pressure is getting to White a little bit. Just needs to stay calm and collected. Work through this period, get to that new ball. Punched into the offside this time, no timing at all. White trying to give himself some room and force that through the offside. Can hear Sam Billings on the effects mic, motivating his team, his Kent team. They haven't picked a wicket up in this morning session yet. They'll be eagerly hoping they can get a pole at some point before lunch. Blocked into the offside to Joe Denny, another dot ball. Tight over from Kadri this. Final ball of the over. Cut behind point for 4, past Daniel Bell-Drummond. And that was the loose ball he was looking for, and that might settle him down. 74 for White, 189 for 6.
Yes, we're just looking at the card for this innings. Robson 36, Holden 2. Holden's got 4 starts this season. Not in this match, first one he didn't, and we were saying about it was a new ball pitch that he was on at the Oval when he got those 2 40s, so those 40s really counted for me as big runs. Last week as well, it was a low scoring match overall. It was a higher scoring match given that the 2 guys that made the 90s were both dropped pretty decent chances in the 20s and slips. So that game could have been over a whole lot earlier than just after lunch on day 4. Especially considering the time that Weatherly took to compile the 90, and I mean that as a compliment. Eskenazi 9, White then 70 not out, Anderson 2, Davis 13, but batting 90 minutes for that 13, and I'm sure that won't be lost on the coach at all. That he batted longer than anybody other than obviously White, and then Robson before him in that real dig-in. Simpson 10. And now Harris 22 with only Bamber, Cummins and Wallaluita to come. In that order I think it will be Bamber next. He does certainly know how to hold the bat. Ethan Bamber. Change of bowling again. O'Riordan has replaced Denley after that slightly loose over. Bowls his wrist spin and turned turned up to mid-on, and there's no apologies, finger spin, off spin up to mid-on, that one goes. As here comes Harris again, bowls, and it's a funny off-spin in action though. This ball's pushed away to cover, there's no run. It almost looks as though it comes out of the back of the hand.
Well, he picked up a handful of wickets at Sussex. Got some good revs on the ball, does Marcus O'Riordan. He's a talented cricketer.
Bowls again now, and this is played off the back foot, and there's no... Am I missing something here? Because that really looks as though it comes almost...
Yeah, he's definitely bowling off spin. He's just got a very...
Oh, no, I'm not doubting that, but the way that he does do it, though, is it the... it's the quick arm, is it the... perhaps is...
Yeah, he just gets through his action a little bit quicker than other spin bowlers. Definitely put some energy on the ball, though. Just needs to keep the ball pitched up. See if there's any life in this surface for him.
Be replaced by... actually, I won't. You'll be replaced, won't you, by Matt in a minute? But then we'll have to do that jiggery-pokery with the positions here at Cansbury in a few moments' time. So Reardon, 3 balls into the over, he's in, bowls, and that ball's pushed away into the onside and the snare. And yeah, I clearly saw it there. The hand came down one side of it, but so, I don't know. Maybe it's just my eyesight. The first few of them, it was strange. It looked. I wasn't doubting your knowledge of it and what was happening, but it just the action. There was something unusual about it for me as he comes in, bowls, and there it is again. This ball's played into the onside, so I can't put my finger on it. I think I probably need to look at the stream and get a slightly closer look at his action or his release.
Same age group as Zach Crawley, Marcus O'Riordan, did very well in school cricket and then in second 11 cricket. Great to see him here now.
Forward defence from Harris meets O'Riordan, pushed back up the track, and there is no run. You're going to take listeners through the next over, so at some point I will quietly make way for Matt to do his 12:30 update, and then I'll replace you in there in a few moments. But nice maiden from O'Riordan, and again, that's what Kent wants at the moment. If you can grab a wicket, brilliant, but just get through these quiet overs to the new ball, just 4 overs away. And no doubt they'll take it as well. I can't remember whether we had the chat on air. I think you and I had the chat off air, though, about the Surrey match, where on that second morning, Middlesex was something like 4 down, 90 overs bowled, the new ball was available. Surrey went all the way through to the close of the innings, 120 overs, and didn't take the new ball because they didn't want Middlesex scoring at a quick rate. That clearly is not the situation here, though.
Yeah, I'm sure Darren Stevens will be ready and waiting to take that new ball as and when. That's punched through the offside. A real loose ball from Cadbury, over-pitched. In fact, full toss and punched through the covers for 4. A gift. 78 of 199 for White. Getting ever closer. That maiden first-class 100. That will mean so much to him if he can get there. Harris batting really well at the other end. Stubborn defence, 22 off 85 for him. Very, very strong partnership this for Middlesex. Kadri is in. Looked into the leg side. Daniel Bell-Drummond at short fine leg comes across and stops any chance of a single. Welcome back, Matt. Here is Kadri. We'll hear from Matt Cole in a moment's time. Right arm over the wicket, throws that ball up and blocked down the pitch by White. Short fine leg, deep square leg, short mid wicket. Sam Billings at mid on, offside field. Darren Stevens deep point, cover and mid off. Stevens of course at first slipped to the spinner, that's punched out to mid off, another dot ball. 5.5 overs for Kadri, none for 18. Kent looking forward to that new ball, no doubt. Here is Kadri again. Throws the ball up and is blocked stubbornly down the pitch by White, as we've seen so many times before in this innings. The sun creeping through here at the Spitfire ground. Once again, here is Kadri. Punched out to mid-off, another dot ball. And that's the end of the over. 193 for 6. 22 off 85 for Harris. 78 not out. 204 balls faced for him.
A bit of a break here for the hand sanitizer to come on for everybody. Players as well just get to exactly, he's just taken his fielding pads off. Conference between the two batsmen as well. James Harris just laying his bat down there. Crossed arm talking to Robbie White, who's on 78 now. Career high for him in first class cricket. Nothing really happening Seems with a spin bowling from what I can see. So Kent really, as Fabian was saying, waiting for 3 hours to elapse, and 3 hours? 3 overs even to elapse. That would be a long wait. Yeah. Who knows, Middlesex may still be batting in 3 hours' time. It's eminently possible. Say goodbye to Fabian for the moment. Thank you very much, Fabian. Kevin Ham will replace him in just a few moments' time, but updating our Radio Kent listeners now. Well, Kent could do with a wicket here. Middlesex 193 for 6. They started 1-2-3 for 6. So the sums are easy. 70 runs, no wickets falling. As yet, Kent have got spinners on at the moment. Joe Denley's had a go, Hamid Kadri's had a go, and Marcus O'Riordan is bowling at the moment to try and break this partnership between James Harris on 23 and Robbie White on a career-high first-class score of 78. With just these runs being scored in the whole match so far, the third morning of this game, 194 for 6. Middlesex. Kent really needs to move the game along if they can, but at the moment it's Middlesex counter-attacking. 4 runs more for White. He goes on to 82. Middlesex 1984. 6 commentary continuing via our website and indeed the BBC Sport app as well. Right now with the weather, here is Sarah Thornton. Or Sarah Thornton as she's known in many places. Well, that's not hard to say. O'Riordan then to White, pushed into the offside, defended, and there's no run. Put myself under early pressure by getting the name of the weather reader wrong on the on one of the first bulletins. O'Riordan then 3 balls to come on this one, already 5 off the over. White rocks back, cuts that away, and he'll get 2 from that. The fielder coming round is Fred Clarkson from the offside boundary. Riley going down to third man, and that's the 200 up for Middlesex as well. In 87.4 overs, it's been fairly slow game, but they're accelerating this morning, and certainly with the spinners on, they're finding them to their liking as well. And haven't looked in a great deal in danger from Kent today. O'Riordan once again pushed back up the pitch, and there's no run. So just 1 ball to come of this over. 200 for 6. White 84, uncharted territory for him in first class cricket. 23 for James Harris. Little paddle there, will he get 4 for it? Robbie White. Fielders after it, Grant Stewart, he's not getting there though. It will be 4 more to end the over there. An expensive one from Kent, 11 off it. White got 10 of those and is on to 88 from 209 balls. 23 for James Harris. Middlesex 204 for 6. Kent striving for a wicket, as you were saying, even with the new ball, Kevin. It could be a case of it just disappearing off the bat quicker and Middlesex able to accelerate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, batting point on board. Of course, there are only 30 overs left of this innings. Close will be called after 120 overs, come what may. So Middlesex have 30 overs to muster runs, and I guess, look, we're close enough to the new ball now that I don't think either of these will do anything silly in these 12 deliveries to say let's get some quick cheap runs. They'll say, all right, if there's a bad ball, if it's a full toss, okay, let's put it away, but let's just get our head down for 12 deliveries and then face that new ball and see just perhaps if they can accelerate against the new ball. They've been set for an hour and hour and 35 minutes now, so 25 minutes to the normal lunch, but we'll have an extra 10 minutes to 10 past 1 making up time today. Kadri bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track to Harris on 23. There's no run. So yeah, there's still 35 minutes to go until the interval, which is a good chunk of time. For Kent, of course, that does mean that they'll get 2 goes at these 2 with the new ball, i.e. right now, and then again after lunch it'll still be a brand spanking new ball, and those guys will be getting themselves in after a 40-minute break as Harris turns to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a good point. Just maybe that interruption in concentration might pay dividends, but they've not looked overly discomforted this morning.
This ball on the back foot is played by Harris up to mid-off, and there's no run. Harris 23, White 88, 204 for 6.
Partnership at 81 at the moment between these 2 as well.
Kadri bowls, slip in place, and this ball is played off the back foot by Harris to short fine leg. There's no run. Deep backward square leg as well. He's 45, isn't he there, Bell Drummond? deep backward square leg. It's mid-wicket, just slightly retreated. There's a shorter, straighter mid-wicket, Denley. Mid-on, in fact, he's retreating more now, that mid-wicket, isn't he? Out to cow corner as Kadri comes in. He bowls to Harris, who works fine of Denley and gets a single out to the fielder who dropped deep. Well batted by Harris. He moves to 24, 205 for 6. Batting points involved in this as well. Could Middlesex in 30 overs get to a third batting point if it is going to be a drawn match? Lots of flight again, and White turns through square leg for a single. He moves to 89, 206 for 6. All that to come, of course. First, they just have to think about that new ball, and Darren Stevens is warming up.
Indeed, yeah.
It'll be Milnes first up, I'd imagine, at the Nackington Road ends to bowl that next over there, but this last over, the 90th, to be bowled by O'Riordan down here and then replaced by Stevens, I guess.
Indeed, so emails are flooded in. David from Long Eaton. Welcome, David. Just enjoying the combination of vision and your commentary, he says, which many thanks. It's a pleasure. Had you been facing the other way all morning, you would have seen black clouds and rain just to the west. At the moment, there's a line of showers moving up just to the west, and you could catch one, he says. Actually, as you say that, a large ominous cloud moves in from the right. It's O'Riordan gets a bit of turn on that one, but it's harmless enough, and, because White has just cut that away down through third man, a single taken Milnes fields under the floppy hat. After 2 gloomy days, he says up here, gloomily, I can't say any words this morning. Did I say Sarla Thornton?
Mm-hmm.
It says, with our ridiculous address of Long Eaton, Nottingham, Derbyshire. That is bizarre. Thumped through the offside. Lovely fielding, though, from Sam Billings. Goes down without any fanfare and stops here with his right paw. Extra cover, and there it's no run. And O'Riordan bowling once more, entered in at the offside once more by White, and he goes on to 92. Harris has 24. David finishing by saying it's really refreshing not having overseas players in these few matches and giving the youngsters a chance. So I think it's swings and roundabouts, isn't it, really? A lot of players making their debuts, a lot of players in the second 11 that we're getting to see as well. We're getting to see on the feeds, we're getting to hear on the commentaries. Defended this one into the offside, there's no run. But I'd agree with you. Patrick O'Brien talking about Patrick in North Essex. Kent member watching from North Essex. He'd much rather be here, I'm sure. Here's O'Riordan. Just pushed back up the pitch and there's no run. Goodness me, I have to say that our previous emailer, David, seems to be absolutely on the money, because there is a big dark cloud coming over us right now. As O'Riordan finishes his over, defended by Harris. He has 24, White has 92, Middlesex 209 for 6. Saying Stewart's century, I believe the Stewart century which you referred to was for the 10th wicket. His partner was Ivan Thomas, who scored only 1. I believe this is a joint world record for the lowest contribution for a century partnership. I have the pleasure of being there. I don't recall that, but I will certainly take your word for that, Patrick. Batting and bowling points in the Bob Willis Trophy. 90 overs are gone, by the way. Looks like we will get the new ball in fairly short order. Interesting conversation about the match situation with Middlesex currently 34 overs away from the overs mark for points. Where are they now? 20 away. As it was some time ago, Dave. Apologies for the lag at your email. Difficult to see them being anywhere near max bowling points at that juncture. Do you mean max batting points? Without risk taking, which would allow Kent to get maximum bowling points. Kent then go big for maximum batting points as the game finishes in a draw tomorrow. Max batting and bowling points will leave Kent in a very strong position with draws likely elsewhere, says Dave. I take your point. The only slight problem with this equation is Middlesex don't seem to be any keen on getting out at the moment. They seem to be batting on from a Kent point of view, Dave. He also said ABBA soundtrack. We mentioned Fabian and I were being serenaded by a bit of ABBA. You mentioned Super Trooper. Surely SOS is more appropriate. Save Our Season, Dave from Sidcup. I think they're doing all right, aren't they, Kent?
Yeah.
But it just means generally.
Yep.
And Jed and Daisy again says, listening in from Robbie's homestead, Ealing. Wonderful, this is Robbie White, to hear his breakthrough innings today. He goes on from strength to strength indeed, Jed. And Daisy, he's on a 92 not out now. A longish break there. We're waiting for Matt Milnes to get the new ball in his possession. And here he is from the Nackington Road end.
Yep, 2 slips in the gully. deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and this ball is punched away in front of that deep backward point by White, and he's going to move to 96. Lovely shot by White on the balcony over there. It's nice for him because it does feel like there's an ambience inside the ground here. Young White, if he scores his maiden ton, and he may not, because, and as Fabian, I've been saying, I think Dave Fulton on day one, we were saying it as well with Ben, a big 50 on this match is worth many a century in many other matches, many other grounds and many other match situations. This 96 is worth a pretty big ton. You look at that scoreboard of 213 for 6 and consider what he's been up against in the 214 balls he's had so far. Lovely shot by White. Here's Milne's second ball. He bowls and White's forward, drops a single, that's nice for him. Moves to 97, 214 for 6. Young man, huge pressure, approaching 25, not broken into the first team regularly. He'll know at approaching 25 that chances will start running out pretty soon. And perhaps, you'd almost say to some point, it's almost a surprise that he's still here getting this chance now, but that's the belief that Middlesex clearly have in him. And he's repaying it here at Canterbury in this Bob Willis Trophy match. As Milnes comes into Harris on 24. 3 slips in place. Milnes bowls outside of the off stump. It's through to the keeper. 214 for 6. But yeah, nice boundary for White, and then drop the single next ball.
And everyone applauded from the balcony, as you say.
Yeah.
But, everybody's out there.
Everybody's out there. I mean, I guess they won't all want to flood the balcony at the moment and put that pressure on him. But I'd imagine they've been slowly trickling out one by one, haven't they? To this point. Harris on strike at the moment, though. Here's Milnes. 1 for 55. He's deserved more than that, actually. He's in now, bowls and defended by Harris into the offside. There's no run. 214 for 6. He's bowled extremely well. Class has bowled well as well and has deserved his wickets. But, Milnes has really been the one that you've sat up and going, oh, this guy's got something. He's good.
They can't done their best sorting out the weather at the moment. As a new ball comes, so does a massive black cloud over the ground, just to make things a bit gloomier. And that'll help Milnes at all. It seems to be blowing across now.
Milnes to Harris, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track to mid-off, and there's no run. 214 for 6. Can tweet us at Kevin Hand BBC. What was it for you again, Matt? Sorry.
KentCricket@gmail.com
on the tweets,
or at BBC Kent Sport.
Indeed, man. Afternoon, Kevin writes, Peter, I'm listening in the office until the rain and thunder stops before heading for the gym. What is the forecast for your game? There's a threat of showers again today, isn't there? As Milnes comes in, bowls to Harris, left alone outside of the off stump, and through it goes. End of the 91st over. 214 for 6. White will have strike on 97, but he's up against Stevens and the new ball.
Yeah, possible thunder showers this afternoon. We're hoping not, obviously. But as I said, there's a big black cloud going at the moment, but it doesn't seem to be bringing us any precipitation, which is good news for us so far. We're just hoping to skirt those showers around 3 or 4 o'clock possible on the radar apparently. But yeah, here is Stevens from the pavilion end. But you're on it, Kevin. Your player on it.
You're a good man.
97. A massive landmark for him as well. What a patient innings. 215 balls, as you say, with what he's had to see off yesterday particularly. This is a heck of a knock.
2 slips in a gully, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, and here's Stevens, right arm over the wicket. He bowls to White, who stands up to that one and punches back up the track. Stevens fields. There's a moment there I thought he was going to go fully through with that and punch through the covers. Watchfully played by White, and I think rightly so though. Stevens a dangerous customer. New ball in hand, and you don't want to throw the ban at a ball when you haven't faced. As here's Stevens in, bowls, and outside the off stump, that's left alone through to the keeper. When you haven't faced Stevens, you haven't faced Stevens with that new ball at this moment.
Yeah, a bit of wobble on that delivery, certainly. Stevens as it went away from White, so proper test for getting near his ton. Stevens with the second over the new ball as well.
Stevens, wide approach, bowls, and forward goes White, defending to mid-wicket on 97, 214 for 6.
on the money from Stevens. Testing Robbie White. Shouldn't be in a hurry at this point, but it's amazing what can happen to your nerves and your between the ears and 97, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Stevens passes the umpire, he bowls, and White looks to cut. Down into the ground it goes, and he might get it here. He's going to turn for the second. There might just be time for the third. Harris is going to turn and run hard. No, there's not. It's 2. He's on to 99. I think cutting down into the ground, Gully just got a hand to that, didn't he? It wasn't a chance at all, but he got enough of a hand to stop it going to the boundary. And now that field will come up. Point was back. I'd have thought deep back and square leg had come up as well, surely.
Set up on that first run like his life depended on it. So as you say, trying to make that into 3
well, he's
somehow.
fast. He's a scamperer, isn't he? Not the tallest. Fine glovesman. He's on 99 from 219, and Stevens is in. Bowls, and it's edged, and it's taken at second slip, and White can't believe it. He can't believe it. Lovely ball by Stevens, line and length, just nips away, bit of bounce, takes high up the outside edge, and White flips the bat in the air as he has to walk off on 99. A quite frankly brilliant innings from White in this match situation. Really testing conditions, a brilliant bowling attack on display here, and a 99, as I say, that's worth probably double that on most other match situations. Caught leaning at about the second or possibly even third attempt at second slip, but White's 99 from 220 balls, 289 minutes, 15 fours and a 6. Well, he'll drag himself off, but he's made a real statement to Middlesex. Don't worry about that one run at the moment. It's not going to mean much to him right now, but he's certainly put an awful lot in the locker for the coaches to think about at Middlesex.
Absolute agony. I don't know if he'd looked behind him when Jack Leaning was juggling that catch, but so close to dropping it, to shedding it. And but yeah, absolute regulation edge off Stevens to second slip, but still a tricky catch for Leaning to take. But yeah, absolute agony for White. He spent so long at the crease. Fantastic innings though, as you say, Kevin, and take a little stall by that, but just the 3 figures evading him, and that will be unhappy for him. And actually the rain's starting to come down slightly here under at Canterbury, just after he's gone. All those elements.
Yeah, can we squeeze through to lunch? It's 20 minutes away. Lunch put back as we make up time. 98 overs to be bowled today. And ground staff are ready. It's just coming down that little bit heavier now, isn't it? There's 1 ball to go the over for Ethan Bamber to face.
I'm not sure we are. It's coming down heavier now, isn't it?
It's getting heavier and heavier, isn't it? Stevens is running in though, he wants it.
Yeah.
And he bowls now to Bamber. Swinging delivery, Bamber turns out to deep backward square leg, and he'll pick up a single. Gets off the mark, 217 for 7. End of the 92nd over, covers are coming on. I think they've just signalled them on. We're off, aren't we? Isn't that the signal from the umpire? Maybe not, actually, is it? Yes, it is. There go the bails. That's going to be lunch in on day 3. 217 for 7. 2 more wickets for maximum bowling points for Kent. Middlesex, can they muster another 33 up to the second bowling point with the 3 wickets that stand? But brilliant from Harris, 24. Fantastic from Robbie White. Very unfortunate to go on 99. Really good innings. He hadn't offered a chance prior to that by memory. There was one edge that dropped short of slip, but there was no chance to hand from White in incredibly tough conditions. Fabulous effort by him, and well, like I say, that 1 run's going to mean an awful lot to him right now, but even more though, that effort, that performance with the bat by White is going to mean an awful lot more for his long term in the eyes, I'm sure, of the selectors and those who hand out the contracts at Middlesex. 217 for 7, Harris 24, then Bamber 1. Matt, let's just hope that this all happens at lunch. Actually, the umpires seem to pause. It seems to have stopped. It's a short, sharp shower, and just maybe we might be going straight back on here. I did wonder, could they hold fire, because there's enough clarity in that sky above us, I think, to suggest that could have been short and sharp. And let's just get on with it for 20 more minutes before lunch. The umpires are having to think. Kent are mostly it stopped raining, really, but it stopped to a spit, so a spit at very worst.
Yeah, just looking at that replay, and as you'd imagine the agony going on in Robbie White's mind, look back at the juggling catch, and then he just looked back at the umpire, I think in
Please tell me he's dropped it.
In sadness, no. He's seen him pouch it. Looks at the ground. Looks at the umpire. He's still holding.
Yeah.
Looks down at the ground again, and just walks away. Just so disappointed. Flips the bat up for himself. But yeah, you can understand that entirely. As you say, that difference between 99 and 100, absolutely massive for him as he goes back to the dressing room. But in the context of the match and I'd imagine his career as well, that's a really big knock, because the coaches will know that it's how important that innings has been, and how long he was at the crease as well.
We're not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, that even if he'd have gone in the 70s there, he'd done enough for me to show that that's why Middlesex have kept him. He's 25 next month, and I think he's a man who will be knocking on that door over the next couple of years now, especially with Tom Lace's departure to Gloucestershire. Lace, I was just looking back to see when Lace was given that new contract by Middlesex, and it was in December. They were desperately trying to keep hold of him. They thought they had done so, but they agreed to his release last week, and off to Gloucestershire he went. But like I say, one man's loss, another man's gain, or more to the point, I guess Lace doesn't see it as a loss that he's gone to Gloucestershire and goes straight into the team, but one door shuts and another door opens is perhaps the analogy or cliche. We're back on. Here we go. Umpires have signalled them out on. Cover's coming off, and we will have 18 more. Well done the umpires, because if there is to be anything happening in this game, we need every little bit of help we can get over the next 5 sessions and 17 minutes.
Darren Stevens was so keen to bowl those remaining deliveries before they came off. I'm a bit surprised he went off the field at all. I expect him just to grab the ball back off the umpires and just stand by the pitch waiting, but he'll get his turn now. He did finish his over. 3 for 51 he has now, and Milnes 1 for 55 will come down from the other end. So yeah, Bamber has just a single. I've not seen him play before in the flesh. Ethan Bamber. What do we know about him? Do we know his family, Kevin?
Ethan Bamber?
Say, didn't they?
Yes.
Well, I think that's upstairs, downstairs I'm thinking of. But
yes, yeah. I'm not answering anything about Ethan Bamber's family. It's got a good story, but I end up telling it.
Right.
I end up telling it every single match. So you're going to have to look it up on
his
Wikipedia page.
I think I remember yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Does he have a thespian background? Is that right? Yes, indeed. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Yes. So I've done some research and forgotten it. There we are. But so you don't want to say that's okay.
Of the generation where a comedy was set, that you'd say, "Don't tell him your name, Bamber."
Indeed.
But yes. He's a very, very good bowler, Ethan Bamber. I think, you talk about big praise that's handed out to people, but just in relaying what he's like as a bowler, he's almost a mini Murtagh.
Praise indeed.
If he could make the nursery end at Lords his own, like Murtagh has over the years, in the coming years, because hopefully Tim Murtagh's not going anywhere for a few years yet. He's 14 wickets in the first 2 matches, and I'll tell you what, the way this one's playing, actually, Murtagh would have enjoyed a bowl on this, the way it was nipping around the first 2 days. And if Middlesex are lucky, maybe they had that bit of sunshine just to get some runs on the board this morning, and a bit of cloud cover does come in this afternoon. Kent have to dance between the showers like Middlesex did.
Yeah, it's eminently possible. Frank saying on the emails he saw Robbie White score a double century a couple of years ago at Beckenham in the second 11 game. Thought then, he said, he'd go a long way. Yeah,
but they've had incredibly high regard for Robbie White at Middlesex for many, many years, and again, that is why they've hung on and just said, look, at some point he'll really get the chance and he'll take it.
Milnes then to Bamber, just plays inside that one through to the wicket keeper, but I'll give him his credit. Took the bat away from it. It didn't hit it anyway. And he's on a single. Harris is 24.
Might not be the worst thing for the match right now that actually another wicket goes and Harris decides, you know what, I'm going to slap these 33, get on with it, 250 on the board, all out, try and go, I mean, even if it's 249 all out, just try and get that second batting point and see where the match goes. Because I think with this new ball, the chances of Middlesex reaching 300 are very slim. But the chances of reaching 250 quickly.
Milnes to Bamber, leaves that outside the off stump once more.
And beyond that, actually just from a neutral perspective, wanting to see the game advance to see if there is anything could happen. I mean, of course, they could get up to 300, but the problem with the Bob Willis Trophy as well is that the follow-on this year is 200, isn't it? It's not 150 like it usually would be for the county championship. So, but you get a few more points for the draw this year, don't you?
You do, yes. It's 8 points to the draw, isn't it? For these very situations, I suppose, where blighted by rain, but which happened more or less across the country.
Well, that would be the one thing. If everybody ended up drawing this week, then it's okay. But there are some advanced games.
They are. Mills, it's just seemed away from Bamber there. He's played and missed through the wicketkeeper. There's no run.
Now that was a ball that represented
really full.
That was a ball that represented the first 2 days of this match. The ball was doing that endlessly, and Middlesex probably won't mind seeing that. That the new ball is still skidding through and offering that movement. So. Harris in particular at the non-strikers end, Bamber on strike, Miguel Cummins. They won't mind seeing that, and Martin Anderson.
Mills then once more to Bamber, plays and misses outside the off stump, dangled the bat at that one, but through the wicket there's no run. That one's wider from Mills. And no wicket either, 217 for 7. So back on just before lunch here. I'm sure we lost an over, did we? But possibly we might have lost one. 2 balls to come of this one. There'll be another over from Darren Stevens assuredly. The sun's coming back out.
Yeah, so we'll be walking off for lunch with the sun shining in a minute. Please be kind to us today, weather. Please don't shine all the way through lunch.
Mills to Bamber, and settles on that on the off stump and just deflects it into the offside. Nicely done. With soft hands, and takes himself a single as well as Daniel Drummond fields away from cover. Actually, Hamid Kadri comes in the field from the boundary.
Very nicely played, actually, wasn't it, by Bamber? And with White still there, obviously all that talk about bonus points and everything else. I mean, the innings does come to an end in 27 overs anyway, doesn't it? So there is that part of it. One way or another, this innings is going to end in 27 overs. So do you think about, well, what would we score at normal rate in 27 overs, or do we try and do it quickly and just get on with it?
Mills to Bamber, leaves it outside the off stump once more, through to the wicket. End the over, 218 for 7 Middlesex. They're rushing to get another over in before.
Oh no, lunch is delayed, don't forget. 110, put back because we're making up overs today.
Beg your pardon, of course we are.
So I'd imagine that these two will probably go through, don't worry, it did us yesterday. We'd forgotten about that rule and regulation totally. I did mean to ask, and I forgot actually, whether White and Davis, who were batting at the time, 2 youngsters, were doing the 10 minutes up to lunch, right? 10 minutes to lunch, let's knuckle down now and get through, go into a negative mindset, really go into the shell, put away all the shots, just, get your head down. And then all of a sudden at 1 o'clock they're about to walk off and they think, oh no, we have to do 10 more minutes of this. I did mean to check that with him, I forgot to ask last night. I don't know if I'll ask Robbie White tonight though, because he's got more things in his mind, hasn't he? It's his Stevens, he's in, bowls, wobbles on outside the off stump, doesn't get up actually on the bounce, it's taken by the keeper. Bamber leaving alone, but that dropped single, as you said, was nicely played, nicely done. He's got a good technique, Bamber. But yeah, I think that these two now will get through to lunch, and after lunch, do you have 27 overs and try and score at 2.5, 3 and over, or do you give yourself 14 overs and try and hit out a bit? As forward goes Bamber, pushing to cover. And of course with the bonus point situation, that is within the 110 overs, it's not the 120 overs, so yeah, lots to happen just after lunch, I think. Lots that may still happen just before lunch, there's still 11 minutes to go.
And Stevens showing still in full power.
He's in, bowled outside of the off stump, it's left alone through to the keeper.
Lots of chat now. I'd say Sam Billings is very vocal while I was out on my break there, just trying to keep everyone on their toes trying to keep the noise up among the Kent fielders while that big partnership between Harris and White was going on.
Stevens bowls outside of the off stumps, left alone by Bamber, through it goes.
Yeah, 3 slips in once more. Jack Leaning's at 2 alongside. Was that Joe Denley has snuck in at 1 there. And they're reading at 3 anyway.
3 slips as Stevens moves in, bowls. Oh, and he beats the edge of Bamber. Through to the keeper it goes. 218 for 7. Harris 24, Bamber 2. Stevens aborts his run up. Absolutely beautiful picture here at at Cansbury now. Glorious sunshine. Would have been hammering the umpires now if they hadn't have held fire, so congratulations to them for doing so. 4 slips in place. Bamba's in, short mid wicket crouching down as well, and Stevens bowls outside of the off stump. Through it goes.
Update coming from BBC Radio again. That's the end of the over, with a maiden over as well from Darren Stevens. 3 for 51 he remains on. Mills continuing from the far end, and back into road end. Through 94 overs now. This new ball just 4 overs old. Sam Billings it is who's actually slotted in at first slip, alongside wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. Here's Milnes then to bowl to Harris, leaves it outside the off stump. Can move away from him, straight through on a 5th stump line. 24 for Harris now from 100 balls. He's been watchful as well. Bamber on 2. Actually, had to put the sunglasses on for a moment. There's quite a lot of cloud.
It is, isn't it? John Foot says, didn't realise Lace had gone. I hope he doesn't turn out to be as good as Higgins. Well, you know, there were 2 players Middlesex both desperately wanted to keep hold of, but
Frank was mentioning George Scott on his email as well, but Milnes to Harris, lovely shot, just clipped through mid-wicket from a full delivery. And will come back for a comfortable 2. He's on a 26, 2 for Bamber. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners. They've finally taken a wicket this morning, Ken, but Middlesex 220 for 7 in their first innings in this rain-blighted game, and it was Robbie White, absolute agony for the Middlesex batsman. Got to 99, then looked behind after he'd edged Darren Stevens into the slips, and Jack Leaning juggled it 2, maybe 3 times before he took the catch. White stood motionless for a good 5-10 seconds, thinking about his abominable luck after a patient long innings of 99, but for Kent, very important breakthrough for them as they try and get rid of the rest of these Middlesex wickets and then bat on to see if they can set up a result on the final day. But Harris on 26, Bamber on 2, Middlesex 220 for 7 in their first innings just before lunch here on BBC Radio Kent. You can hear full commentary via our website and the BBC Sport app, but right now here's the weather with Sarah Thornton. Sarah Thornton, I said it right this time. James Harris, by the way, what you did miss was him trying to drive the ball away. He's driven it into his foot and is in some discomfort, so you've not missed another ball since then.
Looks like, I hope that won't affect his bowling.
No, quite. Here's Milnes to Harris. Cuts that away off the back foot. Nicely done to backward point. There's a man out there. Single taken.
Cummins is a test bowler, or was a test bowler, of course, for the West Indies. But James Harris is the experienced county pro on these kind of pitches. And he's the man really that you'd think, James Harris, this is the kind of pitch that you really could do. He's skiddy enough to go full. He's in a bit of discomfort there, isn't he, Harris? So let's hope at lunch that the physio and the masseur can have a go at Harris and help him out.
Milnes bowls to Bamber now, leaves it outside off stump, and there's no run.
But I do think these 2 out here, I'm particularly excited about watching these 2 bowl on this track. And Miguel Cummins as well, again, because he's the quickest of the lot, but I just meant with regards to the track.
Yeah.
These 2, but Cummins, you were saying with Fabian, he'll be the sharpest bowler on display in this match, so that'll add an extra bit of spice to it as well.
One more to come of this over. Milnes turns at the top of his run from the knackers of road end. 8 on his back, bowling to Ethan Bamber, who's on 2 not out, defends it, no run, back up towards the umpire, and Middlesex 2-2-1-4-7. The 1 wicket falls, I'm just saying on the update, Robbie White, caught leaning bowled Stevens, 99 and 93 run partnership with James Harris, who's still out there on 27. Bamber has 2.
2-2-1 for 7. Yeah, it's a score that Middlesex would have feared they've been a long way short of at one stage, but White and Harris in that partnership together settle things down. Davis batting all that time with White to help set this up. 3 slips in place, so 5 minutes until lunch as Stevens is in. He bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Harris. There's no run. A few noisy seagulls perhaps have smelled lunch here at Canterbury. So 2-2-1 for 7. 3 slips, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And Stevens turning away from us. Bowls now to Harris, a forward defence from the right-hander, defended at mid-wicket. 3 for 51. Again, here, Stevens probably feel he's bowled better than that. That's why Middlesex actually, with this score, probably won't feel too rough, because Stevens and Milnes both could have come away with much better figures than they've got. Arson got in on the wickets. 3 for him as well as Stevens bowls, and on the back foot that's defended by Harris with a bit of time as well. Does feel as though a little bit of zip has come out of it today. Again, that might be the overheads. Middlesex will hope for them, but it will still be nipping around and zippy as well. 25th over for Stevens. 44-year-old, off he goes. Bowls, and that's left alone outside of the off stump by Harris. 2 to go of this over. And yes, 24 overs left before this first innings will be declared closed. And again, my hunch is the thing to do from Middlesex is really throw the bat at it after lunch and say, look, if we bat 27 overs, 3 and over, get up to 300. Won't have the batting point in that time. This is Stevens to Harris, turn to mid-wicket. There's not the third batting point, they'll have the second, of course. But yeah, after lunch, I think I'd say, go for that 300. Not necessarily inside the 110, but just go hard at it, and try and go at 6 and over for a shorter period of time, because there's only a finite amount of time left for this innings, and I wouldn't say wait and be bowled out in that time. As here's Stevens bowls to Harris, it's left alone through to the keeper. That's the end of the over. A maiden for Stevens. 1 more before lunch here at Canterbury. Stevens 9 maidens now in his 25, 3 for 51. Yeah, I'm missing the score on the Les Ames stand, because every time they put something on the big screen over there and you look for the score, there's no second go at it, is there? 222 for 7?
221 for 7.
221 for 7, there you go, it's back up there now.
You're absolutely right. Just when you're about to give the score, as you would normally do at the end of the over, you look up the scoreboard and there's
it's gone.
There's some other piece of information up there to say if there's a maiden gone, but
Katie says on Twitter, just very quickly, I know it's a huge shame not to hit that ton, but superlative innings from Robbie White. Grateful to him for some great cricket.
Yeah, superb. That was Milnes to Bamber, and top of his feet, Yorker length delivery. Seen that off. 221 for 7.
Pierre says, hi Kev, at what stage does a single innings game become a probability rather than a possibility? I don't know, with the points for the draw in this one. Middlesex at home, Sussex next week. Though to take a draw out of this, could return the bowling points at least, maybe a second batting point, and then think, well, let's not lose this game, and we could perhaps take a draw here and try and beat Sussex and be back in it.
Milnes to Bamber, and again full length delivery, toe end of the bat, but defended it well enough.
And the final game for Middlesex is away at Essex, where Harmer, I'm sure, will be at his dangerous best.
Yeah, they're not bad, Essex.
No, but at least that gives but the point for this match of whether they set up something or whether they say, well, actually, that's all right, we'll take the draw. Try and beat Sussex at Radlett, and then go to Chelmsford, where we perhaps then have the chance to topple them by beating them on their own ground and take top spot.
It's Milnes to Bamber, played a missed outside the off stump. That one through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Essex setting the pace, of course, in this group as well, aren't they? With 2 wins from 2 so far, so could be a showdown. Who knows? But Somerset, I think, are the highest point scorers across the country, if I'm right in saying, and they look again like they could well force a result in their game. Their one is slightly better advance. Bowling Warwickshire out for 121, 351 for 8 at the moment, Somerset, so we'll be looking at a place in the final. Games to come though, of course. That's clipped into the onside, pleasingly by Bamber, off middle stump from Milnes, but ends up with Stewart at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 221 for 7. So you've got it all mapped out, have you, Kevy? Take a draw here, a couple of big wins.
There you go.
And then
off to the
Lord's final. Yeah, it's nice.
Days.
You don't even have to travel anywhere. It's,
exactly.
On your home patch.
Essex at 28 for 2 in reply to Sussex's 194 all out.
So Mills. Fifth ball of this over to Bamber. It's a bouncer. Just squats underneath that and there's no run.
Cook not out on 6, Brown and Westley gone. Lawrence has 6, that poor Sussex attack. They'll be keen to get some early wickets in and not see a masterclass from Alistair Cook after the exploits of Leaning and Cox.
Yes.
Last rounds. And indeed, everybody will be cheering on Sussex for that game to stop Essex going to a third victory. Although again, time's against them there, and that's what you've got to bear in mind with this match as well. The Hampshire-Surrey match is not very far advanced either, is it? 130 for 8 in the first inning Surrey, so nobody's making ground this week, and I think that's why they wouldn't risk the points for the draw.
I said only Somerset look like they're in as Mills bowls to Bamber. That's a good shot to the offside drive. It's going to be chased by Hamid Kadri. You won't get there before they come through for 2-2-3 for 7. So the one that looks the most like a result to me is Warwickshire 121 all out, Somerset now 353 for 8.
Well, that you have to bear in mind as well, because it's not just win the group, is it? It's better the points return
no,
at least one team elsewhere. But
Somerset have already won too.
I think you've got to think about your own group in terms of the fixtures and say what's in our hands.
Yeah,
and what's in their hands is, all right, if this is a rain affected draw, let's not throw away the draw points, and let's see if Sussex at Radlett and then try win that one, and then you've got Essex at Chelmsford. It could be in your own hands, and if you miss out on the points, you miss out on the points. But I don't think throw away, because I think a defeat here for Middlesex would almost make it terminal, really, because then that's the point being it's a win for Kent, which means Middlesex have to get ahead of Kent, have to get ahead of Essex. So everyone on 1 from 1 at the moment.
You can't lose.
If it's a round of draws,
lose 2 and finish in the top 2. That's not going to happen anyway, is it? Surely.
There we go.
You wouldn't have thought.
That answers that. Let's go and find some lunch.
We shall. Thank you all. It's Kevin Hand, I'm Matt Cole, Fabian Cowdery, your commentary trio today. Thanks for joining us for the morning session. It's now, wouldn't you just know it, they're off for lunch. Beautiful sunshine here at Canterbury, but we'll be back in 40 minutes time to bring you the second session of this game. With Middlesex 2-2-3 for 7, Harris 27, Bamber 4, the 1 wicket to fall. Robbie White agonisingly for 99, caught by Jack Leaning at second slip off Darren Stevens. We look forward to having your company a little bit later on. Well, a warm welcome back to a very sunny Canterbury. Session 2, day 3 of Kent against Middlesex in the Bob Willis Trophy. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Fabian Cowdery, former Kent all-rounder of course. 27 for Harris, 4 for Bamber, 2-2-3 for 7 Middlesex umpires, being joined, well, firstly by Darren Stevens, who's very keen to get the ball in his hand, the Kent seamer, having taken the wicket of Robbie White just before lunch. White gone for a heartbreaking 99, the first time he'd been that way as well, but 2-17 for 7 that was. But Middlesex making a decent fist of it, you think, today, Fabian?
They fought hard. Robbie White was superb, wasn't he? I did feel for him when Darren Stevens produced the magic delivery, pitched on middle and off and just left Robbie White late and took the outside edge. Real heartbreaking stuff, considering that would have been such a massive moment in his career. But as it stands, 223 for 7. Harris battling well at one end, 27 off 109 balls, and Bamber just getting going as well, who's just 4 off 20.
Yeah, Harris has looked solid, occasionally attacking as well. Here is Stevens then, bowling to Harris, trying to shake the ball away from him, but Harris with a defensive shot into the offside. Always indications, I was saying to Kevin before, that he could bat even from his Glamorgan days, but just seems to have got better and better. Proper all-rounder now?
Yes, perhaps haven't seen a lot of him with the bat, but Middlesex will certainly be hoping for 30-40 out of him.
And Stevens, sun on his back now, bowls to Harris on the leg side, a little bit loose and taken by Ollie Robinson. There's no run there. 3 slips in to start the afternoon, so it's Billings, Leaning and O'Riordan are the 3 slips. And that's the voice of Sam Billings you can hear on the effects microphone booming across the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. They've got a extra cover there, a man sweeping on the offside boundary as well. I think that's Fred Classen with the cap off. Cliptonthians on the onside by Harris. This one for a single. He moves on to 28. Having Kadri at extra cover. Denley at mid-off. Mid-on is Grant Stewart. Mid-wicket is Daniel Belldrum, and then down at long leg is Matt Milnes. The field for Kent.
So, Matt, did you see any of Jordan Cox's innings, double hundred?
I did a great deal of it actually, yes. Here's Stevens to Bamber, going away from this no run, and just struck by how composed he was, really. And I don't mean that one, I mean to make 200 you have to be fairly composed, but just didn't play any rubbish at all. I mean, compact in that way, so didn't take many chances, didn't offer many chances through 200, and then when you speak to him, sorry, you asked me a simple question, I'm going to go on though. Here's Stevens to Bamber, wraps him on the pad, bit of bat and pad perhaps, screws out. Stevens wasn't appealing for that one, but then he sees himself as a see ball hit ball player, but Kent obviously raised him in the order to open and just took to it like a duck to water. I thought, just fantastic temperament.
Very exciting player.
Yeah.
Stuart Broad took to Twitter and quickly acknowledged what an achievement it is for a 19-year-old to go past 200.
Stevens, oh, it's a wide one, and Bamber's gone for it as well, and it's scooped over the top of the slips for 4. He went chasing that one, Bamber. It wasn't the greatest delivery from Darren Stevens, but Bamber almost turned it into a good one for Kent. But it has gone over the top of, well, perhaps 3rd, 4th slip, absolutely safe. But edgy though it was. He goes on to 8 though, Harris on to 28. Might be what Middlesex have decided to do, because we were talking before the break whether they would throw the bat a little bit and just try and move things on as much as they can in terms of the match position.
The game is slowly moving forward, of course. It's going to be difficult for a result to be achieved in this match. It looks like quite a good pitch after the first 15-20 overs. When the shine comes off the ball, the conditions for batting do significantly improve. But I agree, Middlesex should start to think about putting bat to ball. Get Kent in there, see if they can take some early wickets, try and move the game forward if they can. Classen is going to be introduced into the attack quickly after lunch. 15 overs for him, 3 for 26. 1.7 runs per over, pretty impressive that.
Yeah, interesting that Milnes has been taken off effectively after a spell before lunch. Perhaps they think, let's give a chance for Classen to swing the ball more. It's more of a, swings it more than the pace, I suppose, Classen. He's no great pace, is he really? Is it?
No, I mean, when he was signed, I thought he was signed more as a sort of white ball one-day cricketer.
Yeah.
He's showing a little bit of his skill with the red ball here. 3 for 26 in this innings. Here he is, first ball after lunch, left alone outside the off stump by Harris, who's 28 off 112 deliveries. Stubborn, surely the right word to describe Harris is not. He's supported. He's been pretty good throughout this innings.
Yeah, 93 partnership with Robbie White as well, which has changed things around. I mean, obviously the big fear for Middlesex is coming in at 123 for 6 today, or coming out at 123 for 6.
Clarkson in again with 2 slips.
Oh.
Wide ball outside the off stump, and Harris has decided to chase that and just trickles through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps. Loose drive.
And that's the commentator's curse in living colour, that one. He has been very compact. I'll give Fabian his absolute credit for that. As Harris has been stubborn, and then suddenly he's gone chasing a wide one.
I get the impression there was a chat over lunch about their approach after the interval. Here is Clarkson to Harris, who plays and misses outside the off stump. Good ball on that occasion from Clarkson, pitching around middle and off and leaving Harris off the pitch through to Ollie Robinson, who has been pretty good behind the stumps. Took a blinder late last night. Last ball of the day, diving in front of Sam Billings at first slip, one-hander to his left. Really is a talented young cricketer, continuing to produce. Good keeper batsman. Cox, Robinson, Billings. Here is Clarkson, blocked into the offside. Marcus O'Riordan had a brief bowl before the new ball was taken. Picks up and shines it down his trouser whites. 228 for 7. Beautiful afternoon here now. The groundsman did bring the covers on during the lunch break just in case there was a shower or two.
Yeah, just precautionary, wasn't it? They saw a couple of big dark clouds coming over from the hospital side of the ground.
Clarkson to Harris. Loose drive again. From the previously stubborn Harris, who has thrown the kitchen sink at that once again and missed it. Yeah,
from stubborn to almost enormously obliging, you might say. He looks like he's trying to edge one at the moment, but as you pointed out, what he's trying to do is, it looks certainly from the way he and Bamber have started after lunch, that they want to get on with it, and that feels like the right thing. If Middlesex are going to win this one, they have to get on with it.
Absolutely. Here is Clarkson again to Harris. Big drive this time, beautifully played, under the eyes, slightly fuller from Clarkson, gave Harris a chance to really push that through the covers for 4. Completely over 232 for 7.
Lovely shot. Beautiful from Harris, and splitting the field as well. Absolutely no problem, no chance rather for the field. Oh, there's going to be an update in a bit.
Have they come to you a bit early?
Well, I don't think they're going to come to me straight away, but they're at least giving me the chance to as a reminder that there's going to be an update, which is kind of them. So Stevens continued, 3 for 56 for Darren Stevens.
Amazing, at the age of 44, he's into his 27th over.
Yes, yeah, and
we forget about that, don't we? The fitness that he has.
2 Bamber now, 3 slips in behind, lovely, just shaping away from Bamber, and more experienced batsmen and higher order batsmen than Ethan Bamber have been fooled by a delivery like that from Darren Stevens. Throws the wicketkeeper and there's no run.
He's just got such a simple action. It doesn't take a lot out of his body, which has allowed him to play up to the age of 44, and I won't be surprised if he's still going at 45, even 46, the way he's performing. Outstanding.
He comes again, bowling to Bamber, slightly lean away, looks at his dress. It's done exactly the same thing. He's played inside the line, it seemed away from him just marginally through the wicketkeeper, but it's that margin that gets so many batsmen edging into the slips.
Well, Bamber's thinking about his stumps, he's thinking about the ball that's going to nip back and crash him in the pads, or swing back towards his stumps, and Stevens is just sort of playing with him at the moment. Late swing, 2 decent deliveries, played and missed that by Bamber.
And it is the one that comes back that does for so many as well. It's Stevens. That one seems even further away from Bamber, who just as he leaves that one just goes up onto his toes and jumps away towards square leg to have a word with himself.
Well, here's the problem you've got as a batter, is Stevens, this is the card trick for him, shaping the ball away for the first 3 or 4 balls. You know you're going to get one that comes back to the stumps in a minute. and it's a lottery whether you pick the right one. You just have to really back your defensive game, which is difficult against Stevens.
Bowls now, that one's on off stump, but actually Bauer does well, just rolling the wrists over that and out towards square leg, and that's a single with softish hands. But so he's got away from the strike at 2-3-3 for 7, but as you say, it's all very well leaving Darren Stevens nibbling outside the off stump, but it's when you leave the one that comes the other way. 32 for Harris, 9 for Bamber. And Stevens, the only member of the Kent attack that's not been rested yet through the Bob Willis Trophy. He likes to bowls keep fit, as far as I can work out. Bowls to Harris. That's a lovely shot through the onside. And that is forced off the pads for 4 runs, and it's at the boundary before basically he's got through his follow through. What a shot that is from Harris, from a full delivery from Stevens.
Yeah, loose ball from Stevens, a rare loose ball, full and on leg stump. And whether you're batting from 1 to 11, you would have put that one away, so Stevens will be desperate to get back on the money, chasing their 8th wicket at Kent. 237 for 7. Harris moving to 36.
Just going to update our Renegade listeners here. Here is Stevens. Well, 2-3-7 for 7 Middlesex coming out just after lunch. Here you join us. Ethan Bamber has 9. James Harris, the former Kent loanee, is on 36 not out. Kent took just 1 wicket during the morning session, so for them to move the game along, they need to take 3 very quick wickets after lunch. So 1 to go. Robbie White, heartbreakingly for him, a run short of his first ever first-class century. Darren Stevens getting to edge to Jack leaning at second slip, juggling, maybe caught it at the 3rd attempt. So with the 1 wicket to go this morning, Kent could really do it, as I said, with getting on here and advancing the game. You can hear the commentary rather on our website, or via our website, bbc.co.uk/Kent, and the BBC Sport app. That's the cricket on the weather now with Sarah Thornton.
Clarkson in and left alone outside the off stump by Bamber. 9 of 27 for him.
I was completely forgot what our email address was there. There you go, things you just do automatically, and then as soon as you start thinking about them,
it disappears.
Yes, maybe that's just me.
No, it's all of us, I think.
Good over from Stevens, that one, but I think decently, as you said, a loose ball on the last, or the penultimate ball, beautifully dealt with by Harris, who moves on to 36.
Clarkson in, left alone outside the off stump. Good bounce though from Clarkson. That will interest the Middlesex bowlers on the balcony in the Leslie Ames stand. Of course, their dressing room has been moved to the other side of the ground for this fixture. COVID-19 rules. A little bit strange for me to come back as a former player and see the opposition turn round and walk back to the Leslie Ames, and then the home side walk towards the Kent Pavilion here. Here is Clarkson, playing this outside the off stump, full of the length. Bamber definitely having a nibble at that outside the off stump. Evades the edge.
And Matt Walker taking a stroll around the ground, the left-hand side. Is that Harry Podmore with him? You see, it looks like the build of Harry Podmore.
I think it is. I think Harry Podmore will be disappointed not to be playing in this game, not just because he did so well last season. He's also bowled pretty well this season. Against his old county, would have loved it, I'm sure. Clipped away into the leg side this time by Bamber. Good timing. Grant Stewart gives chase and will pull it back. Not before they get 3 though. 240 for 7, well run. Harris back to strike. Yeah, Harry Podmore would have been desperate to play in this game, I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, actually, it looks a bit of Podmore, but it could well be. I'm just imagining it could be the new signing, maybe Nathan Gilchrist just taking a turn around the outfield with Matt Walker. Exciting 20-year-old signed from Somerset, and they've done well with their player acquisitions in the last few years of Kent, haven't they?
Clarkson again. Cut beautifully in front of square, and that will beat deep point. That's how well he's timed it, and Harris will move to 40. So just going through the gears is Harris. Definitely had a conversation at lunch about the approach that they were going to adopt after the break, and that is a beautiful shot, perhaps a shot of the day for me.
Yeah, absolute beauty, as you say. So 7 off the over now.
Yeah, Clarkson didn't go far wrong with that delivery, just back of a length. Harris quick to move onto the back foot and punch it in front of square for 4. Clarkson again. This time blocked into the offside to Marcus O'Riordan to cover. Dot ball, 244 for 7. Stevens, no doubt, about to start his 28th over of this innings. That's an achievement in itself. 3 for 61 for him. 9 maidens and an economy of 2.3. Clarkson going at 2.2. 6 wickets between Stevens and Clarkson in this innings.
Yes, so Nathan Gilchrist's side at the end of last week. Yet to play for Kent, the 20-year-old, but fast bowler we gather. You've seen a couple of clips of him, but you said Kent have been pretty canny with their acquisitions. You think of the likes of Milnes and Podmore coming into the side, bowling-wise. Podmore helped Matt Henry bowl Kent to promotion, and then Milnes did so well in his, well, really his breakthrough season, wasn't it, last year.
Haven't seen a lot of him yet, but Kadri as well, talented off-spinner. He's bowled 3 or 4 overs before the new ball in this innings.
Stevens then to Bamber, and again this one just seems gently away from Bamber. I think part of the beguiling that Stevens does is that it's so gentle, isn't it? It looks like it's pretty innocuous stuff, but Ethan Bamber knows he's in a battle at the moment. Interesting stance, Bamber. Look, when he crouches here, he slightly leans away from his stumps as he comes up. Just a slight lean away, and upright. It's on the off stump and just dabs into the offside with soft hands. And Kadri fields at extra cover, no run.
101 overs bowled in this innings now, 57.5 to go. Lots of cricket remaining, provided the weather stays true.
So yeah, bonus points only up until 110, so Kent have 8 and a bit overs now to take 2 more wickets. That's very close to the off stump, and that one held its line from Stevens. I think Bamber thought that was again going to nip away. I'm not sure what he thought, but he left it.
We discussed this a couple of overs now, didn't we? What Stevens tries to do is bring you across the stumps. He wants you to expect the outswinger, and then he'll just nip one back towards the stumps. You see it all the time with him. Bamber nearly fell victim to Stevens' best trick. 12 for 34 for him.
Yeah, just didn't come back enough for Stevens. Bowls again, drive from Bamber. That's attractive as well through the offside. Cover drive, and that will be 4 runs, will it? Yeah, Kadri won't catch it. I thought he got half a hand to that, but Bamber, boundary all on the ground off Stevens there. Don't know if he got the Stevens stare after that, but he's on to 16, Ethan Bamber. Good knock so far, 16 from 35, 40 for Harris off 122 balls, and Middlesex 248 for 7.
Yeah, nicely played with the swing. Full of a length. Bamber opened the face, found the gap, and it rolled away towards the lime tree cafe here at Spitfire ground for 4.
They're just putting Milnes out to the point boundary now. Still 3 slips in though as Stevens bowls to Bamber, and that one's quite wide, and Bamber leaves that one alone. There's no run. He does that after every ball he's left. He does a little jump up onto his toes, Bamber, and then goes off for a walk at square leg and comes back. Slim figure.
Yeah, looking forward to watching the Middlesex bowling attack go about their work. Bit of pace. Cummins is in the attack, offering a bit of extra pace. Be exciting to watch.
Stevens then to Bamber down the leg side, that one, and carrying on. Loose from Stevens to finish the over. 4 off it. Middlesex 248 for 7 here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London with Matt Cole, Fabian Cowdrey with you at the moment. Kevin Hand will be joining us in 15-20 minutes time. Bright sunshine now at Canterbury. Always a slight threat, depending on which weather service you use, of shower this afternoon. Although I have to say the latest forecast we have now, it looks like we may have missed the worst of the thunder showers, but the vagaries of the English weather have never been quite entirely predictable.
Clarkson into Harris, full of a length, blocked down the pitch to Joe Denley at mid-off. He gives the ball a polish. 248 for 7. Really useful runs these for Middlesex, considering at the start of the day. Well, it'd be interesting to know what they started on, Matt. Do we have that?
1, 2, 3 for 6.
1, 2, 3 for 6. So it's been a really good effort from Middlesex to get to 248 for 7. If you'd offered them that at the start of the day, Just past 2 p.m. they would have snatched a hand off. Down the leg side from Clarkson, full of a length. Harris misses the clip and through to Ollie Robinson, dot ball.
Yeah, they'd be very much the happy of the two sides, the way things have gone so far, losing just one wicket in that opening session. As you say, especially at 123 for 6, the worry would be that they could be skittled out, maybe even below 150, but maybe 175, 200. But taking this on now and looking good for a second batting bonus point.
Clarkson in, whipped into the leg side, deep square leg. Will pick the ball up. Grant Stewart out on the boundary there, throws the ball in. They get through for 1. 16 off 37 for Bamber. He's played really well so far. Harris closing in on a half century. Just 9 away, 41 for him. Sam Billings doing some work with the field. 1 slip, 2 short mid wickets. Daniel Bell Drummond and Marcus O'Riordan are standing probably about 1.5 meters apart, just in case Bamber clips the ball aerially in that area. Deep square leg and fine leg, and a mid on the leg side field. 2 slips, point, and a wide mid off on the offside. Here is Clarkson. Player miss outside the off stump. Extra bounce, good delivery through to Ollie Robinson. Just left Bamber last minute.
Yeah, lovely delivery that one. See, Clarkson, left-hander, gives the right-handed batsman something different to think about. I say that, obviously you've done that as a county cricketer. Does it make that much difference?
What's that, Matt? Sorry,
left armour. The left armour.
Yeah, the angle, I think, more than anything. You're always looking for the one that shapes back towards the stumps, and if it leaves you, it can cause a problem. A big slash outside the off stump from Bamber through to Ollie Robinson. Fortunately enough for him, he didn't get a tickle on it. Yeah, I think for the left armour, it's the angle more than anything. You watch Sam Curran bowl in the test matches at the moment. He doesn't have great pace, particularly for test level, but what he does have is a very good in-swinger, and he's able to shape the ball away from the right-hander, and that is a nightmare when you're just trying to protect your pads. You're looking for the one that swings back and it just leaves you, brings a slip cord into play. Clarkson in, punched into the offside straight at Joe Denley. Dot ball completes the over, 249 for 7.
Yeah, any left-handers that gave you, left-armers rather, that gave you particular problems?
One that a couple of them gave me nightmares in terms of the pace that they bowled.
Yeah,
Tymor Mills,
yeah.
He was rapid.
Yeah.
Facing him was a nightmare, to be honest. I remember playing him in 2020 here actually, and Joe Denley had got out, and he was the best player at the time with the short ball in the Kent dressing room. Might still be. And I walked into bat, and Tymor Mills was at the top of his mark, and he'd already been beaten on the short ball 3 or 4 times. The ball hit the gloves behind the stumps rather quickly, and I just knew then I had my work cut out.
Stevens to Harris on the drive and the front foot, but through to Hamid Kadri, extra cover, no run.
I remember a slow ball that Tymor Mills bowled me, and it clocked on the big screen. It was a TV game. It clocked on the big screen at 82.5 miles an hour. Bear in mind his quicker one was about 92, 93.
So that's a slower ball.
And and it hit me in the hip, and I got down to the non-striker's end, and I had a massive bruise and a sharp pain.
Stevens to Harris. Oh, shapes away. Beautiful delivery. Absolutely beautiful. All sorts of movement after the ball are pitched on, well, more or less middle and off, and no contact from Harris through the wicket with no run.
Just think bowlers of that pace, if the slow ball's doing that damage, can you imagine missing one when he's actually got it right in sort of 91, 92 around the rib cage? Particularly pleasant.
Keep your wits about you, certainly. Stevens once more. Oh, takes out the off stump, and Harris has gone. Another beauty from Darren Stevens. The other 2 stumps are at an angle, but he's taken out the off timber, and Harris goes for 41. It's another wicket for Darren Stevens, his 4th of the innings. He's got more than 800 all told in his career. 41 he goes for, and well, just a beautiful delivery. But Middlesex then 249 for 8 now.
Yep, Harris can be proud of his efforts. To be honest, he has received an absolute beauty. A perler of a delivery, full of a length, nipping away from Harris off the pitch, and knocked his off stump out. Simple as that. Would have got some of the best players in the county game, if not the world, out that. It was just a beauty. 249 for 8. And Stevens, who got a 5 for against Sussex, held the ball to the sky to commemorate his late father, who tragically passed in the last few weeks. We'll be closing in on another 5-wicket haul here. 4 for 65 for him.
Yeah, it's an absolute beauty of a delivery from Darren Stevens. So it sounds a bit dull when we just say it's what we come to expect, but it's a heck of a sight as well.
I do wonder whether the listeners get bored of us banging on about the sort of superlatives and the incredible career that Darren Stevens has, because we talk about him for about 20 minutes a session at the moment.
That's probably true, actually.
But at the same time we're watching county greatness, if you like.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and it's one of the things that makes county cricket great. There's an argument that says, and there has been an argument, players like Darren Stevens, they're no good for England, they're not going to play for England, so what are they used for? Well, they're used for the vast entertainment that is cricket, the wonderful nature of the game, the fact that at 44 he can still be not only competing but besting some of these players. Cummins facing him here, he knew nothing about that. Has he got an edge on that? It's gone through fine leg. He's got some sort of inside edge. I don't think Miguel Cummins, to be honest, knew anything about that delivery apart from that it had hit his bat. It's four runs anyway.
I don't think, I agree.
Sorry, single run, beg your pardon, he's just taken one.
250 for Middlesex. Stevens honing in on the middle stump there, swinging back towards the left-handed Cummins, and he just jammed his bat down and hoped that he managed to squeeze it down to fine leg, and he did in the end. Bit of luck.
Good partnership, by the way, between Harris and Bamber, though. Make no mistake, for Middlesex, 32 those two putting on for the 8th wicket. Could be very important runs. They've got that second batting bonus point. Can they get a third now? They're 50 runs away and 7 overs away, 6 and a bit, so it looks odds against. This one just dies on Bamber a bit outside the off stump and bounces once before it gets to wicketkeeper Robinson, and there's no run.
Sam Bennings again, keeping his men going.
So he's very vocal, isn't he? But does it help as a fielding unit just to hear your skipper?
Yeah, of course.
Raising
I think it also for someone like Darren Stevens, who's 28.5 overs into his spell, just to keep him motivated, determined.
Here he is once again, lots of wobble in the air, and it's got away from Bamber again, who ends up more or less on one knee trying to defend it. Through to the wicket-keeper, and that is what an over that was from Darren Stevens. More or less unplayable every delivery of that 6, but Cummins has 1, Bamber has 16, 250 for 8, Stevens has 4 for 66.
I feel fortunate enough to say that I was able to play with him in a Kent shirt. When he finally ends his career, his illustrious county career, there'll be a lot of sad people around the county circuit, whether you're a Kent fan or a fan from another county, wishing that they could watch another Darren Stevens masterclass. So we need to appreciate him as much as we can whilst he's here. What a career. What a man. 250 for 8 even, Middlesex, and here is Clarkson. Locked into the offside, a dot ball.
So Miguel Cummins is the new batsman, West Indies international. No, much more for his bowling than his batting, to be fair. And the quickest on offer, I suppose, out of the two teams, we would expect him to be, wouldn't we? I think.
Yeah, that's what Kevin was saying.
Yeah.
Here is Clarkson. Once again, player miss outside the stump, good carry through to Ollie Robinson, back of the length. And again, good bounce. Clarkson, a tall man, getting the most out of this surface. Not a lot of pace in it, but there is a bit of bounce. Just gone 2:20 in the afternoon. Beautiful afternoon. A little bit of cloud cover, but blue skies above. Much nicer than it was yesterday. Gloomy with the floodlights on. Left alone outside the off stump. 3 slips. Daniel Bell Drummond standing at a gully position. Looking forward to watching Bell Drummond bat. Hasn't had the best time of it in the longer format, has he, Matt, for the last 2 or 3 seasons, but in the white ball format he's just been superb.
Yeah, it's a great player, Daniel Bell Drummond. Improved towards the end of last season, but
yeah, when he came into the Kent dressing room for the first time, huge things were expected of Daniel Bell Drummond. Here is Clarkson. Player missed outside the off stump. Cummins was about a metre away from that, although he did try and punch that through mid-off before. Yeah, big things expected of Bell Drummond when he first came into the Kent dressing room, and you know, he was a schoolboy prodigy, Millfield School, scored his first Kent 100 when he was just 10 or 11 in an under-12s game. I remember playing against him actually in that match. Incredible innings, just 10 years old. Oh, good delivery, full of a length from Clarkson, nipping away from about middle and off and clipping the bails of off stump. 250 for 9. Comprehensive, good bit of bowling, and Clarkson has 4 wickets now, so Stevens and Clarkson will be competing for that 5-wicket haul.
They will indeed. So Freddie Clarkson has his 4th, and Cummins going for just 1. As you say, clipping the absolutely did him. And Cummins is on his way. Middlesex 250 for 9 then.
Well, it wasn't the most convincing innings from Cummins, whose first ball from Darren Stevens he didn't really know much about, and then faced a few balls from Clarkson, a couple of plays and misses, and then comprehensively bowled. But of course he's in the side to bowl his seam, his fast bowling. 250 for 9 Middlesex. They'll hope to squeeze another 10-15 runs if they can.
Yeah, good analysis for Clarkson. Good figures, aren't they? 4 for 38 he has so far. It's been economic as well. But yeah, I suppose Daniel Bell Drummond, I'm sure by his own admission, just hasn't really kicked on in the way that many had expected, but undoubted player of class. I'm sure there are still people watching him, but one of our emailers was questioning, you know, what's happened to Daniel with England recognition, and David Fulton said if you look at his first class average, it's just not high enough. He needs weight of runs to impress England selectors or even Lion selectors at this point to get himself back in. They know what a talent he is, but he's got to prove it consistently, I suppose.
250 for 9. Here is Clarkson to bowl his first ball to Wallawita, I think is the way you pronounce the name. I wouldn't want to get that wrong. That's blocked into the leg side. Dot ball. Wicket maiden, 4 for 38 for Clarkson off his 19 overs. It's been a really good display from him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the scorecard, Clarkson's wickets. Sam Robson 36, caught Bell Drummond, bowled Clarkson. Caught and bowled Clarkson was MK Anderson. Simpson caught Robinson, bowled Clarkson, and finally Cummins comprehensively bowled just moments ago.
A couple of emails saying that the commentary has dropped, but I've just been testing it on Stevens bowls to Bamber down the leg side, and there's no run. So it's going to sound weird. If you can hear us, drop us a line on kentcricket@gmail.com, because I believe that we are on, but I don't know if we dropped out previous to this and then we're back on. But do give us a shout if you can now hear us and you couldn't before, or if you have always been able to hear us. It's Stevens to Bamber, flicks that off his pads, plays that late. It's going to be 4 runs, leg glance. Bolton runs these for Middlesex, 254 for 9. And I'm just going to, actually I can do that on my own laptop, can't I? Make sure are we? That does sound like me, and it's coming through on my laptop, so I'm assuming that we're okay. All good, says Dave. Thank you very much, Dave. So that sounds like we did drop out for a bit, so apologies for that. We're not quite sure why that was, but we are back. Internet feed, is there a problem? Or wait a minute, perhaps this is the live feed on the pictures? Ball turned to the onside and there's no run. If you're referring to the pictures, we have no control over what goes out to them. We are sending them, we're sending them the commentary. The pictures are not dealt with by us or the BBC. So if that is what you're referring to, it could be that, though. Or maybe I'm hearing my commentary coming back from that, am I? Outside the off stump, a wild slash by Bamber, who misses it, and there's no run. Now I'm starting to doubt myself now, Fabian. Perhaps that commentary is coming from. Is that commentary coming from the live stream? Maybe I've got it the wrong way around. Everyone else is right. That wouldn't be the first time either. Sounds like we may have gone quiet. So after this board. If you want to take over, Fabian, I'll get in touch with the studio, make sure the BBC online commentary is working. Single taken, 255 for 9.
Yes, Bamber moving to 21 useful runs for him. Stevens into his 30th over, 4 for 71. Closing in on his second 5-wicket haul in as many matches. 3 members of the slip cordon. In Billings, Jack Leaning, of course, he scored a wonderful double 100 in support of Jordan Cox against Sussex. Seems to have found his feet here in Canterbury as Jack Leaning. Play and miss outside the off stump. Another beauty from Darren Stevens, who beats the bat once again. 255 for 9 at the end of the over. Stevens wasn't able to get that 5-wicket haul. He'll trudge back to fine leg. Give Clarkson a chance. Fingers crossed you can hear us okay at home.
I think they've just reinstated the line, so apologies for that. Confusion added to by the fact I'm watching the... I also have the live stream that's coming from us and going to the pictures, so when Kevin Hand came and said, I think we've gone off, I put on my laptop, took it off mute, and there we were. No, it's all going fine. Sounds like you should have us back. I very much hope so, ladies and gentlemen.
Here is Clarkson, full of a length, in fact a full toss, and bunted through the leg side through mid-wicket. Grant Stewart giving chase. Don't think he'll make it. He does in the end, so they scamper back for 3. Good bit of running. 258 for 9 now.
It sounds like we're back, so apologies if you lost us for a little bit on the BBC feed. We are back now. Been reinstated by the studio, and you should be hearing us now. I believe my laptop has it back going, so I'm hoping you will do as well. So apologies for that. What have you missed? 258 for 9. You've missed 2 wickets to fall after lunch if you've not been with us since then. Harris bowled Stevens 41 and Cummins bowled Clarkson for 1.
Clarkson in, blocked into the offside. Good bit of bowling. No run. It's been good from Bamber, who's 24 of 48 balls, who since the break has been positive, added a bit of impetus to this Middlesex innings. Harris with a brilliant 41, I believe. Played well after lunch before he fell victim to a Darren Stevens beauty that pitched on middle and hit the top of off. Here is Clarkson, again on the stumps and blocked down the pitch. Dot ball. Just coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon. 106 overs bowled in this innings, 52 and a half overs remain in the day, so plenty of cricket. Ken will want to get out there and have a bat as soon as possible and also Middlesex, I'm sure, when this wicket finally does fall, will be raring to go, looking to pick up some early wickets and get stuck into this match, try and force a result. Clarkson in, play a miss, full of a length. Walawita misses that, and it just drops through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps.
Yeah, he certainly gave that one a good go, didn't he? And a swing and a miss from Walawita. Thank you everyone for getting in touch, from Ben and Henry and Mike. Under the Void, or maybe that should be the title rather than the emailer name. Thank you very much. So we were on the video stream but not on the audio. As Clarkson bowls, and it's punched up the pitch by Walawita, and that'll be come back for 2 in 3. They've gone for a 3 in fact. He gets off the mark and Bamber has 24. So all of you, Rob and Thomas Brown, is it that Thomas Brown? Great to hear from you, whichever Thomas Brown you are. You will be, to you will be that Thomas Brown, won't you? You know what I'm saying. But thank you all for your comments there. Just slightly muddied, I suppose, now the fact we got the live stream with the pictures as well, if that was working, but I don't think our audio alone stream on the BBC was working, so I think it's all connected now. We needed more complication, I'm not sure. Clarkson bowls to Bamber, up on his toes there, punches it through the offside. Chance of the run out the far end. If Cadbury turned, it had to be absolutely dead on the stumps though from extra cover, which would have been a tricky skill to bring off, but certainly the non-striker Walawita was rather marooned at the far end as he came back.
Yeah, that was a bit over-enthusiastic from Walawita, who was looking to get off strike and give this strike back to Bamba on the last delivery of that over. Didn't manage it. Would have been run out by about half a pitch had Kadri hit the stumps. 261 for 9.
Indeed, uptake coming for BBC Ready Kent right now. Well, Middlesex 261 for 9. Kent have taken 2 wickets since lunch. Both of them bowled. Firstly, James Harris going for 41 to the excellent, the wily veteran Darren Stevens flattening his off stump. So Harris went at 41. Then Miguel Cummins lasted only 1 run and went to Fred Klaassen. The Dutchman now has 4 wickets in the innings himself. So 4 for 44 for him, 4 for 71 for Stevens. Kent just trying to get rid of this last Middlesex wicket and then bat in their first innings. Time to make up with 2 days more or less washed out for rain. Looking to move this match on as soon as they can. So that's the commentary then. 261 for 9 via our website and the BBC Sport app right now with the weather. Sarah Thornton, as Walawita goes to smash that through the leg side. Does well actually. Pick up, a little bit agricultural perhaps, but across the line, but thumped it through mid-wicket for 4.
Well, found the gap, didn't he? Short mid-wicket. Kadri in the short mid-wicket there, and he just picked the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket and got 4 for it, running down towards the pavilion. Handy runs.
Indeed so.
Middlesex can get themselves up to 275, 280. That'll be a very good effort.
So Stevens now bowling to Walawita, follows that outside the off stump, the left-hander, goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run there. Stevens looks at the ground as he comes back, and we'll just take this to the end of the over. I think we're all on our way now, just making sure everything's working. No one's taken us off air again, he said. Good. Here's Stevens then bowling to Walawita, thumps that past the bowler, low past Stevens, it'll be 4 runs on drive. Lovely shot. Going some long handle, and that goes for 4. He goes on to 11, Bamba on to 24. Priceless runs, Middlesex 269 for 9.
Well, he's going to chance his arm. It is a matter of time before one of them perhaps goes straight up in the air, or he nicks a loose drive from Darren Stevens. But in the meantime, Middlesex will be enjoying every single run that they can get here. Important runs. You never know how important they'll be if you look further down the line, perhaps towards the end of day 4. Walawita 11 runs to his name so far. Bamba 24 at the non-strikers. 2
balls to come on this Darren Stevens over. Again goes long handle, bit inside edge as it bounces once. Goes back to Darren Stevens, or inside part of the bat. Again, he's trying to force that straight down the pitch. No run. And Kevin Hamble come on to give us a masterclass in how to say Tilan Walawita's name. There we go.
Yeah.
I bet he can say it faster than I can. I have to do each syllable at once. 269 for 9. Here's Stevens floating in towards the leg stump, but that's gone. LBW, and well, Kevin Ham won't get the chance because that's the end of the innings, and he'll be with you after the break here. But floated into the leg stump and hit on the boot was Walawita. He goes. 5 wickets for Darren Stevens. Yet another 5-wicket haul in this incredible career. 5 for 79 he finishes with, and more importantly for Middlesex, for them 269 all out. You can't keep Stevens out of the news, but great news for Darren Stevens. A word about the venerable all-rounder, but also about Middlesex's day today, I suppose, from 123 for 6 to 269 all out.
Yeah, good effort from Middlesex. They'll be happy with that. They would have snatched your hand off if you'd offered them 269 at the start of the day. But just a word on the incredible Darren Stevens. 44 years old, 31 overs he completed in that innings. 2.5 and over, 5 for 79, staggering figures, and well supported by Klaassen with 4 wickets. Milnes, who bowled really well, could have had more poles. Didn't get the luck of the draw in terms of wickets for him, but he bowled really well. And it's just been a fantastic effort by Darren Stevens to stick a second fifer on the board of this Bob Willis Trophy this year.
And his 28th of his career, count 'em, yes indeed, from Darren Stevens, who gets applauded off the field by his teammates. going off for the umpire. He seems to be going in a different direction for everyone else. He's probably got his own room at Canterbury by now, and why not? Darren Stevens with a 5-wicket haul there. Oh, he's going to go and retrieve the ball from the umpires, maybe? You take the ball home with you with a 5 foot?
I don't think there's any space for any more cricket balls in his house.
That's a very good point. He's having to build an extension. Yeah. Anyway, we'll be back with you in just under 10 minutes time for Kent's reply, finally getting their first innings. Middlesex 2-6-9 all out here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London.
Well, good afternoon everybody and welcome back to Canterbury. Season Fabian and Matt here in the commentary box before we get underway. Middlesex all out for 269. Daniel Bell-Drummond and Marcus O'Riordan out there to open for Kent, and the boys tell me the first time that O'Riordan will open. It's going to be Miguel Cummins from the Nackington Road end with 3 slips and a gully. There's a backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long legs for 6-3 fields. Lovely skies up above us, but you'd expect this pitch still to be offering a bit to the Middlesex bowlers as Cummins is in, bowls, a little bit of shape on that, but very full, and Bell-Drummond forward, lays bat on it. Quite wide outside of the off stump actually, but good to feel bat on it I'm sure for Bell-Drummond, and it eases away into the offside and there's no run. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London live at Canterbury for the third day. We're only just beginning the second innings of the match. Matt Cole's back in a little while. Good afternoon once again. Fabian Cowdery.
Yeah, good afternoon. Full of a length, that first delivery from Cummins, good pace already. Bell-Drummond just looking to force that through the offside, hits the fielder out wide mid-off, and we go again.
Cummins bowls, and that's all beaten. Sorry, it's not beaten, it's beaten the keeper, hasn't it? That was what threw me. It nipped back into Bell-Drummond, who left alone, and then it burst through the gloves of Simpson. Eskenazi from slip, retreated to collect, no run.
I'm excited to see Marcus O'Riordan, who's been given an opportunity up the order because Jordan Cox broke COVID-19 rules, which was very disappointing for him. You know, desperate shame for him in such fine form, 19-year-old, but gives a chance for O'Riordan to prove himself at the top of the order. Former Tunbridge schoolboy, performed well in school cricket, second 11 cricket, and is getting his chance.
Cummins in, bowls, abuse on the off stump. Boy, oh boy, that was lovely from Cummins. I'm not going to say that was fire, but it was fast though, wasn't it? As I say, he's the sharpest we'll see in this match. And that one, it was gun barrel straight, wasn't it? It did just do him on the line and length and the pace.
Well, we saw Clarkson get some extra bounce from the Nackington Road end, and Cummins has got a bit more pace than Clarkson, that's for sure. So if he can just hit that back of a length, bring it slightly fuller to Daniel Bell-Drummond, in fact, because he has had an LBW issue in the past as Bell-Drummond. If he can bring it slightly fuller, he's in with a chance. Cummins
is in, he bowls, and it's a belter, comes back in, takes the inside edge. Deflects away along the floor to backward point, forward defensive from Bell-Drummond. I confidently say it took an inside edge because they'd be screaming if it didn't. Well,
this has been the real danger area for Bell-Drummond early on when the ball is nipping back, good pace. He just struggles with his front foot, his head falls slightly towards the off stump, and he can get trapped in front of the stumps and be sort of stuck on the crease. So for Bell-Drummond, he needs to try and get forward if he can to Cummins.
Off he goes Cummins, past umpire Bainton. Bowls and full and clipped down to long leg for a single by Bell-Drummond. Gets him off the mark, gets him off the strike, and O'Riordan on strike for the first time. Is that the same school as you that you mentioned, Tunbridge?
Yes, yeah. Marcus O'Riordan, of course, in the same year as Zach Crawley, who's playing in England Test side at the moment. Incredible progression. O'Riordan, a very talented player. I always thought of Marcus O'Riordan as slightly more of an off-spinner who could bat, but of course his batting must have come on leaps and bounds in the last season or two.
Well, propelled up the order and opening for the first time. Here's his first ball as an opener as Cummins comes in, bowls, and that ball beats the edge. He dabbled at it outside of the off stump. Nice ball from Cummins, just a little bit of width, drew him into it, and through it goes to the keeper. One without loss, Kent, after the opening over, and Cummins and Middlesex, I think, will be pretty keen having seen that first over. They'll feel there's a little spell to be had here at the top from the former West Indian Test bowler.
Well, it's important they make the most of the new ball as well. Marcus O'Riordan will be full of nerves. Never opened the batting for Kent, never opened the batting in first-class cricket. So he'll be hoping to get off the mark quite quickly, and that was a very loose stroke outside the off stump, wasn't it, from O'Riordan to get himself going. Just needs to calm down, control his mind, control the nerves. Bamber is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. 4 slips in. Sighting bowler Bamber. Again, he'll have to keep the ball pitched up to Bell-Drummond. He's in. First ball left alone outside the off stump. Away shape through to Simpson.
Nice start. Nice start from the youngster. First bowl of the season each year, and like any player, you kind of see the first game of the season. Well, been very impressive so far, but maybe this will be a slow season. Maybe this will be a slow start. But nice marker laid down. Nice shape on that one. If he's hugging that off stump like he usually does, this should be a tricky spell for Kent.
Here's Bamber again, starting his run up into Daniel Bell-Drummond. full of a length, left alone outside the off stump. Another good line though, around 5th stump channel.
He's got to get a bit tighter at the moment, hasn't he? The Stevens line.
Good start though, good start, because he can now bring his line in slightly tighter. Bell Drummond obviously conscious of the ball that nips back. And yeah, good start. 1 for no wicket at Kent. Middlesex 269. I thought it was a fantastic effort from the likes of Harris down the order to provide the support for the batters and to get them up to a score. Here is Bamber. Left alone outside the off stump, and that is the nip backer, and that is shaved off stump. The only thing that hasn't done is taken the bail off the top of it. Brilliant bit of bowling. Bell Drummond narrowly survives.
Oh, Ethan Bamber, welcome back to the new season. That was a belting first 3 deliveries, wasn't it? I mean, when you see, as you said, he's got the nip backer. The first 2, nice, okay, shapes away outside of the off stump, but to bring it back as much as he did there, even I didn't see that coming.
No, well, Simpson took that over the top of sort of the line of leg stump in the end behind the stump, so exaggerated movement off the pitch. Here is Bamber again. Leading edge straight back at the bowler, full of a length, and Bell Drummond trying to whip that through the leg side in a bit of late shape, and it just skewed back to the bowler. Another dot ball. Good start this from Middlesex.
That was belting starts. I mean, what a first 4 deliveries. I mean, Bell Drummond, as you say, they're looking to the onside, but very wary of that shape that he saw on the first 2 deliveries, and not wanting to let that back face close and play all around it or get that leading edge up in the air.
It's just the difficulty of being an opening batter.
Yeah, but I mean, from the bowler's perspective, a young man, he's really done a good first 4 deliveries here. It's quite exciting stuff.
Bamber to Bell Drummond, 4 slips in, locked into the leg side. Another good line. A brilliant start this from Bamber, who's testing Bell Drummond on both edges of the bat.
End the over if we had a pitch map and a 6 replays, bang, bang, bang of the deliveries in this over so far. You'd say this has been near faultless. The 2 outside the off stump that nearly set up a wicket with the 3rd ball. The following 2 asking a couple of questions. What's he got last up?
Well, Bell Drummond is a rhythm player. It doesn't take him long to get his eye, and he just needs to hit one or two for 4 and he's away. So Bamber needs to stay on the money here and stay patient at Bell Drummond. Full of a length, play and miss outside the off stump. And that's nipped away from Bell Drummond, which completes a beautiful maiden over to kick it off for Bamber.
And he can't leave that alone, because if that was the nip backer, so you've got to play at it, and that's the Stevens game, that's the Murtagh game, isn't it? But do you see what I mean now? And raving about Bamber being a mini Murtagh.
Well, there was not a bad ball in that over, so if he can continue that for the next 10 overs, I think he'll have 2 or 3 wickets next to his name. Here is Cummins.
He's in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the onside. There's no run. It's Reardon on strike. That's the Middlesex masseur and the Middlesex physio down below. So how do you fancy a massage from the masseur, who's the one on the right there? He's a big boy. Those elbows are going to hurt, aren't they?
The old sports massage at the end of the day.
He's a big boy, and his name, the masseur, is Spike.
A massage of Spike at the end of the day. Doesn't sound particularly appetising, but I'm sure he does a good job.
He's a legend, very popular in the dressing room. Pete Waxman, the man alongside him. Here's Cummins, he's in, bowls a Jaffa to O'Riordan. I mean, this is high quality bowling from Middlesex at the start, and I ranted and raved about what Stevens and Milnes did, and they did it brilliantly. They were superb, and I said that both of them on another day could have had far more wickets than they both had with their spells over, truncated really over 3 days, wasn't it? But Cummins here, he's whipping up a little bit of a storm from the Nackington Road end, I'd say, already after just 8 deliveries that he's had. He turns again and strides in with pace, bowls and nips back in at O'Riordan, defends into the onside. Wait, the cry.
O'Riordan still not off the mark from playing a bit with O'Riordan and watching him bat a bit in second 11 cricket a few years ago. It was the short ball that troubled him. I don't know whether he's done a couple of seasons of hard work on it, but for Cummins, although he'll look to pitch the ball up, I think he'll have to study Marcus O'Riordan on the back foot at some point. Try and push him right back onto his stumps.
It's Cummins. Bowls, and this is played into the onside, no run. This is, I'm excitable about it because I think this is the best spell that I've seen from Cummins so far. He took 3 for 30 in the second innings in the win at the Oval, but his role there was very different. He was coming around the wicket, he was really roughing them up on a tough track. Here he's bowling pace on a very good line and length.
Yeah.
Really challenging.
Just under 2 overs bowled in his spell, but all the signs are there, aren't they?
Yeah. 4 slips go down. Cummins is in, bowls, brings it back in, defended off the top of middle and off by O'Riordan. He's getting booming away swing at the Oval as well, really big away swing. Almost to the point that actually, particularly in the first innings, he was struggling to control it. Now, let me think back. That first innings it was just after lunch, or it was just before lunch, either side of lunch, the Surrey first innings, his opening spell on the second day. So, you know, there's a bit of sunshine out at that point as well, so it wasn't heavy cloud cover as I recall.
Reardon's still not able to get off the mark. Hasn't faced a bad ball yet.
We haven't particularly seen the one that heavily nips away as he's in now, bowls, and that one line and length. Again defended by O'Riordan. Probably top of the off stump, that one, who's defended that one off, and it's eased away into the offside. Top of a fourth stump is what I meant to say. If that wasn't what I said, I don't think it was. Cummins, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 run, no wicket, but all the signs there that Cummins could really get into a good groove, because this is the best I've seen of him so far.
Yeah, unably supported by Bamber at the other end, who is just the 1 over, 1 maiden. Looks good, looks talented, looks skillful.
Full length from both of them, which is good to see as well.
Certainly, as I said, it's danger of repeating myself when it comes to Daniel Bell-Drummond, but you have to keep the ball up to him. He loves pulling, he loves cutting, he loves the back foot. So as an opening bowler, get him driving. Here is Bamber to Bell-Drummond, full of a length, whipped away into the leg side. That's just a long half volley to start the over. A shame for Bamber. And Bell-Drummond will be happy with that. That will ease the nerves.
That was beautifully put away as well, wasn't it? I mean, that was an economy of effort, and we talked about that ball in the previous over where the danger is that shape's there and you play around it. As you say, this was a fuller delivery, but even still, he played it with the respect, but still sweetly out of the middle of the bat and picked up 4. Lovely shot.
Well, the one thing Bell-Drummond has is beautiful timing. He's an elegant looking player, not a lot of foot movement, which is why he's had trouble with the LBW. He doesn't get his weight into the ball all the time, but on that occasion, stunning bit of batting, loose ball and got the treatment. Here is Bamber with 54 on his back, running in the pavilion end, driven into the leg side this time. Bell-Drummond trying to hit that a bit straighter, I think, and just thick inside edge through to square leg.
At the right hand of Harris.
Dot ball.
Not what Middlesex fans want to hear. He'll be change bowler, Martin Anderson as well. He'll turn his arm over here, 80 mile an hour man, Anderson. But he's had a couple of back injuries. I don't know whether he's lost a little bit of pace on that. We'll see how he bowls here. Come on, Bambino.
That's going to stick, isn't it?
Yep.
Here is Bambino. Sorry, Bamber. Bowling to Bell-Drummond, punched through the leg side again. A bit full from Bamber in this over so far, and just needs to bring it back about half a metre, and he'll be right in the ball game. That's just punched out to mid-on, dot ball.
But again, you don't mind that in the opening bowler, especially in the opening overs, do you? If you're going to be a fraction short or a fraction full, you say, well, if you're going to be one or the other, make sure you're that side.
Absolutely. Bringing in the slip cord, and if it does do something off the service...
But he definitely needs to bring it back a bit, because Bell-Drummond's happy on the front foot there, isn't he?
Yeah, if it's over-pitched, he's always been fine, like most batters, to be honest, when it's slightly over-pitched, but just needs to bring it back about half a metre, and he'll be in with the real chance. That's a better length left through to Simpson behind the stump, stop ball.
And, Middlesex fans will be well aware of Bamber and his height and his stature and his build, but he's not the tallest, is he? But he's got good pace, very good accuracy, and with that thought about the pace, obviously, or the height in particular as well, that if you are that little bit full, then batsmen will happily sit on the front foot, won't they? Whereas if it's Stephen Finn at 6'8" or whatever, you're never happily sitting anywhere, are you? So. Yeah,
you're going to sit back a bit for sure with the extra bounce. Bamber again, 4 slips in, ready for Daniel Bell-Drummond. Punch through the offside, back foot this time, so he's been over pitched a couple of times, Bamber. This one's just been cut behind square, 4-4. That is one place you cannot bowl to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and it's got the treatment. 9 for none.
He's lost it a bit in this over, hasn't he? He's gone from one length to the other, and then dragging the length back as well. He also, as you say, lost the line.
Good shot though, Bell-Drummond waiting for the ball, and just cutting that behind square on the offside. Plays the ball nice and late, does Daniel Bell-Drummond. Here is Bamber again. Running in from the pavilion end to Drummond and left alone outside the off stump. Much better length to finish the over. Kent 9 for no wicket. Middlesex 269 they were bowled out for earlier on today, and O'Riordan yet to score his first run as an opener in first class cricket. There'll be some nerves.
We've got to change. I've got to replace you, haven't I? But I have to come in next door to do it. So a few words from you, Fabian, before I disappear.
Yeah, beautiful sunny day here at the Spitfire ground. Fantastic to see some cricket being played. A lot of cricket to go as well. We have 47 overs left. And Cummins has got his tail up, and he has a nervous youngster in his sights. Here is Cummins, bowling to O'Riordan, short ball, and left alone by O'Riordan, who brings his hands inside the line through to Simpson behind the stumps. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Matt Cole.
That's very kind of you, Fabian. Thank you very much for that. Sorry, I moved sylph-like into my seat there. I'm the least flexible or sylph-like person in this box, that's for sure. Well, if Marcus O'Riordan thought that they might take it easy on him because it's the Bob Willis Trophy and he's never opened for Kent before, goodness me, Miguel Cummins comes in outside the off stump, leads us through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Well, baptism of fire. Bamber's not doing badly from the other end either, but yeah, they're just having to try and see this off at the moment, the Kent openers, but the opening pair, Cummins and Bamber, working up decent pace and testing the Kent openers as well. It's O'Riordan facing at the moment. He's on none from 7 balls. Drummond 99 from 17. 4 slips ranged in behind. Cummins comes in now, flicked off his pads by O'Riordan. Decent shot there, and there's going to squeeze through. It is for 4 runs, but underneath Bamber, he dived. Hands went to ground, tried to get it, but it's actually got underneath him for 4. So decent shot from that O'Riordan, just working inside the line of it and working it away. So 9 for Bell Drummond, 4 for O'Riordan, 13 for none. Kent in reply for this Middlesex is 269. And Kevin Hand very shortly, rudely interrupted by coming and doing the update here on BBC Radio Kent. Cummins then to O'Riordan. Full length delivery, but still rises up. To O'Riordan, he fends it off with the shoulder of the bat, goes to ground. Not sure how much control he had. And there's no run. We talk about challenges and opportunities that this competition has created. For Kent, with no Heino Coombe, with no Zach Crawley, of course, of the England Test team. No Jordan Cox. After not towing the line with the COVID protocols. It's O'Riordan opening, full length delivery, goes to drive there, so just in the block hole, digs it out, goes into the onside, looks at the toe end of his bat, and there's no run. I think they're coming to me any second.
No problem, sorry.
That's all right.
Distracted myself.
I can tell you about to say something really interesting, and I don't want to know what it is. We'll find out in a second, listeners. Well, Kent are now batting 13 for none, which means they cleaned up the Middlesex tail. 269 Middlesex made in total, but I think they'll think it's their day so far as they started 123 for 6. 5 wickets in total though for Darren Stevens. He went trotting after the umpire after taking the last one to make sure he could grab the ball, because it's his 28th 5th wicket haul in his first class career. Incredible for the 44-year-old, still going at that venerable age, certainly for a cricketer. Kent then replying 13 for no wicket. Bell Drummond has 9, and makeshift opener Marcus O'Riordan is Marcus O'Riordan is under severe pressure both from Miguel Cummins, the former West Indian fast bowler, and young Ethan Bamber as well. He's on 4. Commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app, but right now here's the weather with Sarah Thornton.
Here's Bamber, nips on back and beats the inside edge of Bell Drummond, but on the back foot, rolls away into the offside. There's no run. Afternoon to Nick Gubbins. Great news that he got that COVID test, came back negative when he may have been in contact with somebody who was showing symptoms. Middlesex taking the precaution, as they have to do, and the test comes back negative, so that is very good news for him. Very good news for Middlesex with the runs that he's been in pre-season and at the start of the season, as Bamba's in, bowls, and Bell Drummond edges. Now the shadow catch went up, I must admit, as it went past four slip. I don't think it was in the air, was it? I think it was on the bounce. They've taken 2 down to the vacant third man. Bell Drummond is on to 11, 15 without loss. Was that your view of it, Matt? That it
I think bounced before the fourth slip, certainly, yes. Yeah. No, I was just saying about Marcus O'Riordan that, you know, he might think, well, look, they'll take it easy on me. I usually bat 8 or 9. It's a Bob Willis trophy. But it's all about challenges, they say, don't they?
It is.
Challenges and opportunities.
Well, this should be a challenge. Certainly that first over from Bamba was good. A slower second over. He's in now. Bowls, and that one's just a little bit too full and straight, and worked away again by Bell Drummond off his pads. This time, again, watchfully, and just 2. Not whipped away for 4 as it was before. He moves to 13, 17 without loss. Yes, Nick did message last night, actually, but I didn't see it in time before coming off. He said, I'm listening while repainting my bedroom. Awaiting those results as he was yesterday evening, so not allowed to leave the house. But yep, he's got us on the big screen at home.
Yeah,
dulcet tones. He must be talking about you and Fabian.
Indeed.
But very much enjoying Kent's stream. A great stream, he says. They are good now, aren't they? There've been a lot of improvements this winter on the streams, as is. Bamba bowls on down the leg side. Just seems to slip out a little bit, that one. Pitched on the crease and a long way down the leg side.
Yeah, got a camera operator. That sounds like I'm joking, but we've had static cameras, haven't we, at a few grounds after year. But there's the operators there doing close-ups, doing replays, etc. as well for Kent as well. So yeah, some nice work. And apparently the commentary on it is absolutely fantastic as well.
Who's doing that then?
Well, I don't know whoever it is, but we can only aspire to those heights apparently.
Bamba, 3 slips in place, bowls full straight, and turn for a single. He's got an inside edge onto the pad, I think, on that one. I don't think we're going to see the hands go up. It just nudged away backwards, go on the leg side, and a single it is. So Bell Drummond moves to 14, 18 without loss. So Reardon on 4 on strike for the last ball of the 6th over.
So Middlesex's day, do you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think that
so far.
I mean. Yeah, I don't think that kind of score, was it 269 in the end?
Yeah.
I don't think that was particularly on their mind overnight, having lost Simpson. As Bamba's in, bowls, a nice ball that swings away. It's a very good leave by O'Riordan. Through it goes to the keeper. That was tight enough to certainly have the batsman thinking about playing at it. So a good leave, 18 without loss, shapes away through to the gloves of Simpson, who was that man to go last night, wasn't he? And that would have made it nervous, because too quickly this morning and it would have been over in a... But White with a fantastic 99. Harris, good defiance as well. A little cameo at the end from Tilan Walaluita. And yeah, just up to 269, a couple of batting points then, and respectable enough score on the board given the conditions of the first few days. But yeah, it could have been an awful lot worse for Middlesex, that.
Yeah, that's certainly my thinking. Just want to make sure they're not being too one-eyed about it, but a 123 for 6.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It's in your mind that you could be done for 200 or even fewer, so but yeah, I think they've done really well. White's 99 was lovely to watch. Here's Miguel Cummins, he'll bowl to Daniel Bell Drummond. 4 slips ranged in behind him, and here he comes now and rising up towards his midriff. Bell Drummond just sees that back down onto the ground, but can do no more than that. Has to react to it on his toes as much as anything else. He's not really playing a significant shot, just defending himself as much as anything else. Lovely delivery by Cummins, who goes back to his mark, 41 on his back. And, I think the guidebooks describe him as having a skiddy action, but he's certainly getting enough bounce in this opening salvo as well. Perhaps that's what it is. Comes in you quicker than you think it's going to be there. It's Cummins now from the Lackington Road end, down the slight slope to Bell Drummond. This one seems back into him, and there's no run as he defends it once more. Heavy ball comes off the bat. Kent 18 for none, sunshine at the moment.
That's the feel about it, is they certainly in this open spell that Middlesex will think, yeah, a couple down early here. So if Bell Drummond and O'Riordan can see this off, and get a solid start themselves, and it'll be a fantastic effort from the hosts. I mean, again, the sun's out, so that does make it a different day, doesn't it, when you're out there batting? It's glorious out there now.
Yeah, he'd say best of conditions, certainly. As Drummond drops on this on the offside. One bounce. Fielder comes flying in from point and takes that, well, two hands, one bounce, but it's a great stop. And there is no run towards point. So, would you care to name the slip cordon for me?
Of course, Eskenazi at slip.
Yeah.
Second slip is Robson. White is at third slip, and then fourth is Martin Anderson.
Thank you very much.
So we've got no scorecards here with the numbers on, have we? So those numbers mean nothing.
Absolutely nothing. And my first day here as well. It's Cummins to Drummond as the edge it has off the shoulder of the bat through the wicket keeper. What a delivery! Vicious delivery, spitting off the pitch through to Daniel Drummond. I think it's just come off the shoulder of the bat through to the wicket keeper. Definite contact there. You could hear it on the effects microphone. He's gone. Daniel Drummond. What a wicked delivery that was in both the vernacular sense and the literal sense. Drummond's gone for 14. Caught Simpson, bowled Cummins.
Ah, that was a snorter, wasn't it? Absolute snorter. And to pick up Drummond as well. O'Riordan will have watched that from the non-strikers then. That just makes his task a little bit harder, seeing someone like Drummond, as accomplished as he is, dismissed like that. It was a beaut. Pace, bounce, rising delivery. And Middlesex will be very, very happy with that, won't they, to see Miguel Cummins? Because that was what we were talking about. You know, I think Fabian or both of you maybe asked me who's most likely on this pitch, and I said, well, you think the way that Milnes and Stevens in particular bowled so beautifully in the Middlesex innings, well, if Bamber and Harris are just constantly hitting the top of the off stump, then those guys have that skill to get enough out of this pitch to really trouble the batsman. But Miguel Cummins, test bowler, he's the fastest of the match, and if he gets it right, then you know, any one of the three could really do damage. Middlesex will hope that all three are on form and on song for this one, and try and upset this Kent top order as Denley comes out, leaning next. Former Middlesex man Denley, he don't think would have played, well, he might have played seconds with Ethan Bamber, a young Ethan Bamber a few years ago maybe, but probably too far back, I think, for Bamber, so he wouldn't have played with either. He's certainly with Harris, he will when Harris comes on to bowl. But this for Cummins, he'll look forward to it. Two former test players, and he will hope to be again, I'm sure, one day.
Yeah, absolutely. Comes in at 3, and well, in between seeing him for Kent last and now, he's been known for the, I'd say, the opposite of what we know him for at Kent. The dentury and blocking, slow play. He may need to do that here though. Learn his from his test experience, but such a swashbuckling player normally, Joe Denley, in county cricket. But Cummins bowls to him now. Bounce, it's a good one as well. He had to get underneath that one in a hurry, and throws the wicket keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, welcome.
Great opening spell.
Welcome to the game. Yeah, I enjoyed that first over. I really enjoyed from him, and this one's looking good too. Just going to get the stream up in front of me here because I'll go back and see that dismissal.
Yeah. I don't know if Kent will put the highlight of that one. Perhaps
Middlesex will, I'm sure. On well, yeah, that's true.
Yes, I'm joking. He's Cummins bowling to Denley. Good length delivery this one, seaming into the right hander. He defends that, as you can hear on the effects microphone. No run. That's the end of the over in which they have lost Daniel Drummond. Cummins has 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 5. Kent are 18 for 1 here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, in reply to Middlesex's 269, including 99 from Robbie White, 5 for 79 for Darren Stevens, 4 for 44 for Fred Clarkson. You're with Matt Cole and Kevin Hand with Fabian Cowdery in the wings.
Yeah, lovely ball, wasn't it, from Cummins? Just watching that replay now. Good length, just a little bit more bounce than Drummond expected, and nice take for Simpson. Here's Bamber, he's in, bowls full down that leg side, so it goes to the keeper. He's trying to look for some shape on that, isn't he? It didn't shape at all, that one, but also was too full as well. He just needs to settle into a groove here. Very good first over from Bamber. Last 2 just didn't hit the same kind of accuracy as the first 2. But you can see he's got all the skills as well. He displayed them all in a fine first over. So see if he can just get that accuracy back on the off stump. Passes the umpire now, he bowls full and clipped down to fine leg again. He's just over pitching at the moment on leg stump as this ball's returned from Cummins. Over the head of Simpson. They've taken a single. So O'Riordan's on to 5, Denley on strike to face Bamber. Yeah, it's pushing it a bit too full at the moment. And straight. Chat from Simpson behind the stump, you can hear. Has been good actually, this one for some reason. I don't know whether it's the way that the flats echo the noise, but this one's felt more from the effects mic. I feel like I've heard more from the middle and it sounded a little bit more normal than usual. As Bamber's in, bowls, that's a good line of length, left alone by Denley. That's there or thereabouts. If Bamber just leaves it on that spot, you know, he's got enough that the batsmen are not going to play him happily.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. What's over Kent, but 19 for 1. O'Riordan won't say he'll be happy with it. He won't be content with his start, but baptism of fire as far as his opening career. First class cricket.
Bamber moves away from us. Hits the crease now, he bowls, and that's full, straight, and Denley watchfully drives, just wide of mid-on for a single, Walla Luita fields. Just wary, wasn't he, again, of the shape that Bamber can get, Denley there, so it was a gentle offering of the bat into the onside. O'Riordan once more, 16 balls so far for him.
Just been watching that dismissal again, it's just a vicious delivery, that, isn't it, from Cummins to Bell Drummond.
Pace and bounce, good to watch. Here's a length ball on the top of off stump, and that's played nicely by O'Riordan. Past fourth slip again, but along the floor off the back foot, runs it away, and he will pick up a couple for that. It was a little edgy, wasn't it, but soft hands and an angled bat off the back foot. 22 for 1, O'Riordan on to 7. Still just those 3 slips though at the moment, isn't it? The backward points, yeah, there we go. It's just that Eskenazi's just pulls backward points around a little more towards gully. As here is Bamber, he's in, bowls, targets the top of that off stump well again. Nicely bowls.
Looks like a fielding helmet's coming on. Not sure if they're going to put a short leg in here, are they? Perhaps.
Well, I was just wondering that, you know, but not only the short leg. They've got cover and mid-wicket covered at the moment. But just could somebody be an extra catcher somewhere, make it a bit more claustrophobic for O'Riordan. Back the bowler. I mean, again, at the rate that this game's going, it's wickets for Middlesex that'll move things along. Don't think they particularly need to worry about Kent racing away with runs, because where exactly do they race to? There is the scenario, of course, that Kent could bat till just after lunch tomorrow and pull out and see if they could just put some pressure on Middlesex batting third, that they're the only side that can lose it then.
Cummins then to Denley, 4 slips still in. Denley inside part of the bat, but hasn't dragged it onto his stumps, just into the onside, and there's no run. Again, it's a lower part of the bat there, jarred it back as he played it. 22 for 1. But yeah, the helmet's just out there behind John Simpson at the moment, the wicket keeper. I wonder if they'll bring it in if O'Riordan gets to strike at this end. Perhaps they might pepper him with some short stuff and put the short leg in, do you think? Just maybe they're not going to do that with Denley, but...
Well, Cummins did it well in the second innings at the Oval. Had them on the hop.
Cummins now to Denley, full length delivery, driven by Denley, take a quick single. It's good running from Denley, and keeping the score ticking over. Something that Kent have been talking about in the close season, I gather, is putting pressure on by taking those quick singles, and Denley gets the other end. Mind you, in Test cricket, it's always a good idea to be at the other end, isn't it? Early in the innings.
It is. Hello to Not Fred Titmus, who says Darren Stevens has his 28th fifer in first class cricket. Yeah. Titch Freeman had 386. 386 of them. 140 tempers in a match. Useful, says Not Fred Titmus. Thank you, Fred. Good to have you with us.
He did all right. It's Cummins then to O'Riordan. Does well on the off stump, just to defend that in the offside. No aggression about it, but keeps it off the stumps. But he took, what was it, 3,500 wickets or something ridiculous to Titch Freeman. Am I making that up? It always seems unfeasible whenever I say it, and then whenever I look it up.
I'd never doubt you. Never doubt you, Matt.
It's probably 350, knowing my maths, but just astonishing. The only man to take 300 wickets in an English season. Second most prolific wicket taker in first-class cricket. Just absolutely bonkers numbers.
3,776 wickets.
There we go. I underestimated it. My apologies for that. Oh, it's a great delivery again, through to the wicket-keeper, but similar to the one that got Daniel Beltramond out.
Almost identical.
Yeah.
It was just slightly wider, that one, and actually that's what saved the batsman.
You're right.
Because he was stretching for it and he didn't get there.
The one to Beltramond came back at his throat, didn't it? Or was it throat high and coming towards him?
Yeah,
almost
just the climb, wasn't it? And again, there was lift on that one, but wide enough that it beats the edge.
Yes, apologies for all connections of Titch Freeman. I've taken, 200 wickets off him. But, it was a lot. Here's Cummins then to Reardon, leads it outside off stump. It's a full-length delivery this time. And there's no run. Yeah. Yeah. It's 3,776 wickets at 18, which is quite good.
Not bad,
You'd have to say. All that with a leg spin. So Cummins back to his mark.
I'd see not have a stand named after him here.
The flats here are called Freeman House, so he has a hole. Here's Cummins to O'Riordan back towards the bowler, bump ball. Cummins doesn't bother actually fielding off his own bowling, and maybe got a hand to it.
You know, I'll let him off with that then. I'd never actually asked what they were called the flats. I didn't think that they had a name. I never knew.
It's a good question. I think when it came to naming the flats, they thought, well, who haven't we got? I mean, there is an argument you could say that Titch Freeman. Well, actually, perhaps there's an argument you could put forward that I wouldn't dare to, because I have to come here quite often, as to who out of Les Ames, Frank Woolley, Derek Underwood, Colin Cowdrey, Alan Knott should step back because they weren't quite as good as Titch Freeman. Who do you think, Kevin? I mean, I wouldn't dare to say, but you're more than welcome.
I'm more thinking some of the greats you left off there, Matt, honestly. Here's Banbury's in, bowls, and this ball's inside edge onto the pad, rolls up the track, and there's no run. I mean, one of them's still playing now. Darren Stevens.
Yeah, crikey. They're going to have to build more stuff.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. Come on, you've got to name something after Steve-O.
What would you name after Steve-O?
Something that lasts a long time. Just put a statue up of him.
The Rain. Bamber into the crease now. He bowls, and that's a lovely line and length again. Denley pushes back up the track, and there's no run. Looking like he's starting to settle onto a better line now. Bamber, good first over. I reckon the last 3 or 4 thereabouts on the top of off stump.
I would say that question you just posed, if ever there was a question to offer the listeners,
there you
that's
go.
the one, isn't it?
What would you name
when
after?
or if Darren Stevens ever retires, what should you name after him? At Canterbury. kentcricket@gmail.com.
Bamber bowls, nice line and length again. Generally perhaps a little bit happy on the front foot to him on that off stump at the moment. Bamber just dropped one in. He's not express pace, but maybe just push him back a little bit. See if he can draw that length back slightly, perhaps.
It's at Kevin Hand, isn't it?
At Kevin Hand BBC.
Sorry, yeah. And Fabian also on there. At FK Cowdrey, is that right?
Who's that down there talking to the Middlesex bowling coach, Alan Coleman? There's not many people in the ground, so that's why I'm wondering that you might recognise who it is. So here comes Bamber bowls, and forward goes Denley pushing to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Turns to 3 for 1. Oh my goodness me.
Who is it?
It could be. Now, it could be very much wrong, but I know he's due to be here today, the Middlesex Chief Executive.
There we go.
So it could be Richard Goley. Apologies, Richard, if you're sat at home somewhere now feeling a little bit displaced by my comment that you're here at the ground talking to Alan Coleman, but I know he was thinking about coming down today, so it may well be him actually. I think it is.
So when you said this ruffian's just walked in off the street, who on earth is he?
Who's that scruff?
Kick him out.
Yeah. Bamber. Bowls, just full of length. Oh, lovely shot by Denley. He's just too full at the moment, isn't he, Bamber? In particular to Denley. Denley's playing him better than the others so far, even off a good, what you'd say is there or thereabouts a good length, but he's happily on the front foot, so he's going to have to just pull the length. Back slightly, Bamber. Try and get Denley off that front foot, and that one, when it did go then fully over pitch, Denley's there in position. Beautifully timed wide of mid on for 4. He's on to 6. 27 for 1. I remember when he was a young man breaking through, I think if you were doing one of the games with me way back then at Beckenham, I remember him and Rob Key having been that formidable T20 opening pair. Ben Hutton, the former Middlesex captain, did a game with him there as summariser. Here's Bamber bowls, and that's played off a length into the onside. No run, 27 for 1. It had to be a mobile broadcast at Beckenham back then. There wasn't an ISDN.
That was before ISDN, crikey.
Had to run a telephone lead
right
from the front of the pavilion out to our out through a window somewhere, and then out to our commentary marquee just on the side of the pavilion. Not in the greatest position up there next to the pavilion. Lofty enough, but quite far back. Commentating at an angle like that. 27 for 1, that last ball of the over. 10 bowled. Denley has 6. O'Riordan has 7.
James in Thunder Bay has been on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. Naming something for Steve-O is the is the cause, the campaign. Here's Cummins then to O'Riordan, just tucks that off his hip, but very close to the short leg, and they'll come back for 2 here. Shout of catch it, it might even go for 4, it does, and O'Riordan gets away. Now, was it catchable height? You'd think it'd have to be, working off the hip towards short leg, but it would have been a very, very sharp catch if he'd done it. O'Riordan goes on to 11, Kent 31 for 1. Catchable?
No, yes and no. I mean, there was a brilliant catch taken. Let's think who it was in that Surrey match. I'll have to look back on the scorecard now, and I'll tell you by the catchers who it was. But yeah, there was a fantastic catch taken off the bowling at short leg off Coling. Cummins
would have been miraculous, but Cummins to O'Riordan up on his toes, defends it back to the bowler, who tries a bit of keepy-uppy. Doesn't really work, so he just walks back to his mark and lets his teammates just toss the ball back to him.
That one wasn't far off. I tell you, the one at the Oval, it was nearly so miraculous. I mean, it was almost straight to hand. He did well then to hold it because of the pace it came off the bat. Played off the back foot down into the ground. I think it was Matty Dunn played it into the hands probably of Max Holden.
Is that Holden under the
it is,
yeah. Batsman of much promise. Here is Cummins to O'Riordan, goes to the drive, but bump ball, doesn't really get all of it. Cummins has a good stare at O'Riordan, who's just head down, scratching at the crease and his guard. James in Thunder Bay says you should name a bowling end after Darren Stevens. Perhaps it shouldn't be the pavilion end anymore. Perhaps it should be the Darren Stevens end. In my experience, certainly, Fabian, this is the end for Steve-O, isn't it, this one? Although, did he? Yeah. Takes so many wickets from this end. Should this end be no, sorry. He'll start campaigning before he's retired. That's probably inappropriate. Here's Cummins to O'Riordan, nips back at him. Does it? No, it's hit the thigh pad and gone through the wicket keeper. Has definitely beaten him. He's played a miss. It's hit the thigh pad and gone to the wicket keeper. And much like actually the slips, or at least 2 of the slips, I was shouting, catch it. It's going to be out. It wasn't. It's come off the thigh pad. A stifled appeal, 31 for 1.
Yeah, that was just nipping back, piece on the inside edge, you say. So it then looped. Simpson went for it, of course. That was why it was so far in front of Slip, because it was losing pace off the guard, as opposed to when it comes off the edge, it flies, doesn't it?
O'Riordan then facing Cummins once more. Played inside that, but he's played at it through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Cummins double teapot this time with a stare at O'Riordan. Doesn't look like he's in for a bit of glaring back, Marcus O'Riordan keeping himself to himself, but definitely a play and a miss once again. Cummins going through the gears here. It's got some wheels on him, I think they say these days, don't they? Denley has 6 at the other end from 12 balls. O'Riordan 11 from 27. Daniel Bell Drummond the man to go. Caught Simpson bowled Cummins from a vicious rising delivery. Nick behind for 14, and that's played one bounce to the short legs. Really good stop by Holden. Stops it with his right hand, almost as a reaction. End of the over. 31 for 1. Great contest this. Middlesex made 269 with Robbie White making 99. 5 wickets for Darren Stevens, 4 for Fred Carson. 31 for 1. In response, is that our...
It's the Darren Stevens flyover.
I've got to say, is it the Spitfire though? It could well have been. A bit of a throaty engine, so Someone will tell us, one of the plane spotters will tell us which airport that comes from, or which aerodrome. But there's one at Headcorn, I know. There's a Spitfire there, but every now and then they come across and buzz us.
They do. Change of bowling here. It's going to be Martin Anderson replacing Ethan Bamber, who did okay, but like I say, Denley played him a little bit too happily there off the front foot, the last over in particular. Harris, obviously changed bowler, but he's going to take the Nackington Road end by the looks of it. I'm just looking to see if we've got the...
We're going to have a commentary change shortly as well.
Oh yeah, I thought I was going to do this over, but they've taken so long to do it that I may as well get out of the way now, hadn't I?
I couldn't work out who was going. You're going now?
It's me, I think, isn't it?
I think it might be. I think so. Kevin Hand makes way. Very graciously, it's Martin Anderson to bowl to Denley, pulls that away, it's a no ball as well, and will that go for 4? He's not timed it particularly well, but it's enough. So Denley has showing signs of relish and attack, as you'd expect. He goes on to 10 and the score on to 37 for 1. Yeah, the no ball's been included, so effectively 6 off that ball from Anderson, which pleases captain particularly. We'll get Fabian on in a couple of minutes' time. Welcome wherever you're listening. BBC Radio Kent, BBC London. It's Matt Cole, Kevin Hand, Fabian Cowdrey, Anderson, 24 on his back bowls, left by Denley outside the off stump. Go through to the wicketkeeper and there's no run. Actually, having said that Jimmy Anderson already has an end named after him, doesn't he? He does, doesn't he? So Darren Stevens still playing. It's the pavilion, is it? Oh, there you go. Well, I'm not yeah. Lots of suggestions coming in. You'll be surprised to hear. It's Kent fans like nothing more than talking about Darren Stevenson. Who can blame them? The ball seeming slightly away, it seemed, from Denley, but he's just defended that into the ground. There's no run. Give you a bit of seam movement is what I'm trying to say from Martin Anderson. Welcome wherever you're listening. More of those emails to come. Update now, right? And Kent 37 for 1 in reply to Middlesex's 269. Second session of the third day of this game. We've lost most of the rest to rain, so Middlesex resumed on 123 for 6 this morning. Probably it's been their day, you'd think, taking it to 269 all out. Robbie White 1 run short of his maiden first-class century. Darren Stevens taking his 28th fifer, 5 wickets for 79 for him. Fred Clarkson with 4 for 44. In reply, Kent have lost Daniel Bell-Drummond for 14. A wicked rising delivery from former West Indian Test bowler Miguel Cummins, which went up near his throat. He managed to shoulder the bat through to the wicket-keeper, and he went for 14. Not out at the moment, Joe Denley, who's hit a couple of really crisp shots, the England man, for 10. And Marcus O'Riordan, first time ever opening for Kent, pressed into service. He's on 11, having a bit of a torrid time, but surviving so far. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Sarah Thornton. Here's Martin Anderson there. Then to Denley, up on his toes, defending it again. It falls out, goes to mid-on rather, and no run. Fabian Cowdrey is with us. Fabian, hello.
Matt, how are you?
I'm well, thank you very much. Very happy to be in the commentary box and not playing when Miguel Cummins is bowling, frankly.
Yeah, me too.
I thought you'd say I'd play him. No?
Maybe a couple of years
he does
ago.
look sharp though. Yeah. Anderson to Denley, 3 slips in behind him now. Just to push into the offside with pretty soft hands. End of the over, we might have a little bit of a hygiene break here, a sanitation break as well. So I've got some emails. Before you get going, Fabian, you might have an idea of your own on this. We were talking about Titch Freeman briefly, and because one of our emailers saying Darren Stevens is approximately, I think, 200 fifers behind Titch Freeman, because he 3,700 wickets. He took a lot. What's named after Titch Freeman? The Flats, I say, to our left, Freeman House. Surely they should be naming something after Darren Stevens, says Kevin Hand. We've put it up there for our emailers, and a lot of emails come in. As I said, nothing Kent fans, and I'm sure Middlesex fans will excuse us, like more than talking about Darren Stevens.
Darren Stevens' commentary box.
It could be. Oh, wonderful. He could come visit whenever he wants.
Yeah. We're not shy of mentioning Darren Stevens up here, so
no.
Sure.
James in Thunder Bay has said a bowling end. Could it be, as you came into the box, we were talking about that. More suggestions, but Cummins now coming down the hill.
To O'Riordan, here he is. Short ball and caught at 4 slip, a sharp chance, just leaving O'Riordan on the back foot. And O'Riordan, playing away from his body, falls victim to the vicious Cummins. The score 37 for 2.
Yeah, Anderson with the catch, and it was at chest high more or less, wasn't it? Very secure, but a perfect view from here. But Cummins just working up pace and bounce, and he got away a little bit with one in the last over, Marcus O'Riordan, but better batsmen have done that and failed. But O'Riordan then goes for 11, caught by Anderson at 4 slip, bowled by Miguel Cummins, has taken both wickets to fall so far.
Yeah, just a bit wary of Cummins' pace there was O'Riordan, playing away from the body. Definitely had his pace on his mind, and it was a bit of a loose shot in the end, just left O'Riordan on the back foot, and all he could do was fend it to 4 slip, and it flew to 4 slip, so a brilliant catch from Anderson. Kent find themselves 2 down. Just need to settle down a little here, do the Kent batsmen. Well, here we go, Jack Leaning, off the back of a brilliant double 100 against Sussex, walks to the wicket, a man in form, a big partnership you'd think for Kentness. Joe Denley, of course, has represented England this summer, and the 4-man in Leaning.
Yeah, it's a good point. A lot will be resting on this for Kent as a partnership. O'Riordan goes, but it really was a sort of baptism of fire as far as opening in county cricket for Marcus O'Riordan. I don't think he's certainly not batted above 7 for Kent since he joined them towards the end of last season. It's been a whirlwind for him getting into first-class cricket.
Well, I was going to say after that delivery that dismissed O'Riordan that I thought he'd played, and he played really well up to that point. He was battling well, he was getting in behind the short ball.
Yeah, I agree.
As I was thinking, that Cummins produced a ball that just left O'Riordan on the back foot, and all he could do was fend it to 4 slip. Disappointing for Marcus O'Riordan, but brings the former Yorkshire man Jack Leaning. There's been nothing but a breath of fresh air for Kent and Kent supporters since he's arrived. And Middlesex will want to make sure that he doesn't get his eye in and doesn't settle at the crease. When you're in form, it just seems to flow, and Cummins will not want Leaning to settle into that rhythm. Short ball veers back into the ribs of Leaning, he drops it down at his feet, dot ball.
A good ball from Miguel Cummins. He's got something that no one else on this pitch has, hasn't he, Miguel Cummins, in terms of the sheer pace and bounce that he gets. He's the quickest that we'll see during this match.
It's great to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always fantastic to watch pace and bounce against some top order batters. Good spectacle. 4 slips in. Cummins to Jack Leaning from the Nackington Road end, full of a length, left alone through to Simpson outside the off stump.
I'll get some of your emails after this over. I'm very conscious of being reading a long email as Miguel Cummins comes steaming into bowl. It seems to be something happening every ball at the moment, so we'll get to those in a few seconds. But thanks for all your suggestions so far.
Well, how long will Cummins go for? He's into his 7th over, 2 for 10 with 2 maidens. So a brilliant set of figures. Here he is again, bowling to Jack Leaning. Short ball and hits Leaning hard in the ribs. Brilliant delivery from Cummins, veering back into Leaning, and he dropped his hands on that and wore it on the body. He's not showing much pain, but that, I promise you, would have hurt.
Absolutely. Hear the impact, and that was a stinging blow for Leaning. But yeah, how important as a batsman is it not to show that you've been rattled by a delivery by that, Fabian? Do you think it's in the psychological battle, does it make it? Yeah,
I think it is important, especially when you've got a fast bowler who's obviously got his steam up and has got a bit of confidence behind him, just taking a couple of wickets. You don't want to show them any vulnerability at all, any weakness. Here is Cummins, bowling to Leaning again. Play and miss outside the off stump. No foot movement from Leaning. That is a result of the previous delivery that struck Leaning. He didn't go anywhere with his feet and nearly nicked the ball through to Simpson. It's incredible the mind games of facing fast bowling. I find it so interesting to watch, actually, from the commentary position.
You'd rather be here than there. That's what you're trying to say, yeah. Well, don't blame me for that at all.
When you're out there, you're battling with yourself. You're thinking, God, no, I need to get forward, but everything's telling you not to. Here is Cummins again. Short ball, and well played by Leaning in the end. That will run away through third man for 4. Just rolled his wrists on that outside the off stump. Bit of a misfield at point, gives Leaning his first runs. Completes a good over though, 41 for 2 at the back end.
I think that's a fascinating description, and just wonderful to hear from you, Fabian. I like that. You want to get on the front foot, but everything in your mind is telling you not to. But no, I think that's the battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the psychological battle, just the internal battle, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know that if you make a mistake, you're probably going to wear it, like Jack Leaning did. He made a mistake on that delivery, and he was courageous enough to drop his hands and wear it. But it's also something you've got in the back of your mind, the fear of being hurt, particularly against the faster boys. It's a completely different contest when you're facing the likes of Stevens and Harris, but that's the beauty of cricket.
Anderson bowls to Denley. Rather squares him up there. He's going for the run. He's not going for the run. It's a shy at the stumps, which ends up almost taking out the ankles of John Simpson. But in the end, it's much ado about a dot ball there. But yeah, you're hearing from Fabian Cowdery there, who has faced faster bowlers than you and I, dear listener, will ever come across.
And on the most part, rather unsuccessfully as well. So I know the pitfalls.
You're very self-deprecating. You know what not to do, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, that's also a teaching method, as I can say.
Well.
Well, there you go. Anderson to Denley, and on off stump, and Denley trying to get forward to that one. Anderson is nowhere near the pace of Cummins, that's for sure.
Yeah, you probably want to be down Anderson's end. That's not to say that Anderson isn't a skillful bowler, but as a batsman, especially when someone's bowling sort of 87, 88 miles an hour and taking 2 top order wickets, and the confidence is up for a fast bowler, it's always best to play him from the non-striker's end.
George's email, and a few more as well on Darren Stevens, naming rights. That just seems away slightly, but actually Denley's matched that with a solid forward defence. Good afternoon, says George. I don't think Steve-O wants the retirement flats named after him. No, fair enough. What about a new university building, if one gets built, for sporting excellence? Nice. He says, I think there's a good chance Billings and Stevens come in and tee off today. I played at my favourite ground in Kent on Saturday, Little Chart Cricket Club near Ashford, where the Darling Buds of May was filmed. One of the best grounds in the county, in my opinion, he says. Left outside the off stump and seaming away. Is that one you've played at?
Where's that, sorry?
Little Chart near Ashford.
I don't think I've ever played a game there. No. I'm sure it's a lovely ground.
It's very pretty, yeah. Phil's saying it seems appropriate to me to... Oh, well, there we go. He's going against you there, George. Phil says it does seem appropriate to me to name the retirement flats after Darren Stevens. After all, by the time he retires, he'll almost be old enough to buy one.
Good line.
That's very good.
Enjoyed that.
Thank you very much. Martin Anderson bowling to Denley. Keeps a little bit low this, but Denley giving it a resounding thump into the onside along the ground. It's fielded by Harris coming in for the leg side boundary, and there's a single.
What about the Darren Stevens floodlights?
Could be.
Then you can name 1, 2, 3, name about 6 things around the ground after Darren Stevens, as opposed to just a stand. Darren Stevens floodlight 1, Darren Stevens floodlight 2, just keep going around the ground. Just an idea.
Ed's on the emails. Thanks, Ed. kentcricket@gmail.com, suggesting they should name the whole ground after him. He says St Darren Stevens instead of St Lawrence. It's hard for me to say. That doesn't make it alone. St Darren Stevens instead of St Lawrence. Yeah, Spitfire Ground, St Darren Stevens. Yeah, I can see that. Martin Anderson gets some shape in the air there, but again Leaning's behind it, defending it, and there's no run. Couple more to come. Malcolm says, naming things for Darren. How about naming the lime tree Darren? From Malcolm.
The Darren Cafe.
No, I think he means the actual tree.
Oh right.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
I might be wrong. Yes, could be the Darren Stevens Cafe. That might be nice. Tresbon says,
there's not much of that. Well, the tree's behind the boundary now, isn't it? It's not as much of a feature as it used to be.
No,
the lime tree.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Tresbon saying, can we get Kent to name the Super Sopper after Steve-O? He's mopped up the wickets over the years.
Very
nice,
good.
Very good. It's all going very well. Spencer's gone further than anyone else. I think he wins the prize for being more expansive. Never mind the ground, a cafe, the retirement flat, just rename Canterbury after Darren Stevens.
Wow.
City of Stevo, he thinks it should be called from
We
now on.
must remember that he did move from Leicestershire many
a
moons
long
ago.
time ago.
So naming the whole of Canterbury would be...
Can't believe you brought that up. I can't believe it either. Anyway,
No,
do take up the
ignore it.
commentary. Fabian Cowdrey.
Whipped into the leg side by Joe Denley. For 1, onto the comeback for 2. Harris into the attack. No, that's a long time ago, of course. I was only winding Matt Kohler. And probably some of the other listeners.
Absolutely scandalised.
Now,
Right, no, it's it. The microphone's coming off.
I do agree. I think the whole of Canterbury should be named Darren Stevens.
That's a very BBC retraction. Well done.
Yeah, well, I don't want to upset anyone.
You've changed your
I'm
mind
as
within
much
30
of a fan
seconds.
of Darren Stevens as anyone is, believe me.
I do believe you.
Here is Harris. Left alone outside the off stump. Slightly wayward there. Denley leaves the ball well alone through to Simpson.
I think to be a truly BBC apology, you have to apologise a number of times.
I'm actually going to text
No,
Darren
really,
himself
really
if
am
he's
sorry.
listening. Yeah.
Everything I said was completely wrong.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I accept that. Oh well.
Is that all right, listeners? We hope that's appeased you. But thank you for all your suggestions as to what to name after you. I think that probably Spencer's gone as far as we can go there, unless we do the planet.
Harris in, left alone, really wayward this time, signalled wide by umpire Bainton. So hasn't found his radar yet for Joe Denley and Jack Leaning. Simpson sprawling cross to his right. Manages to stop that. 45 for 2, Kent. Beautiful sunshine here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Yeah, you'd have to say to be fair to Middlesex, they've had the roughest end of the batting conditions, haven't they? As Kent come out, so does the sunshine. But
Harris once more to Joe Denley. Beautifully played through the leg side, clipped up his legs past mid-on. And they'll come back for 2. Cummins will do the fielding. Throws the ball in over the top to Simpson. 47 for 2. Denley looking good so far. Looking really settled at the crease. Of course, he won't be worrying about any extra pace. After playing a series of games in England's Test arena, Test 11. Very much used to the extra pace. But Harris has suddenly a step down in that regard to Cummins. Here he is again. Punched into the offside this time for 1. Denley slightly squared up, I think, on that occasion. Just a bit of a leading edge, but he'll come through for the single.
yeah, I felt as well. He's had a couple of lovely shots, Denley, already, but say just a little bit squared up by that one, perhaps. Miguel Cummins with a blistering opening spell. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14.
Very fine spell indeed.
Yeah.
Coming up to 4 o'clock here at Canterbury. 16 for Denley, 4 for Leaning. Harris from the Nackington Road end. Bowls, punch through the offside, straight at cover, no run.
Yeah, Leaning won't be sorry to see Cummins go, I don't think. Maybe will Denley surely, but he'll be back.
No.
Maybe with a over or 2 before tea, you'd think. Where are we with tea? We've got 36 overs remaining, so with 30 overs remaining it should be the day. Oh no, we're making up some as well. I think I'll just let it happen. I'm always wrong with tea. Any ideas?
I don't want to guess either.
Okay.
Harris in. Left alone outside the off stump. It used to be 32 overs, I'm sure it
Yes.
might still be 32 overs, but obviously with the new restrictions on overs.
Yeah, it's 19 a day, isn't it? So I was thinking it might be 30,
It might have changed, but
perhaps it is 32.
anyway. And Middlesex in their first innings were bowled out for 269, which was a very good effort, I think, Matt, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, from 123 for 6 where they started today. 99 for Robbie White and 41 for James Harris. Look around the country. Yorkshire 400 for 6 declared. Derbyshire 90 for 2 in reply at Headingley. Warwickshire are 249 runs behind Somerset, who declared on 413 for 9, and Warwickshire have lost 3 wickets already. Somerset have won 2 out of 2 so far. Looked like they could do their third even maybe today. This one from Anderson, getting some pleasant shape in the air, Anderson. But it's just pushed up to mid-on by Denley. There's no run. He looks concerned at the back of his bat, does Denley, after that shot.
Well, Joe Denley will certainly be hoping for a big, meaningful score here. You know, particularly after being left out of the England side, he would have been really disappointed with that. Yeah. Time for him to make a statement.
To re-impress the selectors, certainly. Anderson to leaning, bump ball up towards mid-off, he hits. A full-length delivery. So yes, Somerset 4-13 for 9 declared. They have Warwickshire 43 for 3 in their second innings. Warwickshire still 249 runs behind. Could be a third win out of 3 for Somerset, setting the pace in this competition. Sussex 194 all out. Essex 108 for 6 in reply at Hove. Just pause a moment as Anderson comes into leaning, left outside the off stump. It started wide and got wider. Worcestershire 73 for 1. They lead by 80 runs. Both teams, they and Northamptonshire, both through their first innings. Northamptonshire bowled out for 212. So 7-run lead on first innings, and then 73 for 1 Worcestershire in their second innings. Nottinghamshire 4-5-7 for 9, but that game hasn't progressed much. Nottinghamshire are the only team to have batted so far in 118 overs. Hampshire 68 for 1 against Surrey. No from Jack Leaning as he pushes forward. A good length delivery from Anderson, but goes into the offside and fielded. Surrey 172 all out, by the way. Hampshire 68 for 1. Couple more scores. Glamorgan were bowled out for 116 at tea. Gloucestershire 89 for 3. But those are both first innings, so they're way behind there as well. So too Durham against Leicestershire at Grace Road. 250 for 7 they are, but that's again, it's the first inning, so we're a bit further ahead in this game. Anderson, fourth ball of his over, outside the off stump. Did Leaning play at that, or is he just, is that a lead? I don't know, it looked like he dabbed the bat at it for a moment. Through to the wicketkeeper, no run anyway, 49 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling from Anderson, pitching the ball up, not scared to get driven. Trying to lure Leaning into a loose stroke outside the off stump. 49 for 2.
Yeah, Leaning's on 4, Denley on 17 so far. Highest scorer in this Kent innings. Again left outside the off stump. Little sort of tension towards it by Leaning, but ends up leaving it outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. Middlesex 269 all out. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC London with Matt Cole and Fabian Cowdrey with you at the moment. Kevin Hand taking a breather at home, will come into for me just after 4 o'clock. Bright sunshine now, a few fluffy clouds, but looking at the forecast, we should be clear for the rest of the day here. Chance of some showers tomorrow. We hope they do what they did today, is mostly stay away from us. And it's James Harris, former Kent Loney, to continue from the Nackington Road end.
Here he comes to Joe Denley with 3 slips in. Blocked down the pitch, straight at Cummins and mid-on by Joe Denley, dot ball. Harris, when he gets it right, he finds a rhythm, can be lethal. He has got enough skills in the armoury to trouble some top batsmen across the county circuit. Just needs to settle in, get boring, find his length. Just allow the pitch to do the talking. There's enough there. Here is Harris. To Denley, full of a length, loose drive outside the off stump, and for a moment there I thought he got a feather on it. That was a loose shot from Joe Denley. He's looking to score.
Yeah, his reaction said a lot, Denley, didn't it? You could tell from it, just looked at the ground, had a little wander off towards the offside, but he knew he played a bad shot at that one. It's perhaps a lack of concentration, but he is naturally an attacking batsman, Joe Denley.
Here is Harris to Joe Denley once again. Nick just short of first slip. Denley survives. Soft hands perhaps saved him on that occasion. Didn't quite get to Eskenazi at first slip.
Yeah, this is a real tester, and Harris is bowling really well here. Quality performer.
Yeah, real chance for Middlesex with the ball still nipping around to get rid of either Denley or Jack Leaning, 2 danger players in this Kent lineup. Of course, Billings to come, Ollie Robinson Darren Stevens. So a long order brought down the pitch by Joe Denley. Top ball. Interesting to see the approach even of Kent's middle order. Lots of aggression in there. And whether they try and push the game on and try and force a result, or at least try and move the game forward as much as they can today before tomorrow. At the moment, I think Kent just need to think about getting to 100, then to 150, and then think about accelerating. But you never know. Billings is an aggressive captain. Here's Harris. Punched beautifully through the offside. Elegant stuff from Joe Denley, full of a length. And Denley on top of the bounce has driven that through extra cover for 4.
Lovely shot, in complete contrast to a couple of them in this over from Joe Denley. Yeah, beautiful cover drive, absolutely. So yeah, plenty of batting for Kent to come, and explosive batting next for Billings, Robinson, Stevens and Stewart as well. One of our emailers was alluding to that if they make themselves a platform, as you were saying, Fabian, it might be in Sam Billings' mind just to attack this and see what they can do.
Harris to Denley. Oh, thick nick through the gully region, the vacant gully region for 4, down towards the Colin Cowdery stand. Another loose drive from Denley, but he takes 4 away from it. The score 57 for 2.
Yeah, 25 now for Denley, 4 leaning. And, we are in the third afternoon of this game, but not got very far of it. As Fabian was saying, that might be the thought even of Sam Billings. Might be slightly more aggressive than you'd expect. Wins will really count in this competition. But it does look, as I was saying before, that Somerset look like they're setting the pace. They've won 2 already and look like they're on the way to victory against Warwickshire in the third, and there might not be many victories around the country in this third round of matches because of the weather. Anderson down the leg side, leaning, just follows it with the eyes, not with the bat, down to the wicketkeeper Simpson, and there's no run. And Louita just takes the ball as it's relayed back to him. Miguel Cummins is with Martin Anderson. Just a couple of words of advice maybe from the West Indian. They're in conversation now. Anderson with 24 on his shirt and orange soles in his boots as he runs away from us and in towards the leg stump, and leaning, trying to flick that away through square, but Bamber actually stops it at mid-wicket. Doesn't really get full bat on it. A little bit toe-endy, no run.
Almost yorked himself there, Jack Leaning. Trying to whip that through mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's on it quickly. So isn't down the leg side and spilled by Simpson, or just came off the fingers there. It was an awkward take anyway, but the batsman hadn't run, so none the worse for that.
Yeah, a rare drop behind the stumps for Simpson. Of course, didn't come off any bat or glove, but it's normally very tidy behind there. Arguably the best keeper on the county circuit. Maybe second silver medal to Ben Folkes, but a fantastic keeper is John Simpson.
Big hitter of a ball as well, Simpson. He really can put willow to leather. Here is Anderson then bowling outside the off stump, leaning. It's just a lead this time. Gently moves forward, but no intention of playing it with the bat through the wicket keeper.
Cummins warming up at mid-on.
Yeah, did wonder if we'd see him just for another burst before tea. The skipper just rests him for a bit and then have another go while the ball's at its shiniest. Just coming up to 4 o'clock here. Kent 57 for 2. As Anderson bowls, Leaning leaves it again, and doesn't feel like there's pressure on Jack Leaning at the moment, which obviously Steve Eskenazi will want to impose. Sorry, that was Sam Robson warming up his shoulders. I think he's unlikely to come on at this point. Miguel Cummins a bit more likely, just still warming up the calves and the thighs now. He's Miguel Cummins at mid-on. As Anderson comes in, bowls to leaning, leaves it again. It's the pitching outside off stump and going away again. No need for leaning to play, and he doesn't. But it's a maiden for Anderson, none for 8 from his 4 overs with that single maiden. Here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC London, 57 for 2, Kent. On a bright sunny day at the moment at Canterbury.
Yes, Jack leaning 4 of 19 deliveries, just finding his feet in this innings. Joe Denley looking pretty good. Not shy of a big drive though, Joe Denley outside the off stump. Looking to score. Harris is in. Balls to Joe Denley, that nips back into the thigh pad of Denley. Stifled shout for LBW. Definitely going over the top. The run rate in this innings, 3 and over. Middlesex were around the sort of 2.2 and 2.5 runs and over during their innings. 32.5 remain in the day, just gone 4 o'clock. Here is Harris again. To Joe Denley, 3 slips in. Full of a length.
Ooh.
Joe Denley's definitely had a fiddle outside the off stump, but that through to Simpson. No edge though.
He certainly contemplated that one, and his shot to me a little flirtation with it. Did Denley? A couple of times. There's definitely hope for James Harris.
Harris at the top of his mark again. That will keep him interested. He's in again, past umpire Bainton. Bowls to Joe Denley, left alone this time, through to Simpson. 57 for 2. Oh, it's great to be back on the commentary radio waves. Matt, first time since last season that I've had the opportunity to do so, and always enjoy sharing the box with yourself, Ben Watts, and of course Kevin Hand.
Flattery gets you a long, long way in this business, Fabian, so thank you very much for that. But no, it's great to have you in the commentary box. The same before with me and the listeners haven't had the experience of this that you've had. And
here is Harris again, full of a length, blocked into the offside by Joe Denley, who originally looked to hit that 3-man wicket. A bit of late swing meant he held his shape. Dot ball.
Sorry, that sounded a bit like a mutual appreciation society. So we'll start hostilities again in a minute. I'm aware that our listeners may not like it. So, but always great. I mean, you and Dave Fulton have been with us for this match. Great to have that experience of what it's actually like to be out there, and particularly when someone like Miguel Cummins is bowling, and I'm terrified just sitting in the commentary box, frankly.
Harris left alone outside the off stump by Denley. Another good length. Consistent stuff from Harris.
Yeah. Has been. If you could, don't know if he'll find one that nips back, but certainly he might have paved the way here.
Well, I hope the slope will help him.
Yeah, good point.
We'll see. At the moment he's just being as patient as possible with Denley. He's noticed the fact that Denley isn't shy of driving the ball. So just dangle the carrot. Here is Harris again. Blocked into the offside. Another tight line from Harris. Completes a good over. 57 for 2. Maiden over.
And uptake coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners. Perfectly timed, that over. Well, Kent 57 for 2 here after Middlesex were bowled out for 269. 99 in that total for Middlesex, for Robbie White falling agonisingly 1 short of his century, and Darren Stevens taking his wicket, and 4 more in innings for his 28th fifer, as they call it, in first class cricket for the veteran. He went after the umpires afterwards to make sure he got the ball for his collection. Kent in reply then, 57 for 2, just going in for tea right now. Daniel Bell Drummond going caught behind off the bowling of Miguel Cummins, the West Indian former test bowler, for 14, and Marcus O'Riordan caught at 4th slip off the same bowler for 11. Both vicious rising deliveries. Cummins really getting something out of this pitch that no other bowler has done in this contest so far. But they have survived in the shape of Joe Denley back from England duty. 25 from 41 he has. Edged a ball from James Harris, but survived it, and he has hit though 1 or 2 really attractive strokes. And Jack leading, who's on 4. That's the cricket then. On to the weather with Sarah Thornton. And we'll take a break now because the players have gone into tea at the end of that over. So from Fabian Cowdery, from me, Matt Cole, and from Kevin Hand, we will be speaking to you again in round about 20 minutes' time. Welcome back, third session. That's the final session of the day to you and me. The evening session of Kent against Middlesex from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, Canterbury. The Bob Willis Trophy, it's the third day. It's going to be Ethan Bamber to take the ball once again. And he's going to be bowling to Jack Leaning, who's on 4, Denley's on 25, Kent 57 for 2, Middlesex made 269 in their first innings. And here is Bamber then, with 3 slips in behind Leaning, or 2 slips in the gully, leaves it outside the off stump, and there's no run. What have we seen today, ladies and gentlemen? If you're just joining us, Middlesex resuming at 123 for 6, made a really good fist of it, I have to say, particularly Robbie White, falling heartbreaking though, 1 short of his century, caught by Jack Leaning, juggling the ball at second slips, bowled by Darren Stevens. Harris made 41, the two of them put on 93 for the 8th wicket. Kent come out, lost 2 wickets, or rather, that sounds very passive, actively taken by Miguel Cummins, as Bamber bowls to Leaning, just moves forward, leaves that, 3 wickets and there's no run. Both vicious rising delivery, one of Daniel Bell Drummond coming up throat high, which he edged shouldered rather to behind to wicketkeeper Simpson, and then O'Riordan, another horrible rising delivery, which he edged to 4 slip, a very smart catch taken by Martin Anderson, and that's where we are. Matt Cole and Kevin Hand with you at the moment. Fabian Cowdery will be joining us very shortly in place of me. As Bamber bowls to Leaning, goes for that one, as he caught it is in the at point, and cut away by Leaning. Bit of a loose shot anyway, it looked like he was reaching for it. And Kent are 3 down for 57. First over after tea, and Holden it is who takes the catch at point. And good catch it was too, moving to his right and high up. And Leaning goes. 3 balls after tea, Kent 57 for 3, in a bit of trouble now. Bamber takes his first wicket.
Yeah, I mean, look, in a bit of trouble. Yes, in the context of the innings, in the context of the match, this follow-on now is 200 rather than 150, isn't it? You know, maybe in a match like this, Middlesex would get excited if the follow-on was 150, but it's only 70 to avoid the follow-on here, isn't it? So the trouble for Kent, I think they'd have to get themselves into a really, really bad situation, because they're not going to avoid they're going to avoid the follow-on. So they'd have to get themselves into a really desperate situation that somehow Middlesex were able to come out and put on enough runs to set up something tomorrow. But I mean, crucially, before that wicket fell, my thought was, look, Bamber bowled well to begin with. I thought he lost it a little bit. But Miguel Cummins, you boys both asked me who was the most likely of the Middlesex bowlers, and I'd based that really on the match conditions so far. That Harris and Bamber, just that little bit fuller, could make a real impact here if that ball's skidding through. It hasn't skidded through as much today, whether that's the floodlights, certainly, in terms of the seam and the swing, that cloud cover hasn't been here today. But the heats has been, and then this afternoon, the man who did make the difference, of course, was Cummins, with that bit of extra pace that we talked about as well, that he'll be the quickest on show in the match. So, yeah, if Cummins could pick up a couple in his second spell, as he picked up a couple in his first, and then you look into whether Bamber or Harris or Anderson could really come to the party as well. So, you know, there's not much time left in this match, obviously, because of the loss, and you can't make up overs on the final day, can you? You can only make up overs on days 2 and 3, so it is only 90 overs tomorrow. So Middlesex, even if they were to go through Kent here in double quick time and come out and set something up, they'd only be leaving themselves a session, maybe a session and an hour at best, to see if they could apply some pressure. But again, that's really going a long way ahead, because we're miles off that right now.
And Sam Billings to bat for Kent now. Second game back from the England scene, and just drops on that in the offside, and Holden picks it up tigerously at point, and no wonder why, after taking a very smart catch to get rid of Jack Leaning. 57 for 3. Of course, Billings didn't bat in the game he came back in. He watched he came back to captain Kent in the second match of this Bob Willis Trophy, and then watched Jack Leaning and Jordan Cox do all the batting for Kent, and very, what you might say, graciously, generously, as Bamber bowls to Billings for defensive no run. But it was the captain's view that Leaning and Cox had done so well in that innings, but obviously getting towards the double century, Jack Leaney a double century for Jordan Cox. In the final session they batted in, they just let them go and do what they wanted effectively. They weren't saying sacrifice your wickets, get the quicker scorers in. Which shows a good deal of generosity from the captain. It worked out alright as well, obviously they beat Sussex, but here is Billings then for his first class innings of the summer, left outside the off stump and going away from him. End of the over, and that wicket will just about take us to 4:30 in my update, and I'll be gone after that. Like the witching hour, like Cinderella I am, except with very much bigger feet. You wouldn't get be able to carry the glass slipper. 1 for 21 from Bambo. It's bowled well. 6 overs, 2 maidens. Will they start the coming straight after tea? It'll be Harris.
Oh,
no, it's going to be Harris, I think.
Yeah. Harris none for 14 from 3. Got crisply driven away by Denley through the covers. Denley with 25 of Kent's 57 for 3. There was the edge down to third man. It wasn't a chance, it was all on the floor, but an edge nonetheless down to third man. So those 8 out of Harris's 14 runs conceded so far. You just really want Harris hugging the top of that off stump. He's only got 2 slips in place for Denley, so a bit of reinforcement. Deep squares back. Harris comes in, bowls wide outside of the off stump. Denley leaves alone. If he bowls that in about 3 deliveries time, I think Denley will be cutting that crisply.
So that England are up and running, but it is day 5, session 3 there, so perhaps a bit of a net so far, but Zach Crawley has 24 not out so far out of 51 for 1. Sibley has 20. But, well, nice for Crawley to be batting in a test match, frankly, so much anybody batting in that test match at the moment.
Harris hits the crease, bowls wide outside the off stump. Through it goes.
Just heard the word shambles and embarrassing from our news update there.
They're not introducing you just yet, Matt.
I was going to say. Stole my punchline, but that's fair enough. I didn't get to it quick enough.
Nobody likes...
entirely fair. Entirely fair. Being buzzed by a helicopter at the moment.
Is it a Chinook? It sounds like a double-bladed helicopter.
Oh, could be. Denley has played that back past the bowler up the slight slope to Nakita Road end, but Miguel Cummins cuts it off and they take a single there. 58 for 3. Denley's on a 26. Billings yet to score. So Billings will take his guard now. Just
nobody likes self-deprecation. They far more prefer it when everybody's just being nasty about each other, don't they? Rather than being nasty about yourself.
You're probably right. Yeah.
That's why I had to jump in.
I'll get with the programme. Thank you for that, Kevin.
Yeah, you've got to be nasty to me, that's what you've got to do. You're too nice though, Matt.
I can't get my head around this. It's too hard. Anyway, great for you to be here, and 58 for 3. I think any moment we're going to get an update. We are indeed. Billings about to face this ball from Harris. And they lost a wicket immediately after tea, Kent, so they're 58 for 3. Jack Leaney, who scored an unbeaten double century last week. Memories don't last long in cricket. Caught for 4 by Max Holden at point of a ball from Ethan Bamber. He rather reached for, but a fantastic catch by Holden at point. That brings Sam Billings to the crease. The Kent captain returned from England duty to skipper his side against Sussex. Didn't end up batting because Leaning hit a double century, and so too did Jordan Cox, but he's in now for his first class innings of the summer. Joe Denley, back from England duty himself, is on 26 not out, with Kent 58 for 3 replying to Middlesex's 269. Great ball that from Harris, and playing a miss from Billings. So 269 all out Middlesex. That included 99 for Robbie White, agonisingly missing out on his century. 5 wickets for Darren Stevens, his 28th five for his first class career, and 4 for 44 for Freddie Clarkson as well. Just quickly to the test match. It's the final session of that one. It will be a draw, but again, Zach Crawley is batting at the moment. He has 24 not out of England's 51 for 1. That's the cricket. On to the weather now with Sarah Thornton. And there is Harris bowling outside the off stump, and left by Billings through to Simpson. End of the over, 58 for 3. and I'll go. You can be as nasty as you like.
Oh, you are?
Because I won't be listening. Yeah. Fabian Cowdery to ably replace me.
Cheers, Matt. He's bowled a couple of absolute chaffers. When he gets it right, Harris, he really, really gets it right. And, you know, the performance that will always spring to mind for James Harris was the 9 for at Lords against Durham. Second best bowling figures at Lords, second best post-war bowling figures for a Middlesex bowler, behind Richard Johnson, the now Surrey coach, who took 10 for at Derby. But that 9 for from Harris, it was fabulous. There's just a very thin cloud cover, but it was consistent. There was no break in the cloud at all over Lords. So it wasn't heavy, it wasn't leaden skies, but there was just enough. It just seemed to bring the pitch to life a little bit for Harris, and he seemed and swung his way to 9 wickets. As here's Bamber, he's right arm over, he bowls, and solid defence from Denley. Drops down around his toes, he kicks it away. Welcome back, Fabian.
58 for 3, yeah, good to be back.
I was just enjoying that ball from Harris in the last over. He's produced, what's he had now? 4 overs. I've seen at least 4 absolute gems from him. You know, on a day that's been different from the bowling we've seen so far, because it hasn't been as skiddy today, has it? It hasn't done as much, but when it just does that little bit, the batsmen have been troubled today. There's definitely the chance that Middlesex could get at them here, isn't there, if they get it right. As Bamber's in, bowls, and bowling that off stump again, but Denley's solidly forward on it, defending. This time it trickles away towards mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, it's been good stuff from the Middlesex bowlers. It'd be important to stay nice and consistent to Billings and Joe Denley, both aggressive players, particularly when they get on top of you, so just keep them quiet for as long as possible, and let Middlesex bowler, just let them come to you, let them make a mistake. 58 for 3.
Well, he's got Bamber down to 2 slips now, Denley. With that short mid-wicket in. Here comes Banbury bowls, and Denley on the back foot defence. Denley looks to be playing Bamber very, very well here. He looks to have a lot of time against Bamber. He's a class batsman, Denley.
Yeah,
Bamber's going to have to be right on the money, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to keep the ball pitched up. He's not quick enough to disrupt Denley on the back foot. Has to bring him forward, try and attack the stumps, and be disciplined.
Denley awaits. Bamber. He's in now, bowls. Just full of length, swinging away outside the off stump through to Simpson. 58 for 3 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Matt Cole, myself, Kevin Hand, and Fabian Cowdery. And yeah, time's desperately run out for this game with everything that we've lost, doesn't it? It would have to be either a fantastic innings from Kent right now, or an absolutely dreadful innings from Kent right now that opens this game up in any way, shape or form.
I've seen it happen before, but yeah, it's a tricky one to think that there'll be a result in this, but you never know, a mad hour.
Yeah. Bamber, who is it? Somebody up here. Is it Matt? Matt, you're in trouble. Sit down. I think it's you. I think it's you. Sit down. I did say earlier on that I was a little bit worried that I was at one point behind the bowler's arm when I think it was Stuart, wasn't it? Was bowling. But Matt's wandering around at the back of the box. We're right up behind Bamber's arm. As in comes Banbury bowls. Oh, solid defence. He looked late on that. I was worried for Matt. I was very worried for Matt Cole at that point.
Yeah, good length from Bamber. Pitching around off stump, nipping back towards Denley's sort of middle and leg stump. Denley jamming down on that last minute. Might have been curtains for Matt Cole, that.
Might have been. I think the match officials calling Matt over to have a word with him, actually. Oh, Paul Downson's here as well. Look, they both want a word with you, Matt. Don't walk over there now, though. Here's Bamber. He's running in. Bowls, and Denley solidly forward on that one again. He's got a nice bit of shape there on that length, hasn't he, Bamber? It's 58 for 3, end of the 22nd, I think that was. A maiden from Bamber. There he is. He's sitting down now. He'll have to apologise to Joe later.
Challenging over from Bamber. 1 for 21 for him. From the 7 overs at a run rate of 3 and over. Good stuff. Looking forward to seeing Cummins come back into the attack. I think it would be a good move from Middlesex to bring him back to someone like Sam Billings early on. It's not happening yet. I think Harris is in a bit of a rhythm here. Last couple of overs he's pulled back his spell. He's started to find a bit of shape, find a bit of consistency. 3 slips in for Sam Billings. They know that he likes to score. He's not shy of a loose drive every now and then. How disciplined can Harris stay? Billings yet to score. Here he is, Harris to Billings. Punch through the offside, short and wide, and that would be a fantastic way for Sam Billings to get off the mark. A real long hop and slap through cover dismissively for 4.
It's the bane of Harris, isn't it? The words that have always come back to me is just a 4 ball too many from Harris on times. Here's Harris about to turn and bowl again.
Okay, Harris is in to Sam Billings. Player miss outside the off stump through to John Simpson.
That day at Lords when he took the 9 for, he just didn't miss the top of the off stump. Ball after ball after ball. Seam and swing, and it was brilliant to watch from James Harris. You get the feeling with Harris, you know, when he gets it right on any pitch, he's got the skills, he's got the natural ability to trouble batsmen. It's a long old run up from Harris from the Nackington Road end.
62 for 3. Harris to Billings. Full and straight this time. Blocked out to Cummins at mid-on, dot ball. England 52 for 1. Zach Crawley at the crease, of course, as Matt Cole mentioned earlier. Dom Sibley 21, Crawley 24. Good chance for both of them to get in some form. Such a shame that they lost so much of the test match to bad light, wasn't it?
Yep. There was some talk about whether a match could be set up there as well. Because of the world we live in at the moment, let's get something of a game going. But
Harris to Billings. Punch down the pitch, straight back at the bowler, dot ball.
But the point being that there's still a test to go, isn't there? And England lead 1-0, so they wouldn't want to throw away a 1-0 lead at the game to play and risk losing the series.
No chance, no chance.
Much like here, you know, if it comes to a natural conclusion, great, but otherwise these two will take the draw, because that's highly likely the way the other games go, and everybody walks away from this round in the same position they were coming into it. And yeah, for Middlesex, they need to get that second win on the board against Sussex and then go to Essex and hope they can upset them there.
Harris to Billings. Player miss outside the off stump. Just rose short. What's the right word for that? Just sharply rose on Sam Billings from back of a length and through to Simpson. Billings had a flirt with it outside the line of the off stump.
He's drawn them in a few times, hasn't he, Harris? Yes, a couple of times this over, and I said at the start of this over, you know, there have been a couple of jaffers from him already, and just see if he could really get into a rhythm consistently there, he's going to really trouble this pair, and they are obviously the big names, aren't they?
Harris into Billings, full of a length play and miss once again outside the line of the off stump. Good finish to the over, apart from the long hop that got Billings away with a nice boundary. He was pretty good. 62 for 3.
Yeah, and we were chatting as well about the experience of the Middlesex attack in this one. That old man Harris, he's the experienced pro at this level. Of course, Miguel Cummins has been a Test cricketer, but how many times played in these conditions on these pitches? But he's bowled beautifully so far. Harris knows exactly where you need to put it on these kind of pitches, and he's done so very well. Just a little bit more consistency from him, and that wickets column I think will be troubled sooner rather than later.
Beautiful afternoon here at Canterbury. Sun is shining, hardly a cloud in the sky.
Here's Bamber, 2 slips and a short extra cover. Right arm over he bowls, and Denley defends on the off stump. Fielded by Martin Anderson at short extra cover, 62 for 3.
He's bowled pretty well, Bamber. 1 for 21. Hasn't looked threatening in the last 2 or 3 overs. Looks like he hits a length often enough to challenge top order batters. There's enough seam movement, enough purchase off the wicket for him.
1 for 21, Banbury's in his 8th over, he bowls, and Denley drives into mid-on, where it's fielded by Cummins. They have a single just wide of the fielder. 63 for 3, Denley moves to 27, Billings on strike on 4.
Yeah, an aggressive player, of course, Sam Billings. A couple of brilliant knocks against Ireland in the ODIs. He's already mentioned how desperate he is to prove himself as a red ball cricketer and go up the levels. He'll have to score heavily in the Bob Willis Trophy in the county championship over the next couple of seasons if he wants to do that.
Although easier to get into the England Test side than it is the white ball side.
I think he mentioned actually that he thought it was the hardest team to get
Yeah,
in
he did,
world
didn't he?
sport.
Yeah.
To be honest, I agree with him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Bamba bowls to Billings. Oh, good leave just outside of the off stump. That was shaping back, wasn't it? Just look, it didn't nip back like one of that Bell Drummond one earlier today that really came back at him, didn't it? And went over the top perhaps, or just shaved the outside of. But yeah, that one was just wobbling as though it was going to come back.
Yeah, and you'd think when Australia visit for the ODIs, if you look at that team, I'm not sure if Stokes will be back from his time away, but certainly Root, Butler come back into the fray. How does Sam get in? That's going to be the big question.
Bamba bowls, and that's driven. Check drive to cover, no run.
Tricky one for him to get in that middle order, has been for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
He's had a few opportunities, to be fair to him. I think he'll be the first person to tell you that he should have made more of his opportunities, or he would have wanted to score more heavily. Yeah, when you're looking at trying to get in the side where you've got Morgan, Butler, Bairstow, Roy, some incredible ball strikers in that middle order, and at the top of the order, of course. Tricky.
Bamba, he's in, bowls outside of the off stump, through it goes, and it's now an extraordinary sound at the ground. Is that? It's not the. If I know how well the weather conditions were, I said, is it the floodlights about to be erected? Because when they came down last night, just as I was doing an interview with Jack Davis, and they were screeching all the way down, and we had to wait and get clear of them.
Can't tell you. I know
it's a creaking door. Creaking door somewhere, I think. Is it? Down below us. Billings awaits. Bamba's in. Last ball of the over, he bowls, and that really does nip away, doesn't it? Taken almost in front of second by Simpson. 63 for 3. Denley's 27. Billings is 4. Matt's going to see what it is as well. It must be a creaking door down below us or something, is it? I think it's coming from the other side of the ground, so maybe some building work going on somewhere, something being leveraged, or who knows. 63 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 279. Billings 27. Sorry, Billings has 4, Denley 27. It's putting me off now, that noise, isn't it? I've got to ignore it in a minute.
Bit of a breeze here at Canterbury as well now.
It's Spike handing out a massage, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah.
Was it you or Matt with me earlier when Spike walked by?
No, it was me. I'm not
Someone
sure.
groaning at...
I'd be a bit nervous to get on Spike's physio table, that's for sure.
Don't be a young player upsetting the skipper and going for a massage afterwards. I think you might get a word from Spike. Make this one hurt.
63 for 3.
A word for Spike, I should say.
Here is Harris. Bowls to Joe Denley. Drops into the offside. Straight at point, dot ball.
He looks every bit the player now, doesn't he, Denley? Just in comparison to that time at Middlesex when he did have that nervous, doubtful period. His game, it was genuinely all at sea at one point.
Yeah, he's a seasoned pro now. He knows his game inside out. He knows his flaws. He knows his strengths. He plays to his strengths. And is solid in defence, or at least he has been so far. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he's looking good so far. 27 for him. Here is Harris. Bowls to Denley, who is perfectly in behind that. And it looks simple, doesn't it? It doesn't look complicated. I think sometimes when you're up here in the commentary box or watching a game of cricket, if their defence looks complicated, and you seem to think their technique is a little bit all at sea. But yeah, Joe just seems to have everything in order at the moment.
Remember what it was Joe said to you about his time at Middlesex? You did tell us earlier, didn't you?
did mention something about that. Let me try and recall that in a second. Harris is in to Joe Denley. Big cut shot. Bit of extra bounce means it flies through to Simpson and not out the middle of the bat. Yeah, he said he moved to Middlesex as a way to try and force himself back into England reckoning and put himself under an incredible amount of pressure.
Right.
To score runs, to
and
be the best player.
Was what,
and to almost over-deliver. And he expected too much of himself. That was his big sort of learning curve at Middlesex. And when he came back, he just decided that he was going to play cricket as a kid again and really try and enjoy every time he went out to bat, every time he was in the field, and take the pressure right off. Harris is in, blocked into the offside dot ball. And you've seen that in his performances. It looks like he's really enjoying his game. Even in the field, when the ball gets hit to him at mid-off or cover, he sprints round, throws the ball in at serious pace to Ollie Robinson, and when he bats he just looks so calm and collected. Yeah, maybe it's just experience for Joe Denley. I truly hope for him that he has another opportunity at Test level. It seems like it might be quite difficult for him to get back in, with England looking at Lawrence and Bracey, Zach Crawley. Harris in, whipped into the leg side, beautifully played. Deep square leg, will try and get round to stop the 4 and won't. That is a wonderful bit of batting by Joe Denley, slightly over-pitched, and a gorgeous bit of timing.
Yeah, lovely, absolutely lovely from him. Like I say, he looks a very, very different player to the one that was at Middlesex. Looks a cut above out there, doesn't he? Looks like the game's fully in order, knows exactly what he's doing. And of course he'd be desperate to perform against his former county. Although, does it work like that? If he left Kent and went to Middlesex, then he performs against Kent. But if he leaves Middlesex to go back to Kent, is that a double?
I don't really know. I don't think Joe's the sort of person to worry about that. In again, Harris, and left outside the off stump through to Simpson. End of the over, 67 for 3. I just don't think Joe's the sort of guy who would worry too much about that. You know, slightly later on in his career now. I think he's just trying to enjoy it as much as he can.
All players want to score runs against their old mates, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. I think Joe's got quite a few mates across all the different teams on the circuit. He's such a good guy. Fingers crossed for him that he can put the runs in and start knocking on the door again.
It's Bamber waiting to go again down below us. He's done it in fits and starts. That'd be unfair because if you look, Bamber's gone at an economy of 2.8 and has one for 22. Harris has got none for 23 and has gone at 3.8. So Bamber's bowled better than that, but probably Harris has had the more threatening deliveries of the pair. As Bamber's in, bowls, and that is driven in the air in between cover and short extra cover, and it's Jack Davis giving chase, but that's gone. Gave hard chase there, Davis, didn't he? In fact, he gave a chase of a 20-year-old because that was always beating him. Well, he gets away with that one, Billings. He moves to 8, 71 for 3, but those two fielders in there, the cry of catch, he bisected them. Yeah,
he got away with that, Sam Billings. He's prone to a loose stroke early in his innings when he's just trying to get some rhythm, get some runs on the board quickly.
Similarly to the dismissal of Leaning, who was left one-handed off the bat looking for that drive there off Bamber.
Yeah. But Middlesex, be wary, if Sam gets on a bit of a run, gets himself in, he can be incredibly dangerous. Important they get him out early.
Bamber bowls, and he nearly plays on, chops down into it, past the off stump it goes, and through to Simpson, back and across to it, and nearly got himself in bother.
Yeah, the one thing about Sam Billings early on in his innings, he is quite fidgety, he's quite intense at the creases, and he moves around the wicket, uses his feet to the seamers if he feels he can, and he's busy, but sometimes that's because there's a lot of nervous pent-up energy there, and it's a great opportunity for Middlesex to dismiss him. As I said, if he settles in and he gets comfortable at the crease, he can take a game away from you.
Bamber past the umpire, bowls, and good line of length again, just straightening on that middle stump line, and it's played respectfully by Billings up to mid-on. Yeah, he's like I say, so Bamber at the start of the over was going at 2.8 from 8 overs, and Harris was going at 3.8 from his 6 overs. But I did feel as though there was far more threatening deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries from Harris than we've seen from Bamber so far, who has bowled that more consistent line, but certainly hasn't gone past the edge as much. As he comes in, bowls, and defended again by Billings. Through it goes into the offside, fielded at point.
Yeah, nicely played by Sam Billings, right under the eyes. More dot balls that can climb on Sam Billings, though, you always feel that there's going to be a loose shot round the corner. It's just the way he plays. Doesn't like to be bowled at. Cummins doing some stretching at mid-on, so we might see the tool quick returning to the attack.
Bamber bowls full straight, and he's driven by Billings only as far as Cummins at mid-on. You could see for a moment that Billings was ready to go fully through with the shot, but in the end, again, once more respectfully strokes it into the onside. One ball to come the over, and Bamber's done well, hasn't he? He went 4 early in the over, and again it was off a... Well, I think that was the floodlights going up then, wasn't it? Because look, I've just noticed the lights are coming on. So that noise was one of those floodlights around us. They just obviously go up extremely slowly. Because we couldn't detect it looking at them, could we? As here's Bamber, he's in, bowls outside of the off stump, and it's left alone, 71 for 3. Middlesex won't mind the floodlights going on. If Rob Key's theory with the floodlights at Canterbury to be believed, it just skids through. That little bit more with the floodlights on. I haven't got quite that highlight that we had the last time, but nonetheless.
No, I think the umpires will certainly have a think about the light. If it gets slightly darker than this, I know the floodlights are coming on, but it is looking quite gloomy. And as soon as you see any shadows on the field, then you know that's a sign. We
played quite a lot under some pretty leaden skies the last couple of days, though, didn't we?
Yeah, but yesterday was particularly dark, wasn't it?
And they'll have set their meter for the match now.
They'll have the meter, yeah.
That meter reading, so...
Well, fingers crossed we get all the overs in, I'm sure we will.
I think we're okay at the moment. I mean, it just looks like the skyline itself's a bit too clear, really, doesn't it, to worry yet. But it's an odd season, because I guess it's later in the year than I kind of think it is. Nearly into September.
71 for 3. Denley on strike to Harris, 2 slips in. Punched to Cummins at mid-on off the front foot by Denley, dot ball.
It's been commented. Yeah, it's nice to see a bit of first-class cricket at this time of the year. We're not used to it.
Yeah, well, you'd think it would bring the spinners into the game with sort of drier wickets, stuffier wickets, but this week it certainly hasn't offered much for the spinners. Spinners just haven't had a chance to get on.
You know, it did for the first 2 rounds in the Middlesex games, Radlett and the Oval.
Yeah.
Moriarty with the 5 for Chilamwala Luita with 4 in the match last week. Organ with 4 as well for Hampshire.
Harris to Denley. Blocked into the offside this time. Good length from Harris.
Did you see those injuries last week for Hampshire in the match? Dawson and Stevenson. Dawson was batting. He was facing Tom Helm, I think. He pushed him onto the back foot, and I think after replay he had landed, and then I think he then went to push off and he ruptured his Achilles. And he was lying on the floor in absolute agony, writhing around in pain, and Tom Helm quickly signalled, both not only to the physios, to the medics as well, get out of here.
Harris in to Denley, whips into the leg side. Another gorgeous bit of timing from Joe Denley. Clips that through mid-wicket off his legs. They'll come back for 2.
And to the naked eye as watching it, because obviously you're not looking for a little detail like that. We thought it was as he landed, having played the ball from Helm. But I think he did land okay, but it was then the next movement, whatever that was, to push off, and he ruptured his Achilles and probably out for the season, Dawson. That was day 2 of the match. And then on day 3, Ryan Stevenson went to field a ball in the covers and went sliding over the boundary rope and into a large marquee erected for socially distanced dining. And he smashed into one of the metal stanchions.
Harris again to Denley. Clipped into the leg side by Joe Denley, only as far as deep square leg. They'll get 1.
And got a massive gash down his shin. So the connection was right on the bone, and it just split the skin. Huge gash. So they won by 3 wickets, but of course realistically they only had 2 wickets to take, Middlesex, because Dawson could not bat, and Stevenson, that gash on his leg was horrific. So he would have gone out to bat, but no pad in the world was stopping the pain if that ball struck on that spot. So it was just that partnership for Middlesex to break. But it was Weatherly who struck the winning runs, and rightly so, because it was his performance really that was the difference in the match, and with him Barker batted well as well.
Harris to Billings, 3 slips in, outside edge, squirted through the offside. They'll get 1. Billings moves his tally to 9. Denley 34. Harris has a rhythm. I do wonder when Cummins will be brought back into the attack from the Nackington Road end. He bowled brilliantly earlier, didn't he? Bowled with pace, with bounce. He troubled Marcus O'Riordan and Daniel Bell-Drummond. Vicious delivery to get rid of Daniel Bell-Drummond. Rising sharply off the surface. Here is Harris. Bowling to Joe Denley. Beautiful drive, shot of the day that. Stands and admires this shot. And clatters into the boards in front of the Leslie Ames stand. Just slightly over pitch, and that's all Denley needed. End of the over.
Tell you what, that was a thumping shot, wasn't it? Absolutely thumping shot. Thanks, Fabian. He'll be back in half an hour, taking you through from 5:30, when I'll go off and do a BBC London update. 79 for 3, and Denley 38 with that cover drive, and I think no doubt about it that was shot of the day. Off the bowler who's bowling it, and as well the length, it wasn't a half volley, but crunched through the covers. James Harris just turned and walked away in disgust. Too good a shot. 79 for 3. Reply to Middlesex is 269. So 2 slips, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. It's the 6-3 field. And here's Bamber to Billings, who's on 9. Billings bowls and... Bamber bowls and Billings drives to mid-on. Cummins fields. A little surprised not to see Cummins immediately after tea. Harris is none for 31 from his 7 now. So he's going at 4.4. Bamber 1 for 26 off 9.1, going at 2.8, 3 maidens. But as I said, Harris did appear, he certainly is going past the bat more often than Bamber at the moment. But Bamber's consistency is good. He's in now, he bowls, and that's driven in the air. Oh, just short of Cummins. He didn't go for the catch in the end. It was a dentist job if he dived even forward for that. If he dived forward for it. That was very nearly for Bamber. Big wicket Billings, none at 9 from 25 for him. It's Bamber. A gentle step off, a calm couple of steps. And gets to a fair sprint by the time he hits the crease. Oh, and Billings has a dabble at that. Through it goes to the keeper. And all of a sudden, just wonder, those floodlights coming on, Matt?
Just changed things a bit. Yeah, Sam Billings has had a couple of loose shots in the last couple of overs, it feels like to me, but yeah, Bamber's testing him.
If he's starting to skid through a bit quicker at this stage, then I don't think Cummins is the man that they'll want coming on space.
I think as Fabian said, maybe a lot of nervous energy around Sam Billings as well, but yeah, maybe things just changing condition-wise.
Bamber bowls. Oh, swings that past the edge of Billings' forward defence. That's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Someone call Rob Key. I loved his thoughts on that. I think it was immediately after that match he was talking about it. The pink ball was all the talk in the television coverage, because it was an experiment basically for England, whether England could play day-night cricket with a pink ball in this country, and he was talking heavily about this match in the twilight period, but just how the floodlights do affect things as well at Kent. As in comes Bamber, and Billings looks to whip off the back foot. Went a long way back and across to that, and it ends up high up in between his legs. Not that high, Matt. Not far off, but
I'm not sure. Yes.
Yeah. There was a slightly. He's adjusting his box slightly.
That was the euphemism I was going to use.
Bamber hits the crease now, bowls, and right up there. Billings nearly yorked himself with an attempt to drive there, bottom inside edge of the bat onto the toe, trickles away, end of the over.
An update for BBC Radio Kent right now, on the old radio. Well, Kent at the moment trying to settle into their first innings here. and Billings to face their captain against Ethan Bamber, but he has survived. So at the moment, Kent 79 for 3 in reply to Middlesex's 269. Joe Denley back from England duty, 38, has hit 1 or 2 really crisp shots in his innings so far. Billings 9 not out, looking a little bit nervy at the crease, his first innings since returning to the Bob Willis Trophy as captain from England duty himself. Earlier, 269 for Middlesex, included 99 for Robbie White, his highest first-class score, but not his maiden first-class century, of course, and 5 wickets for Darren Stevens, the wily all-rounder. 28th time he's taken 5 wickets in first-class cricket. A commentary of this match continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app, but right now, the weather with Sarah Thornton. Kevin Hand has his wish. Miguel Cummins is returning at the Nackington Road end now in this slightly strange light. Crepuscular, is it? It's just angled down to gully by Joe Denley from a full-length delivery, and there's no run.
That's no way to speak about Joe Denley.
What crepuscular?
Anna Forsyth says, morning Kev, she's in British Vancouver.
That's turned me on my head, right.
Sorry, British Columbia, Vancouver. This is probably all rather pointless, but starting my week watching Prince Harry bowl can only be a good thing. Prince Harry is a name for James Harris, eh? The Void says Sussex doing their best to keep the South group interesting. Essex are 9 down.
Sounds all right. Miguel Cummins then to Denley, pulls that away. Imperious pull that was too. Though I think he might have clonked his own hip on the way through, just rubbing that. But that's 4 runs from Denley. What's he done there? He smacked it with the shoulder of the bat.
Does he have a history of a bit of a hip injury? I seem to remember that right hip. Am I making that up? Stretching it out a bit now, isn't he? Does he maybe just jarred something in the position he found himself? I seem to remember.
Certainly, but yeah.
Was it back? Yeah. Well, the hip and the back.
They're all connected. There's a song about that somewhere.
Simon Whiteside on naming parts of the ground after Darren Stevens.
Oh yes.
The still not knackered road end.
Oh, there we are.
Thank you, Simon.
Cummins to Denley once more, works that off his pads, glances it down to fine leg. Bamber fields, 1 more for Denley. He's on 42 out of 43 now, out of 84 for 3. I should say that Zach Crawley is closing in on his 3rd England half century. The match is gone, but he's 48 not out, 48 from 92 balls.
Brilliant.
He can play a bit, that boy, we gather.
Yeah. Cummins doesn't particularly look loose yet. They were gentle, those first 3 deliveries, especially the one that chopped short. Denley was on that very quickly, effortlessly. Well, in fact, say he was on it quickly. No, he wasn't on it quickly. It was just effortless. He saw it early, and it wasn't one of the quicker deliveries, you'd say, from Cummins, but I'm sure he's got plenty up his sleeve.
Yeah, let's see what he does with Billings on strike now. And shorter ball worked away off his hip by Billings, and again rising towards his midriff quickly. Single taken down to long leg, Bamber field. So again, it's good rising delivery from Cummins, but just straying onto middle and leg, and Billings using all his energy to get inside it quickly and running it down to Bamber at deep fine leg. Billings on the 10. Denley has 43, Kent 85 for 3. I suppose we'll be talking to Darren Stevens again after a day's play. Wonder how many times we've done that over the years. Miguel Cummins now to bowl to Denley, leaves it outside the off stump, coming forward, trying to get forward through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 84 for 1 England, but here 85 for 3 Kent, as our colleague Ben Watts pointed out that all 3 of Kent's England players are at the crease right now. Crawley for England and Denley and Billings for Kent right now, trying to rebuild the touch after leading went 3 balls after the tea interval. Caught by Max Holden, excellent catch at point of the bowling of Bamber. Here's Cummins now to Denley, leaves again outside the off stump, full length delivery, moving away but rather after it's left the batsman. End of the over, Denley 43, Billings is 10, Kent 85, yeah, 85 for 3.
I mean, we saw it a lot in the Middlesex innings. They really were going past the bat regularly, weren't they? So Harris probably could have had a couple. So it was a bit too expensive though. James Harris and Bamber, 1 for 26. That last over, it just seems to be really starting to happen for him. How can he go this over? It's Billings on strike again for him. 2 slips, backward point. cover's retreated slightly. Extra cover is up, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Bamba's in, bowls driving imperiously through the covers in front of extra cover. Mid-off, Robbie White's the man who's going to go and collect it. Billings moves to 14, 89 for 3.
It's his best shot by a country mile.
That was powerful, wasn't it? Almost dismissive. The one from Denley off Harris though, that was a belter.
Yeah, it was a super shot.
How'd you get on with Joe Denley?
How do I get on with him?
Yeah.
He's alright.
Yeah.
He's a lovely man, isn't he?
Think he's still talking to you after tell you to sit down?
I didn't know what you were referring to there. Like, what's happened? What have you said?
Bamba's in, bowls outside of the off stump. That one shapes away nicely. Just feels like there's a little something happening here. I mean, look, a ball can come to life after 30 overs. But it might be coming to life under the lights.
I feel like that's bite a bit of the number of times I complained about people moving behind the bowls. But
Yeah.
I literally had no idea
Well, I told
that
you, I
were
nearly did it
inside.
earlier, didn't I, when Grant Stewart was bowling?
I thought you were joking.
No, seriously, I realised I was in a terrible position
okay.
when he was bowling, either to, I think it might have been Robbie White at the time.
Right behind the bowler's arm.
He wasn't on 99 at the time, I should add. Bamba bowls, and that's defended back at a point. And there's no run. We're in a lovely position, absolutely lovely position to watch. I'm in the position to watch perfectly right arm over from the pavilion end, and you're perfectly in the position to watch right arm over from the Nackington Road, and you see a great. I was sat where you were for the first McGraw Cummins spell. It was a good watch.
Yeah, it's lovely. But you're not supposed to leap up and down in this position, is that right?
Absolutely.
At this point. I don't have a white shirt on, if that's any consolation. He surely could have seen the ball.
Bamba bowls, and that is driven. Cry of catch it again in between that cover and extra cover. It was in the air for a moment, but forward is Davis giving chase. 93 for 3. Billings is on to 18.
Looks like a slightly late adjustment of the shot by Billings, but in the end it's pretty convincing. All well onto the boundary. But yeah, I think that is the first time. Certainly I've held up play here. And all I was doing was trying to turn Fabian's microphone up, because I had a message from my esteemed colleague saying we'd like to hear more of Fabian. And there we go. Before you know it, Joe Denley's never talking to me again. My whole career's ruined. That's the media for you.
Bamba with the keeper standing up, bowls to Billings and beats his forward defence. Simpson collects cleanly.
Nice, he's working the ball really well here. Bamba.
He's a good bowler.
Yeah.
Tilan Walalawita is warming up, but don't do it just yet, Tilan, because keeping in Billings' head that Bamba might have a few more overs in him. Walalawita's mid-wicket and he's bowling nicely at the moment, Bamba. Just feels like there's a little something starting to happen for him. Off he goes. 2 slips and short extra cover go down. Bowls now and... Oh, that's swinging nice! Just over extra cover. That was so close for Bamba. You can see that shape on the ball is troubling Billings, and he almost played inside out on that as he played it over extra cover. Didn't get himself into a position at all, really, did he? And a couple more to the total. 95 for 3. Billings is on to 20, but he's having a dicey few moments against Bamba, and Eskenazi striding towards Bamba. He's got to give him another over, hasn't he? Yeah, they're discussing the covers. Yeah, they're discussing the covers. What time did we resume at? 20 past 4, so he's bowled for nearly an hour at this end, hasn't he?
I wasn't that convinced, as you may have heard by the shot earlier in the over, which went along the ground, because it just looked like he was reaching a little bit for it, and that one was almost the proof of it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was spooning it up, but too high. It's good bowling here, actually, for a game that looks like it might, well, almost certainly be a draw. This is fascinating stuff. Cummins being taken on by Denley is an interesting battle as well. He pulls that one away, doesn't get all of it, high up on the bat this time from a rising delivery, and that's fielded by White at square leg. Single anyway for Denley.
I'm sure he'll be a little looser now, Cummins, won't he? So after being dismissively pulled in the previous over, I think that was in his mind to come in and just say, go on then, do you want to go again? And it wasn't it wasn't a long hop, it wasn't a wasted bouncer at all. It wasn't even that short, it was just enough with a bit more zip on it, and as you say, Denley wasn't clean with the connection.
So Cummins then to Billings on the front foot, trying to get forward, but only half, and pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. Zach Crawley does have that 50.
Good on him.
Third half test half century from 97 balls. 22-year-old.
Peter Mead says crepuscular relates to twilight. Is it that dark?
Yeah.
It's been years. So I was just being silly, lads, you know that. It's been years since I've been to Canterbury and can't remember. How does the slope compare with Lord's? Not quite the same, is it?
It's a better slope, to be honest. Here's Cummins too. He's shied and missed at that one outside the off stump, thrown the hands at it. Again, it's a ball just back of a length with good bounce, and trying to cut that away, he's missed it.
Yeah, it was as much as a punch, wasn't it, as a cut. And in hindsight, I mean, he probably should have left it alone, but it was the lift that did for him. But equally, I think for Billings, just have a little look here at Cummins, because the two that he's got so far were lifting deliveries, weren't they?
Yeah. Back in his mark now to bowl. Cummins to Billings, just defends that in the offside.
But yeah, if Cummins could just do something now, Billings or Denley, but especially Denley, then Middlesex will feel with 18 overs to go tonight. They could put a couple more on the board, but it's breaking these two, I think. Well, that ball's still pretty new and fresh. 30th over.
He'd answer the serious answer to the question about the slope. So for Darren Stevens, for instance, from this pavilion end, going up a slight slope, he also uses a slope from right to left to take the ball away from the right-hander. As Cummins bowls, edge, has he gone? Yes, he has. Again, well, almost a rehearsal of what he's just done, Sam Billings, and eventually Cummins has got him, bowling the same line. Again, good pace from Cummins, good bounce as well, and it's edged behind by Billings. He'll be frustrated with that, but Cummins has got his man, and he has 3 of the 4 wickets to fall, Miguel Cummins. Billings going for 20 with a score 96 for 4, and Cummins I think has 4 for 21 now.
Yeah, just have a look. Said it the ball before, didn't we?
Yep.
Or 2 balls before, when he looked to punch off the back foot and a ball that climbed past the edge. He did the same there. Just needed to have a look at what Cummins was doing again, as the feel of the ground at the moment really changes. The microclimate here at Canterbury, with floodlights on, you can certainly feel what time is it? 5:15. It's not darkness, but it is that you can feel the sun setting, and really the light has changed here at Canterbury. As much, again, the floodlights have changed that. They've just I think what Rob Key said was that it just brings a little bit of moisture to the surface when the floodlights come on here at Canterbury, and that just makes it kiss the surface a little bit better for the bowlers. And Cummins, as I say, with his pace, if it does skid through off him, then an extra bounce that he occasionally gets as well, then it's going to be tough. But Robinson comes out to join Denley, and well, we said if they could get one of them, but if they could get Denley, in particular Middlesex, then they'd feel that just maybe, all 30 overs old, they could really heap some pressure onto this Kent's first innings tonight. I mean, it's got to be a lot of pressure because time's run out in the match. The deficit's only 173, so you'd be talking about Middlesex skittling them for not very many tonight and first thing this morning if Middlesex were to think about having a good push on with the bat tomorrow and maybe giving themselves a session and a bit to bowl at Kent tomorrow night. I'm sure there will come a point tomorrow, unless Kent go very well with this bat. But there'll come a point tomorrow if Middlesex can pick up a couple more this evening, where Middlesex will just pull out and say, well, let's just see 30, 40 overs whether we can make something happen.
Well, Miguel Cummins is certainly doing that at the moment. Ollie Robinson comes in, sends it back down the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over then. And
were you watching Cummins there?
I didn't quite get what he was.
Good look at Robinson, really good look, and then he was looking at Eskenazi, and he was putting a grill in front of his face, i.e. get the short leg in right underneath him. I think he's just saying to Robinson, I liked the way that you played that first ball. I fancy I'm in the game. I'm sure a bit of kidology in there as well. That's good to see.
Yeah, he's pretty solid. Ollie Robinson certainly showed that last year, but
3. Yeah.
But I like that from the fast bowler.
Yeah, 3 for 21.
You need to get into his head as much as anything else, don't you?
Yep, sat out the Radlett match, 3 for 21. He took 3 for 30 in that second innings against Surrey, and Cummins now.
Sorry, I gave him an extra wicket, didn't I? 4 for 21 I gave him, but you're right, 3 for 21. That was me.
Bamber, 2 slips in place, bowling to Denley. Really key wicket on this third evening. As that one shapes away, and Denley actually was a big old gap there between the pad and the bat as he defended that into the offside, but that was because he's wary of the shape that Bamber's getting, but he still played him off the front foot quite nicely. But there'll be a length. If he can just get a length right, that puts a little bit of doubt into Denley's mind, because at the moment he seems to be happily on the front foot. But as I say, he was just starting to get something happen to Billings. Up comes Simpson, standing right out, right up. Denley awaits, Bamber bowls, and now I don't think it was an edge, but it's thumped off the pad of, or the glove of Simpson and deflected away into the offside as Denley looked to thump hard at that. Cummins has got both hands on his head at mid-on, but I'm pretty sure that that wasn't an edge. Slashed hard at it, didn't he, Denley? And this ball's starting to swing now for Ethan Bamber, and swing with a little bit more zip, as we say. Bamber's away. He bowls, and Denley drives at this one, only to extra cover. Thinking about a single, it's bobbled away, but they don't run the misfield. It's in between mid-off and extra cover when they eventually get there to field it. Davis and White, the two who went well with the bat yesterday to help Middlesex, even though he didn't get the runs. Davis, he batted for 90 minutes in tough conditions to help Middlesex get up and set up a decent total in the end, which White was the mainstay of, his 99. Bamber midway through his run up. He bowls, and this ball is just slightly back of a length, and Denley waits on it and eases it down to long leg. It was just slightly straighter as well. So Denley nicely in control, has the single. 97 for 4, 2 to come of the over. Robinson on strike to Bamber for the first time, and back goes Simpson.
Jack Crawley's now out for 53. England 91 for 2 at that stage. By the way.
Bamber hits the crease, bowls, nice ball, just full of a length, halfway forward. Robertson's that one, but pretty solidly behind it, defending into the offside.
Tweet I'm reading says Pakistan have the breakthrough, but that sounds a little bit overexcited for a game that's
make a breakthrough, maybe.
Now
Make a breakthrough, not have the breakthrough. They're not about to go on the charge, are they?
I doubt they're going to win it from this position. We've got an hour left.
Well, I'm talking up the chances that in 110 overs was still the chance for a little twist in this match.
Will it be exciting if it is?
Bamber bowls, and that's left alone by Robinson. Through to the keeper it goes, 97 for 4. And that's the end of the 30 seconds. 10 more minutes till the end of the meet, and Fabian Cowdery will come in and replace me. I'll do the update for BBC London right next to Fabian. I might have to ask him to stand in this doorway so I'm not screaming in his ear when I do that update.
So yeah, 97 for 4 then. Denley has 45 of those, nearly half. Has a chat with Ollie Robinson.
Well, that's the thing, if they could grab Denley now, with a couple of new batsmen out there, then the ball's certainly doing a bit, and it would be a tough final hour with 5 down.
Stevens to come in next, and Grant Stewart.
And Middlesex obviously found themselves in a spot of bother, didn't they? Which White rescued it from. What was it, 1, 2, 3 for 6?
Yeah, overnight, yeah.
And Simpson was dismissed. That's what Middlesex would be saying here. Come on. 97 for 4. Let's put 2 more on the board at least before stumps, and if one of them's Denley as well, if they could get him early enough, they might even think about 3.
Cummins could be the man. 3 for 21 so far. Bowls to Denley, left outside the off stump. A little too wide that one. Comfortable lead, no run.
Interesting that they've taken a slip out here. Well, a slip. They've got 1 slip and a gully for Denley, who likes a drive, and we've seen Cummins get some of those balls to lift off a length as well. But slip and a gully deep points, third man back. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg.
Cummins to Denley in the block hole and dug out by Denley, blocked from the off stump, straight back to the bowler. No run.
It's a well spread offside field, isn't it? 6-3 field, but well spread. So just saying to Denley, look, the runs aren't going to be quite so easy here. Need to force a little bit more to find those offside runs with cover point back. Davis in a cover, sprightly fielder in there he appears to be. He's given a couple of good chases, hasn't he, in what were lost causes really.
Skin Cummins from the knack into road end to Denley. On the drive, but doesn't pierce the field. In fact, doesn't really time it.
Missed out there, didn't he?
Yeah.
He knows that.
No run.
Think of that one that he crashed away from Harris. Virtually a length ball. That was juicy enough, that half volley, just mistimed. When he plays it again in his mind, he could see his disappointment as he turned away to the offside, to the onside.
He's rehearsing the shot. He has 45. Robinson has yet to score. As Kevin said, just one slip in, more as a second slip position for Eskenazi.
Other little thing, of course, is it's 3 bonus points apiece at the moment.
Yeah.
Kent have to think about a couple of batting points like Middlesex got.
It's Cummins to Denley. Thinks about cutting that away, leaves it. It's a wide one through the wicket keeper.
Yeah, replays the cut, doesn't he? But left alone in the first instance. But yeah, I mean, if Middlesex picked up maximum bowling points here and Kent didn't really trouble the, so they were 199 all out, and didn't trouble that. The Middlesex have just made up a couple of points on Kent in that South group, and if Essex do have their struggles.
Cummins, not the longest run for the pace he's generating. Bundles in now. Chest on action. Slapped away by Denley, but good stop in the covers once again. It's from a slightly more aggressive shot, a better time shot from Denley. And there's no run. Lots of chatter out there, as you'd expect from Middlesex. Good position this. Work themselves, or batter themselves into a good total. 269. 97 for 4. Just one ball to come of this over. So Miguel Cummins having signalled that he liked the look of Ollie Robinson. Thought maybe he had him on toast. Robinson hasn't faced a ball in this over. It's been Denley facing. Cummins now to him. Leaves outside the off stump on length as much as anything else, as well as line. And through to the wicketkeeper. No run. A maiden over for Miguel Cummins. 3 for 21 he has. 10 overs, 3 maidens. That is 97 for 4. Are Kent in reply to 269 from Middlesex. You listen to BBC Radio Kent and BBC London. Matt Cole and Kevin Hand at the moment. Soon to be replaced by Fabian Cowdrey, former Kent all-rounder of course. And part of a dynasty, including Uncle Graham, who's here as the match referee. I don't call him Uncle Graham, I should say that. Sorry,
yes,
he's Uncle Graham, I say.
I heard you. The listeners heard you as well.
I just so familiar.
Bamber comes in, bowls, and that's defended by Robinson off stump, the back foot.
Get some other scores. Warwick's are 90 for 5 now against Somerset, and they're 202 runs short of an innings defeat.
Oh.
And Somerset already have 2 wins, so
Somerset going to win that group?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It may not, but
we're saying
it's a good start. 3 out of 3.
We're saying a lot. The one year that it's not the county championship, Somerset are going to win the thing, aren't they?
Oh no. Yeah, perhaps.
Bamber bowls. Oh, that didn't get up, did it? Just outside the off stump, left alone, bounced on its way through to Simpson. Really skidded through.
I was about to say, we don't want to bat last on this, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe this is the wrong game to be saying those kind of things.
Yeah. Oh, we got 90 overs tomorrow, 16 tonight. I mean, Middlesex have to pick up 3 now as the sun comes out once more. They'll have to pick up 3 this evening, really having 7 down overnight, and then quickly grab the others in the morning. Split tomorrow in half with a sizable first innings lead. As here's Bamber bowls, and that's driven down the ground nicely by Robinson. He's just over pitch there slightly, but a lovely straight drive. White might have a chance. No, he doesn't. Just beats him. Pops over the boundary rope down below us. And Robinson is on to 4. Kent are 100 on the board, 101 for 4. But yeah, like I say, if it did just go wrong in the second half of this innings for Kent, then 90 overs tomorrow, you kind of split it in two and say, well, 45 overs to get yourself a long way ahead, out of sight. They wouldn't dangle anything for Kent, that's for sure. And then 45 overs just to see what happens. As Bamber comes in, he bowls, and this is played off the back foot defensively, and there's no run. But Robinson and Denley will be saying, well, if we back to about an hour before tea tomorrow, and we'll bowl them out in a session and a half.
As simple as that.
It's optimistic stuff because, of course, the big thing, Matt, is the weather.
Yeah, I mean, we could be, anything could happen, couldn't it? But it looks like the forecast isn't bad for tomorrow, so we might get away with it. We might get a full day's play.
Here goes Bamber. Bowls, misses push back into the offside, and there is no run.
Coming towards 5:30.
Oh, I've got to do an update, haven't I?
I was going to say that's...
I'll finish this
update
over and
time
I'll
for us.
shuffle along. Let's get the kit turned on for a start. That would be useful, wouldn't it? Hello, Kit. Would you like to work? Oh, there we go. Bamber is setting off now. He bowls and that picks up a bit of bounce off quite a full length outside the off stump, and the one that grubbed along earlier. End of the over, end of me. Thank you very much, listeners. I think I'll be back with you tomorrow. There's only 15 overs to go tonight. So there are 101 for 4, Denley 45, Robinson has 4. And yeah, one way or another for the match, this either needs to go really, really well for Kent, just to create a little bit of excitement in the final session in an hour maybe tomorrow afternoon, or really, really, really badly.
It's true. One side has to do really, really well or really, really badly to make this a competition. You're absolutely right. Or one of each, absolutely. Kevin, thank you very much. It's Kevin Hand, BBC London, BBC Radio Kent. Kent 101 for 4 now. Denley on 45, not out. Robinson on 4. Denley will face Miguel Cummins, who's been doing some prodigious work at that far end. First spell of 7 overs, took 2 wickets in that one. He's got another one as well. Billings gone to him. Denley with this widest slip, second slip, Eskenazi, and then Robson at Gully. As the street circuit racing starts. Drive by Denley. It'll thump it, come up to mid-off, and there's no run. Harris is going through some warm-ups. He's going to do an update. I'll bring Fabian Cowdery in after we've done the update for BBC Radio Kent, which should be coming shortly. Go on, Miggy, indeed. There we are, shouting from the... you get it warts and all from the outfield here. Lucky the language is the right side of holy. Here's Cummins then to bowl to Denley. Denley leaves it outside the off stump. You hear the effort from Miguel Cummins as he delivers the ball on our effects microphone. So yeah, that wide slip to the second slip position, Eskenazi. Then Gully is Robson. Got a man at cover. There's no man at point. I believe there's a man on the point boundary, but there's no man at point. Cover. Mid on, mid off. Mid wicket. Long leg down here as well. Ethan Bamber. Cummings to Denley. And the edge is low past third slip position, and it's gone too narrow for the third man and goes away for 4. Kept it down, I suppose you'll say that for Joe Denley, but he's a run away from his half century now. Here's the Kent batsman back from his England duty and some injury as well. Kept it down through third slip area, and that will be 4 runs for him. So 1 to go for his half century, but rather than by luck than by judgment, that one. Bit of conversation between fielders there. Martin Anderson eventually relaying ball back to Miguel Cummins. 41 on his back. He tosses the ball left to right to his bowling hand now. Coming down the slight slope from the Nackington Road end. Bowls to Denley. Clips up. It's in the air but through square leg. There's no man there. It's the mid-wicket field that goes after him. Slips as he gets to the rope, and I think that will be 4, will it? Well, they're saying it's not. I think The fielder slipped as he was taking it, so I believe it was 4 runs. It is indeed, and that will be Joe Denley's 50. Little bit uppish that shot, but 53 runs from 83 balls with 9 fours. And update for BBC Radio Kent. Good timing. The applause just dying away there, you can hear, is from the Kent balcony, because their batsman Joe Denley has just gone to 50. 53 he's on now with Kent 109 for 4. Ollie Robinson has joined him at the crease for 4 because they've lost captain Sam Billings, who's the 3rd victim for former West Indian Test bowler Miguel Cummins. Another vicious rising delivery outside off stump this time. Billings thought about cutting it and edged it behind to Simpson. Cummins also accounted for. Danny Drummond and Marcus O'Riordan, both the openers. Up his shot by Denley there. He'll get 1 and go on to 54. And so Drummond and O'Riordan already gone. And Jack Leaning went 3 balls after tea to Ethan Bamber. Middlesex 269 they made. Kent are applying on 113 for 4 with 99 from Robbie White. 5 wickets in that innings for Darren Stevens, who trotted after the umpires to make sure he got the match ball for his prodigious collection of those, having taken 28 first-class 5-wicket hauls. That's the cricket. We should also say, I beg your pardon, that Zach Crawley has got his 3rd half-century for England. He has gone now to England on the final session, the final day against Pakistan. 94 for 3, but Zach Crawley 53 when he was out. That's the cricket. On to the weather now. Sarah Thornton. Cummins to Denley, leaves it outside the off stump, and so consecutive 4s, 3 consecutive 4s in fact. I thought one of those during my update was a single in fact, but reached the boundary. And so Denley moves on to 57. Robinson has 4, and here's Fabian Cowdrey. At last, say the listeners. At last, the update is over. Cowdrey's on.
Well, yeah, 113 for 4. Robinson 4 not out, just finding his way. Denley, beautiful innings so far. 57 of 85 for him. Decent strike rate as well. 67 is his strike rate, so scoring at no mean rate, to be honest. He's been playing really well, timing the ball nicely all around the wicket.
A couple more answers on how Darren Stevens should be honoured by Kent. James from Thunder Bay back in saying that they should rename an LBW dismissal, being Steve-O'd, he said. Like the old well-known fizzy drink advert, you know when you've been Steve-O'd. You're probably too young for that, I'd imagine, that advert, Fabian. But,
yeah, I'm not sure I've come across that.
It's an orange drink, fizzy drink. But anyway, I'm not going. It's got the name of a dance from South America. I'm not going to go into that advertising any more than that. Harris. Sorry.
Harris. Bowling to Robinson, full of a length left alone through to Simpson.
Charman on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com, says they should just name the cathedral after Darren Stevens. Fair enough. Just name the cathedral after him. Could do. Stevens Cathedral.
Yeah, that'll just switch Canterbury to Stevens territory.
Stevens City, City of Steve-O, I think Spencer said earlier.
Here is Harris. Bowling to Robinson. Full of a length punch straight at mid-off, no run. Good timing from Ollie Robinson. Such a talented young cricketer. Going to see a lot more of Ollie Robinson. I'm sure he'll be pushing for higher honours at some point in his career. Such a talent with the bat as well as with the gloves.
There's a bit of queue just in the Kent side at the moment, a talented wicketkeeper batsman with Jordan Cox as well, who many of our listeners won't know is also a wicketkeeper as well as a 19-year-old double centurion now.
Yeah, spoilt for keepers a Kent, full of a length again, and punched out the middle of the bat straight at mid-off. Another dot ball, 113 for 4. Just 13 and a half overs to go. Floodlights are on, the sky is blue. Doesn't look like there's much rain around. So we're going to get in a full day's play, would you believe it?
We had a short shower, didn't we? Just before lunch, and the umpires went off, and then come back.
Out you come. It's great to see. Harris again. Bowls to Robinson, full of a length. Yorker this time, dug out by Robinson. Straight to mid-on, dot ball. Good stuff from Harris. None for 31 from his 7.4 overs. He's got some good balls though. He's been a bit unlucky not to add to the wicket column. Cummins has been superb. bowled with really good pace. A couple of loose shots from O'Riordan and Billings, playing away from the body, but speaking to Graham Cowdery, my uncle, who's here this week, he said, I always used to play that shot. It was the pace of the bowlers that drew my hands away from my body. Here is Harris. Knocks that into the offside. Another dot ball. So the extra pace, for some reason, your hands just instinctively drag themselves away from the body, and you tend to nick those ones, and it looks bad, but at the same time your instincts have just taken over, and before you know it, you're walking back to the pavilion. But he's certainly the quickest on display in this match, Cummins.
Yeah.
By a street.
It's been great to watch, hasn't it? It's the battle between fast bowler and batsman.
Harris again. Leg stump half volley this time. Robinson finds square leg, disappointingly for him. End of the over, 113 for 4.
End of the over, and is that going to be... Well, it's going to be a short sanitizer break. Whoever that is for Middlesex is just about doing the... I think, is there some sort of stopwatch on him? He's doing the quickest ever. He's running around at great speed, making sure everyone has a squirt of sanitizer. Great work. And for Kent, not sure who we've got, but under the mask there, it's maybe Ivan Thomas today, looking quite tall. Mask and cap on his head.
Well disguised.
Yeah.
Could be anyone, couldn't it?
It could be. Thought it might be Fred Klassen for a moment, but I'd imagine they'll give him a bit of rest after the bowling. But yeah, got dark glasses and a mask on. Very hard to
and
tell.
The cap.
Oh no. No, I'm not
Couldn't
sure.
tell you, Matt. Couldn't tell you.
No, I couldn't tell you either. 113 for 4.
Someone's managed to squeeze into the Kent dressing room.
It could be anybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Cummins is going to continue from the Nackington Road end. 11 overs so far. 7 overs in his first spell. How could he keep going at this pace and worrying Joe Denley for? Denley has 57, Robinson has 4. Kent 113 for 4. Cummins to Denley. Oh, played at that outside the off stump through the wicket-keeper. Definitely just offered the bat to an outside off stump. Again, the rising delivery.
Yeah, that's the length. It's a sharp delivery, just back of a length, leaving Joe Denley. And we've seen O'Riordan have a little fiddle outside the off stump. Sam Billings trying to cut the ball when it's probably slightly too close to his body, and paying the price through to Simpson too. Yeah, just be wary of the extra pace outside that off stump. Joe Denley having a fiddle there. Lucky to get away with that.
It's Cummins once again to Denley. 2 slips in now and left outside the off stump as it bounces well away from him. So here's the question for a layman like me. Obviously Miguel Cummins is bowling very quickly, but he's bowling a little bit back of a length, or even if he's bowling on a length, he's getting a lot of bounce. So why aren't you just leaving time after time? What makes you make that movement towards the ball?
I think it's just instinct. I think when someone's bowling quick, you're always looking to play the ball because instinctively you're looking to protect yourself. That's the first thing that goes through your mind.
Cummins to Denley, left outside the off stump again, no run.
Particularly when the ball's back of a length, because that obviously targets, or that length would target the area which isn't necessarily, got pads on it. You might not be wearing an arm guard or a chest guard. Not many batters do, so you're instinctively thinking, if that nips back, you're going to get hurt. So you tend to chase the ball outside the off stump. That's just what pace does. It brings in your instincts. It's completely different to when you're facing Darren Stevens or someone like that, where you have time to think about it. You're literally relying on your hand-eye and your instincts to get you through.
It's Cummins then to Denley. Does well, gets behind that well. In fact, just opens the face and it's down towards point, and he'll take himself a single. And 114 for 4. And finally Cummins, who more or less rubbed his hands as he saw how Robinson played the first ball when he came out after the wicket fell, and told his captain he wanted to get somebody that's in at short leg. But Robinson is a confident young batsman, but to be the first time he's faced Miguel Cummins, I'm pretty sure. And he's bowling in the twilight, or certainly with the floodlights on here, which would gather changes conditions a bit. Third slip going in. They're taking time, they're letting Ollie Robinson think about that now. So well, perhaps just put that in his mind. Third slip comes in, Martin Anderson. Robinson's very still, lifts the bat now as he waits for Cummins to come in, and just withdraws the bat at the very last moment through to the wicket keeper. Am I being too generous to him?
may have had a fiddle at that, but
Yeah.
again, it's that area. It's fourth, fifth stump. Cummins, with his angle, is shaping it back towards the stumps, and it's just leaving the batters off the pitch. And with that angle coming into you, you're drawn into playing a shot, and that's why you see these batters playing away from the body. And you know, Middlesex are right to bring in mid-wicket into another slip. There's now 4 slips behind the bat. So you know as a batsman, if you're Ollie Robinson, that you can't make a mistake outside that off stump, and very difficult when Cummins is slanting the ball in and then leaving you last minute.
Here he comes. To do that, it's a little bit up, is it? No, it's through the covers actually, and he's pierced the field. Will he get 4 for that? No, it's going to be stopped just before it gets to the boundary. The relay comes back, and he'll get 2 in fact for that, Robinson. It was uppish as it left the bat, but there's no one in that area, so quite safe. And through a cover drive through 4-2. He moves on to 6. Denley is 58 not out. Kent 160 for 4.
Not bad bowling that from Cummins as well, to throw the ball up wide outside off stump and try and entice the drive. He did just that. Just on that occasion, Robinson got the better of him, but could have easily, had it done anything off the pitch, ended up in any one of those 4 slips. And that's why Cummins had his hands on his head despite the timed drive through cover. 116 for 4. In reply to Middlesex's 269, and I think as Kevin said, something dramatic needs to happen. There needs to be a crazy 45 minutes for something to force something of a game tomorrow. You never know. One good spell for Middlesex, or one crazy session of batting for Kent, and all of a sudden, with 90 overs left tomorrow, anything can happen. But at the moment, it looks like Denley and Robinson are going pretty well. Here is Harris. It's alone outside the off stump.
Kevin was saying, wasn't he? Yeah, just a couple of overs ago. Cummins had got Denley at that point. Suddenly, Kent had just a bit over 100 for 5. A few overs with the floodlights on tonight maybe could cause a collapse. But
yeah, well, Cummins bowling briskly in this light as well. It's not the perfect batting conditions anymore. Floodlights are on. The sky's blue, but it's a little bit darker than it was about 25 minutes, half an hour ago. To watch the ball carefully if you're out there in the middle. Put down the pitch by Joe Denley, who's been superb today. It has to be said, he's timed the ball wonderfully. His decisions out there in the middle have been perfect. He's defended well. So it just looks very, very compact, very assured at the crease. Someone who just knows his game. He's a seasoned professional now, Joe Denley. Knows his game inside out. Harris again from the pavilion end. Balls to Joe Denley. Drive into the covers. Stop ball. Straight at mid-off.
Yeah, he's very eager to get on the front foot, Joe Denley, isn't he? And just not timing on that occasion. I'll take the attack to James Harris.
I think he knows that Harris isn't the type of bowler who can push him back and bowl short and take his feet away from him, so naturally he wants to come forward and assert himself on Harris. Good competition. Harris is in, punch down the ground straight at mid-on this time. Dot ball. But it also brings Harris into the game as well. If he plays a loose drive, you bring in the fielders in front of the bat, or you bring in the first slip or the gully. 116 for 4.
And 105 for 3, by the way, against Pakistan. Zach Crawley got himself a half century in that. 53. Ollie Pope and Joe Root at the crease at the moment.
Harris again. Full of a length and nicked through the vacant third slip area down to third man for 1. Joe Denley will trot through to the non-striker's end. Good bit of bowling from Harris.
He's just quality, isn't he, James Harris, really?
Yeah, he's one of those bowlers, if he gets on a rhythm and on the right wicket, he can be lethal. Nips the ball around nicely. Just when he's consistent and he hits that 4 stump line and it's nipping a bit both ways, and can get the better of anyone. And here he is bowling to Ollie Robinson. Full of a length and driven beautifully through the cover regions on the up that time. That is a dismissive stroke from a very, very fine young player. End of the over, 121 for 4.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Almost effortless it looked from Robinson, just timing the ball through the offside. And perhaps Absolutely. Announced himself last year with a couple of tons or back-to-back centuries during the early part of the season, and a couple of important one-day knocks as well. It just looks very much the article. The Denley punch gloves. The one of the 12th men has come on for Middlesex. Has he brought a helmet on? Looks like he might have done. Miguel Cummins, well, unless it's going to be for a short leg. Could it be for a...
Could be for a little tweaker at the other end.
Yeah, I'm going to say maybe Cummins is coming towards the end of his spell. Bowled 7 in his first spell, so through 5 now. Bowls to Denley now, 2 slips in behind. Again, batsman. Just defends that, no run. Yeah, I was just interested to hear you describe what's the process when you're facing someone as far as Cummins, because when you look at it on, look at these things slowed down, look at the slow motion replay, you think, well, why on earth are you playing a shot? The ball's a bit short, it's a bit wide, but that's the reason is because it's going at.
Yeah, it's just
it's going that fast towards your body.
Yeah, look, all batters want to lay bat on ball, don't they? The first thing on your mind is not to leave the ball, it's to play the ball. So when it's travelling a little bit quicker, you can sometimes chase it.
Cummins to Denley, when he has done there, it's nibbled at that one, through to the wicketkeeper. That's a good length delivery, fuller from Cummins, and it's, well, I have to say, Denley was very close to edging that one behind.
Yeah, when you talk about Cummins or fast bowler, you don't have much time to make a decision. It's all instinctive. But when you're facing someone like Darren Stevens, the problem is you have too much time, and you can choose about 3 or 4 different shots as the ball's in the air, and that can confuse you the other way around. So it's a tricky game for a batter sometimes.
Cummins to Denley, and clips that off his toes out towards mid-on, but doesn't pierce the field. Good stop at mid-on. The bowling's harder work, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more of a physical challenge for sure. I think. No,
I was going to find the age-old battle between batsmen and bowlers.
I think they're so different. It's almost impossible to compare. I think from a physical standpoint, bowling is it's hard work, especially being a fast bowler in the longer format. As a batsman, it's primarily mental. Of course, you've got to be fit, but there are so many mind games, and you're fighting with yourself a lot of the time.
Cummins bowls to Denley, 2 slips behind him, drops on that and into the offside, no run. Which is why this game is so fascinating, I think, cricket, isn't it? It's the combination or the mixture of sheer physical effort and, as you say, that the psychology of it, which is
I think
so fascinating.
Your biggest opponent is often yourself when you're at the crease, regardless of who you're facing. The best players I've played with and watched are just so strong mentally, know their game, know what they need to do in certain situations, know how to understand and handle pressure.
It's Cummins then bowling to Denley, again defends it, rising delivery just outside the off stump, and there's no run.
121 for 4, Denley 59 of 99, and Robinson 10 not out. Played a wonderful shot in the last over, Ollie Robinson. Touch of class through the covers on the up off Harris.
This will be the last ball of Cummins' 13th over. So just after 10 to 6 on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London. Kent 121 for 4, applying to Middlesex's 269. Here's Cummins to Denley, and he defends it into the offside, and there's no run, end of the over. And looking at the match position now, if only this were day 2 rather than day 3, because it really looks a fascinating game. We may well have twists and turns yet, but this looks a great contest between these two sides as well. Cummins working up ahead of steam, Denley on 59 now, Robinson just in, looking to play 1 or 2 great shots, and Robbie White with his just a run away from his century.
I've got to be honest. I played cricket for Kent, but I was really disappointed for the Middlesex man there when he got out for 99. It was disappointing for him, wasn't it? It would have been his first 100 in first class cricket. Rocked down the pitch by Ollie Robinson, dot ball.
It's just heartbreaking. I watched on replay because I was obviously intent on seeing where the catch had gone and the juggling catch with Jack leaning, but when we looked at the replay and the number of seconds that elapsed before Robbie White accepted that he was out. Obviously he watched the juggling catch and then he looked back at the umpire, looked down on the ground, looked back at the umpire and just didn't want to go. No, absolutely not. Just
what a time to receive
agony.
a Stevens Jaffa as well.
Right, yeah.
It was the perfect delivery. Short ball and pulled away to Cummins on the boundary. He's made a bit of a meal of that and it's run away for 4. One bounce to Cummins on the rope there and he's fumbled it. It's gone over the rope. And Robinson gets 4 for it. Yeah, it was just one of those situations when you're on 99, you're just praying that someone like a Stevens will just bowl a little bit straight. You clip it for 1, there's your 100, you're down the non-striker's end. But no, he bowls the perfect delivery, slanting into middle stump, leaves you last minute. You play the perfect forward defence and you nick it, and that's it. And it's just a cruel game sometimes. Harris into Robinson, thick inside edge down to fine leg from back of a length. Takes him to the non-striker's end. Run through for 1. Some energy out there in the middle still from the Middlesex boys.
Yeah, impressed by that. A lot of noise, isn't there? And,
well, I think they recognise that if they can get 2 quick wickets here, Matt.
yeah.
Denley and Robinson quickly, you're into Grant Stewart and the bowlers. So the game could quickly spin on its head for sure. They just need to somehow get Joe Denley or Ollie Robinson out, left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the quicker they get them, obviously, it's about moving the game on, isn't it? The lead between innings is, I guess, is important, but not as important as getting this done quickly. If they get Kent skittled out quickly, even if they get up to 200, for instance, they can work something on the final day to keep them interested through the final session, perhaps, or final 30 overs.
Harris again into his 10th over now. None for 41. Driven, thick outside edge, squirts through the point area for 1. There's a deep point out there who throws the ball in over the top to Simpson.
Denley's playing one of those innings at the moment. At times he doesn't look utterly convincing, but then you look at the scoreboard and he's got 60 not out, so...
He's finding ways to score, isn't he?
Yeah, quite. He may not be timing the ball perfectly, but he's... I guess that's the mark of a good batsman, isn't it? He's.
But in and amongst that, he's playing the odd gorgeous shot,
that's true,
isn't he?
absolutely.
Class player now, Joe Denley. Left alone outside the off stump. Ollie Robinson leaves that well alone. 15 off 22 for him. Completes the over, 127 for 4. Just 9 overs to go. 5 minutes to 6.
Indeed. That's 9 plus, is that right? As we go towards 6:30, because I'll be trying to make up some overs.
35 minutes for 9 overs would be a good effort.
Oh, it's a good point, actually. We won't go beyond 6:30, is that right? Not sure. So yeah. We'll just get in what we get in today, so they won't make any more up, perhaps.
Looks like we're going to have a bowling change.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Anderson at the far end then. I'm not sure if this will be a relief or not for Joe Denley, but certainly Cummins has asked all the Kent batsmen some pretty searching questions. But yeah, 9 remaining in the day. Kent 142 behind on 127 for 4. Anderson just bowling a couple of practice deliveries. His captain is at the other end at second slip position. They've got a gully in as well. Here comes Anderson to Denley. Denley leaves us outside the off stump and there's no run.
Yeah, the field's spread now. Matt for Joe Denley. Third man, deep point, deep square leg, deep fine leg. Just the 1 slip in the gully and then a cover, quite straight cover, mid off and mid on. So yeah, Middlesex choosing to protect the boundary to slow the game down as much as they can. They recognise that Joe Denley's got himself in now.
So here's Anderson to Denley. Denley works that away on the leg side behind square, and that'll be a single down to James Harris. Fine leg boundary. Takes 1 more as Denley. He's on a 61. Robinson has 15. 128 for 4 Kent. England 107 for 4 now. Just Butler and Joe Rooter in the middle. Zach Crawley's top scored in that innings with 53.
Yeah, Ollie Pope falling to Yasir Shah, LBW.
That's a wonderful delivery. You can see that highlights, and indeed Zach Crawley's 50 on the BBC tonight. It's Anderson to Robinson, nicely timed into the offside. Tumbling stop, in fact, by mid-on, and that'll be one more to his total. 16 for Robinson.
$129 for 4, Kent. Denley 61, not out.
40 behind, nearly halfway to Middlesex's total. Anderson to Denley, can he make the breakthrough here? Goes for the pull, not quite bouncing up high enough. A pigeon takes evasive action as it goes through his square leg, and it's thrown in by Robbie White. They take a single, so not quite tight, but all the way along the ground from Denley, absolutely safe. And Robinson back on strike. He's looked pretty good, Robbie Robinson. There we go, the commentator's curse. Middlesex fans will love this because he'll almost assuredly be out next ball now, but pretty confident. Hit a couple of really lovely shots so far. 2 slips in for him, so they close in behind him and just sticks that out the block hole. Very nearly squeezed through from Anderson, that Yorker, and Robinson looks at the toe end of his bat, but he's done enough to keep it out, and that's the important thing from a Kent point of view. Good delivery though from Anderson.
Anderson into his 5th over. He's been reintroduced into the attack. Handy cricketer.
Yeah, just 1 ball to come of the 5th, and he'll bowl that now. And here's Robinson again, Yorker length, a bump ball back to the bowler, who gives Robinson a bit of a stare. Robinson rehearses the straight drive. End of the over, Kent 130 for 4. As we just tick over to 6 o'clock with Robinson 16, Joe Denley top scoring with 62 earlier in the piece. Middlesex 269 all out, 99 for Robbie White, and 5 wickets for Darren Stevens, 4 for Fred Clarkson in that Middlesex total 269. Matt Cole and Fabian Cowdery with you. Kevin Hand's been with us today as well. So it'll be Messrs Hand, Cole and Fulton. So, oh, I wonder what's going on there. Well, the fielders is just making some adjustments. Just dropped his trousers. So
I think he's getting his protective equipment.
I think you're right.
A short leg.
See, I'm not sure it's that time of day. Yeah.
There seems to be quite a lot on display there.
I should say, ladies and gentlemen, he is wearing long johns under his whites. So there we go.
Yeah, I think.
So not too much.
Yeah.
To spare your blushes, don't worry. We're not going post-watershed territory here. You're all right.
Not quite. The floodlights are on, sadly. Otherwise, 130 for 4.
Indeed.
Change of topic.
moving swiftly along. I shall be doing an update in a second, so maybe that will take it. We'll break the subject, but yeah. Sorry, I should say that fielder, Sam Robson, is putting some protective gear on. You're absolutely right, because they're going to bring on the spinner. They are indeed from this end. So it is. I'll just take these first couple of balls up to the update, if that's okay. Tilan Walalawita is going to bowl now from the pavilion end. Left arm around the wicket to Denley on the back foot. Get some approving noises from the wicket keeper and close fielders. So Robson is under the hat under helmet at Shortley. They've got a slip in as well. Steve Eskenazi. Round the wicket comes Walalawita, and just cut away for a single by Denley. He goes on to 63. Robinson has 16 now. Faces the spinner for his first time. And flatter delivery this one on the back foot. Push into the offside by Robinson. No run. Fielded at extra cover. Oh, again flat. They're trying to get some grip, but played into the offside by Robinson, and there's no run. Lots of approval for the spinner, lots of chatter from the Middlesex fielders trying to make something happen here. Going to update our radio listeners right now. Yeah, they're 131 for 4 here. It's a 50 indeed. 63 now for Joe Denley on coming back from England duty for Kent. Ollie Robinson has 16. They lost Jack Leaning for 4 and Captain Sam Biddings for 20 in this session. They're applying Kent on 131 for 4 at a 269 from Middlesex, 99 from Robbie White, agonisingly 1 run short of his maiden first-class century. But 5 wickets for Darren Stevens, the veteran all-rounder. 28th time he's done that in first-class cricket. So Kent 1-3-2 for 4, sorry now, replying to Middlesex's 269. We should also say that Zach Crawley, Kent batsman, has scored a half-century for England in their game against Pakistan, which is drawing to a close at Southampton right now. England 110 for 4. That's the cricket, and commentary continuing via our website and the BBC Sport app. And that's the end of the over. And the spinner is done. So Kent 132 for 4. Robinson 17, Denley 63, and it's going to be Martin Anderson from the far end. Oh, I should put your microphone on, that's going to help, isn't it?
Here we go then. Ball into the leg side, unconvincingly by Robinson that time. Anderson digging the ball in. Looked like Robinson wanted to pull that a bit harder and then just pulled out of the shot. And it turned out to just roll to mid-on. He got away with it. 5 overs, none for 11 for Anderson. Just 2 and over. It's been a good spell so far. Balalawita, I think that's how I pronounce it. Started well with just 2 runs coming off his first over. Beautifully driven. Only finds point. Dot ball. Coming to a close here. Just over 6 overs remain in the day. 6:05. 132 for 4 Kent in response even to Middlesex's 269. Anderson at the top of his mark again, looking to find the outside edge of Robinson's bat, and he has caught first slip, would you believe it? A wonderful bit of bowling from Anderson, sees his first wicket of this innings, and Robinson has received an absolute beauty that has found Eskenazi at first slip.
Yeah, beautifully described. Just a thought, just for a moment, looked like Eskenazi might drop that one, but clutched it. The second attempt, it looked like, or a second grab on it, and Robinson has gone. And well, they are making something happen out there. Certainly Martin Anderson has done. Robinson caught Eskenazi rather, bowled Anderson for 17, and I have to say I thought Ollie Robinson was looking good as well. So key wicket to go. He's off, and Kent 132 for 5 now.
A good bit of bowling. I was just saying that Anderson was searching for the outside edge of Ollie Robinson. I hope I didn't give him the commentator's curse there. That was a really good delivery, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just slanting in towards the stumps and then leaving Robinson off the pitch, and Eskenazi with a good low catch at first slip.
Absolutely. So he's gone now, and who will it be next? Will it be Darren Stevens? No, looks like... Is this Matt Milnes even coming out? Is this a night watchman situation? No, Grant Stewart is coming out next. Okay, well that would make sense. I was going to say night watchman at this stage is possible, but probably not this far into the batting lineup. But no, Grant Stewart is going to replace Ollie Robinson at the crease. Gone for 17.
Yeah, a good bit of bowling. 32 for 5. Middlesex with a chance here of taking another couple of wickets before the close. Not a nice time to come out and bat, that's for sure.
He's still there, 63, top scoring in this this Kent reply to 269 all out from Middlesex. It's due today, as Raven was saying, just a wicket, another couple of wickets perhaps. That's another wicket for Middlesex before the end of the day. It'll make things very interesting going into tomorrow, with them perhaps being able to push their advantage. Obviously Joe Denley will have other thoughts about that, and so too Grant Stewart. He takes guard now. Anderson just taking the wicket.
Here is Anderson. Hill for RBW is slightly high. It's actually Matt Milnes who's walked to the crease.
It is Matt Milnes. There we go.
You were right first time. It's quite difficult to tell actually. He's got his woolly jumper on over his name and a helmet on. and they're both exactly the same height, but it is Matt Milnes who's come to the crease.
Should have had the courage of my conviction, shouldn't I? It looked like Matt Milnes, and that's the reason for that.
Well, he's out there to protect the evergreen Darren Stevens, who's hoping that he doesn't have to bat tonight. Here is Anderson bowling to Milnes. Another appeal for RBW. Given not out. That looked tight from behind the bowler's arm from the commentary position, perhaps just drifting down the leg side. Milnes getting a long way across his stumps. And could Middlesex get Kent 7 down tonight? That's the question, Matt.
Well, that's the thing. I think one more wicket here, and that'll make it very interesting for tomorrow for your neutrals. Yeah, that's exactly what you want. It moving on quickly at the moment. Seems like wickets rather than runs.
Anderson again, driven into the offside, straight at cover, dot ball, end of the over. Good over. 132 for 5, wicket maiden. 6 overs, 1 for 11 for Anderson. He's been impressive. Floodlights are on.
They are indeed, and we are in the interesting passage of the match then. 6 overs to go. So take us around about 6:30. Cummings has done a great job. He's just coming back towards us and to field at mid-on. 3 wickets for him. Bamber has one now. Anderson adds one. Just when it seemed, as you said, I thought Ollie Robinson was looking really good. I think that's the first false shot he's played probably. And Denley looking good at the other end. Kent looking to back this match away from any chance of Middlesex win. Louita now bowling, just turning away from Denley at the far end. There's no run. All the compliments we gave Ollie Robinson come to naught. This one, that one's got away from him, I think. Louita, not adjudged a wide, but Denley didn't bother with it. Just slipped out the fingers, look like that. I think maybe going wide. 32 on his back now. Bowls to Denley. It's on off stump. It's left arm spinner sitting just next to me here. Fabian Cowdery, of course, casting the expert eye over Gilan Louita.
Very generous.
Round the wicket now. Gives a bit of width there. Just clipped past short leg by Denley. Backward a square, and they'll take a single. 1-3-3 for 5.
It's a really good bowler, Louita. Nice action. He puts a bit of energy on the ball. Not a lot there for him, it has to be said. Enough cricket played on this surface to give him some real purchase, but he started well.
Adjustment to the field now, bringing the boundary rider in from the offside. Not thinking Milnes is going to reach the boundary, presumably, as he shuts up shot, puts the shutters up straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. One more ball of this over to come. And here he bowls to flatter delivery, and Milnes sees that one into the offside, and there's no run. Just realised that I tweeted that leaving the scoreboard that it was Stewart that joined Denley out in the middle, so I'm going to have to write a correction now. It's Matt Milnes. There we are, 1-3-3 for 5. Anyway, that's my own personal world of hurt. While Louita has none for 3 for 2 overs. Anderson 1 for 11 from 6 so far. Kent 1-3-3 for 5, replying to Middlesex's 269. Denley has 64. Milnes yet to score.
It was an honest mistake, Matt. Happens.
Well, I said I should have just trusted myself, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you were.
It looked like him.
You're right to begin with. Talking about Matt Milnes, he really is impressive with the ball. Bowled fantastically in that first bowling innings of Kent. Bowled with good pace, good control. That's the biggest thing I think he's been working on over the winter. His consistency. Anderson is in, left alone outside the off stump by Joe Denley, who's 64 not out. Yeah, Milnes always had the pace and the skill, but he didn't necessarily have the consistency that he's shown so far this season. And whether he's just been bowling at cones for up to 6-7 months, whatever he's done, it's working. He's really controlling an end as well as taking wickets, and what a signing he is and was for Kent. Him and Harry Podmore having brilliant seasons last year. Blocked into the offside by Joe Denley, full of a length. Podmore would, of course, have been disappointed not to have got a run out in this game against his former teammate. Of course, Joe Denley, formerly of Middlesex, moved to Middlesex a few years ago from Kent and then returned to Kent after not finding his form or finding his feet the way he would have liked to Middlesex as he chased down England colours a few years ago, and since then since his return he's been fantastic. He's really settled in, taken the pressure off himself, started enjoying his cricket. And the runs have come. It's driven into the offside. At Cummins, who dives to his left, nearly wrong-footed there at mid-off, and Joe Denley scampers through for one. Anderson will certainly be hoping that he can dismiss Matt Milnes, not known for his batting. Finds himself on strike. 2 slips. Ready and waiting.
He's a handy cricketer, Matt Milnes, isn't he? And handy with the bat, but obviously that 7 is too high for him to come in, but in this situation just trying to see off the remaining few balls of the day.
Anderson to Milnes, short ball. Miles over the top of his head. Given a no ball, I think. And one for the over, of course. Sun creeping through beautifully here at the end of the day in Canterbury. Lovely to see.
I mean, it's great in full sunshine during the day, but just the shadows at the end of the day here at St Lawrence Ground, it's poetic, isn't it? visual poetry. No, it's
lovely.
It's just nice, isn't it?
Yeah. 6.5 overs bowled in Anderson's spell. Here he is, bowling again to Milnes, who blocks it stubbornly into the leg side, right in behind that one. And of course hope he can get to the end of play. I'm sure Darren Stevens will have his pads on. He's been removed from the physio bed after his 31 overs. I think he bowled in that innings for a 44-year-old. That is a lot of overs for anyone, whether you're 18 or 44. It's incredible fitness that we don't speak a lot about with Darren Stevens. We speak about his skill, but the fitness he has is astonishing as well. Good ball from Anderson, just leaving Milnes having a fiddle at that and beaten all ends up outside the off stump through to Simpson.
As you say, he's bowling 30 overs in an innings. He's fielding, he's batting.
Amazing.
It's easy to, as you say, easy to make light of that, perhaps. With a lot of talk about his age and his skill, but yeah.
Well, the physios do a great job at looking after him. I'm sure he'll be in plenty of ice baths this season. Whipped into the leg side, beautiful shot. That's not a shot of a bowler, that's a shot of a top order batsman, and Milnes will be proud of that one. Whipped away into wide mid wicket for 4.
That is a lovely shot. I looked up, I will admit it, I was looking at my laptop, I looked up and saw the ball disappear and thought it was Joe Denley. There we go. What a lovely shot that was from Matt Milnes, yeah.
Yeah, just full of a length.
Yeah.
Slanting into the stumps and dismissed.
I'm looking at my laptop because more Darren Stevens, ways to honour Darren Stevens. Andrew says there's an area of Canterbury called St Stevens. I think you know where we're going with this. With a church to match. So how about changing the spelling a bit? Otherwise the Lime Tree Cafe could be called the Oven Stevens. Oven Stevens. Jed on a similar tip here. KentCricket@gmail.com. Thanks for all your emails today. If you name your cathedral after Darren, will the Evensong service be called, renamed Even Stevens? He says, I'll get my coat and my cassock. Jed, thank you very much for that. Thank you for all your emails today, keeping us company. KentCricket@gmail.com, or you've got at FK Cowdrey on Twitter, at Kevin Hand BBC as well on Twitter. Miguel Cummings to return in the sunshine. Is it bright now? Very bright sunshine right at the end of the day. Don't worry about the light now. But Cummings is going to return, and from pavilion end as well. This will be interesting.
Well, talking about Darren Stevens, got a little tweet from Mark, who has mentioned the only words that I have for Darren Stevens are sign him up for 2021.
Here's Cummings then to Denley. Defends it, no run. Well, it will be a question, and it will be a question that will need to be answered before long as well, you'd assume. 140 for 5.
Well,
Denley 65.
You'd be a brave man to say to Darren, I'm afraid your time's come, considering the performances he keeps putting in.
What did you say? Another 5 in this match. It's back-to-back ones, isn't it, from last match as well. Bowled Sussex out on a pretty Pretty dead surface as well. Or at least a big part of it. Cummins now bowling to Denley. Denley up on his toes, cuts that away to a point but keeps it along the ground. So he moves on to 66, Milnes is on 4. Getting some interference there. I think that's from the gulls rather than anything else. Some scratching going on overhead. But beautiful sunshine now here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. As we come within, well, about 3.5 overs to go of the day. Denley's just doing some exercises, just stretching. Milnes to face Miguel Cummins. I would have thought Matt Milnes probably that delighted that Denley's taken a single there. Denley just flexing the back there. He's been out with back spasms, so everything's okay there. Just maybe some maintenance. 3 slips in behind Milnes, just goes down the leg side, leaves that. Almost Matador-likes getting the body out of the way, no run.
Yeah, never nice for a bowler to come in as night watchman and face someone of Cummins' pace. He's still getting it up there, around 85, 86 miles an hour, I would suggest. In his first spell, he was really charging in, wasn't he, to Marcus O'Riordan and Daniel Bell-Drum, and there was some fierce deliveries that rose off the length. He's a little bit more tired now, doesn't he? Cummins towards the back end here. He's into his 14th over, but still enough pace to unsettle both these batters.
Yeah, a lot of effort in generating that speed down the leg side again. It thumps the pad, and in fact Milnes will get off strike there. It's a leg by. Umpire signals at this end. Jed on the email says he's finally got his internet working. It's been a difficult day, Jed, it sounds like. Enough to watch the final overs on the stream as well as listen to us. Well, it's great to have your company. Yeah, thank you very much. Umpires Long and Bainton here, by the way, as they were for the Sussex game as well. Right along at this end. Or was it Long and Newell? I beg your pardon. Maybe it wasn't Nigel Bainton for the previous game. So Cummins bowling with 2 balls to come. Denley has 66. And leaves it outside the off stump and leaves him as well. So confident leave in that respect. And is that a bit walkie-talkie actually, or is that on your? No, right. I think it's probably the stewards below us there. Absolutely. It's no run. 142 for 5. 269 all out Middlesex. It's beautiful out there, and I wouldn't mind going out and standing for half an hour or so to wait for an interview, but they're all done inside at the moment.
Get the sun cream on.
Get the Zoom. Well, get the Zoom interviews these days, so staying here. Pull away by Joe Denley, and has he got all of that? Certainly he's pulled it away from outside off stump to Miguel Cummins, and he has. He's got enough anyway. Not sure he completely timed it, but he was in position early and gets 4, and Denley goes on to 70. Milnes has 4. Kent 146 for 5, and well, you said about Joe Denley, didn't you, Fabian Cowdery? If he wants to send any message to England, it's look what you're missing. 70 runs for him.
Yeah, he's been spot on today. He didn't quite time that pull shot, but he got enough of it and controlled it into the surface. Didn't go up in the air, no risk, and got 4 for it. He's been great today, Joe Denley. 146 for 5, closing in here. 3 overs left of today's play, and what a way to finish the evening. The seagulls above us, the sun shining through. Still got the floodlights on. Bit of a waste of electricity that for me, but about half an hour ago it was a little bit gloomy, so I understand the reason. Here we go again then. Anderson to Milnes, left alone outside the off stump through to Simpson. Can Milnes see Kent home to the end of the day? That's the question. Can he protect Joe Denley at the non-striker's end? Can he give Darren Stevens a bit longer to recover after his long spell earlier?
Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Poor chap.
Here we go again then. Anderson balls to Milnes. There's an appeal for RBW. Travelling way down the leg side. If there was a line on that, that wouldn't have even been umpire's call. That was drifting a long way down the leg side. 146 for 5.
I say poor chap. Darren Stevens being tired, but He's doing what he loves, let's face it, isn't it? And bringing joy to many people as well, if not live, but on the web stream or via the commentary.
When he took his 5th wicket and finished the Middlesex innings, he nearly fell over. He was so tired. Here is Anderson. Left alone outside the off stump again by Mills. Nice and watchful. 2 slips. Point, cover, mid-on. Mid-off. Square leg just in front of square there on the leg side, and a fine leg in front of the pavilion here at Canterbury.
Lovely finish to the day for Middlesex. It would be absolutely perfect if they could just take one more wicket. That's what they're calling for.
Anderson in to Mills. Beats on the outside edge of his bat. A beauty of a delivery that nipped away up the slope. And through to Simpson. Denley scoring a decent lit, 70 for him off 118 balls. He's been fluent throughout. Doing a bit of gardening there in the middle is Joe Denley, prodding the wicket.
Yeah, they certainly don't want to go much past 6:30, do they? I'm pretty sure he wants to make sure they don't get the overs in quickly. I don't think they will.
Anderson in. Full of a length, driven out to Cummins at mid-off. Just the one delivery left in the over. Economical. Anderson just 1 for 18 off the 8 overs. 2 maidens in there. 2.3 in over. Pretty impressive stuff. He's tied up and then.
He's bowled nicely. Moved the ball as well.
Yeah, got rid of the dangerous Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Good ball that nipped away up the slope, took the edge of Ollie Robinson and caught beautifully by Eskenazi at first slip. And here is Mills. On strike again to Anderson. And that's through to Simpson. A good way to finish the over. 146 for 5, a maiden over.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Dave on the emails from Sig Cup. Joe Denley's knock today has been reminiscent of Sir Alistair Cook's ton for Essex last season against Kent at Chelmsford. He battled to 100 while everyone around him struggled, and did so while having 1 or 2 problems. Let's hope he can go through to repeat Cook's score. That'll be very nice. From a Kent point of view, obviously, Middlesex fans hoping he's out right now, as soon as humanly possible. So thanks for all your emails today. Been great to hear from you. Join us tomorrow, of course. We'll be doing more of this, you know. Miguel Cummins then bowling to Denley, who's on 70. 2 slips in behind him. Floating delivery by Cummins on the outside off stump. Really a woody contact with Denley's bat. He's gone through that cover drive a couple of times, rehearsing it, but didn't really time it. A little bit toe endy, no run off it then. But 11 balls of the day to come.
Yeah, just a sign of tiredness from Cummins there. That was a floaty half volley that Joe Denley managed to toe to cover. He would have been disappointed. Player of his class should have put that away.
You say Cummins just showing a bit of fatigue, but when you bowl as fast as he does, it takes it out of you. Runs away from us now. Oh, it shapes away. Beautiful delivery, that one. Having said that, just rolled his wrist over it a little bit. Don't know, but it's pitched just outside off stump and then gone.
It's extravagant movement, that. That's
Brilliant
the most the ball's
movement,
moved throughout the day, I would say. That was like a leg spinner.
Isn't
At
it?
the surface.
Yeah, just incredible movement. That you say we haven't seen a ball do that all day, and suddenly Miguel Cummins. The ball's 47 oversold. A few balls to go of the day. Fantastic delivery. Another one shapes away from Denley, and he's played along the long line, down the wrong line there. No run. Well, where's this coming from? Cummins.
He's just hitting the pitch hard, and the wicket's talking for him. I think if you're Joe Denley now, he's too experienced to get flustered by that. The ball's doing far too much for him to get anywhere near. It's just you just accept that, you move on to the next one. And that ruin your mindset. He's played brilliantly, Joe Denley. But yeah, extravagant movement out of the surface late here on day 3.
What can you do here? Cummins then. 3 balls of this over to come, and bowls to Denley, and this one's coming back at him, and Denley defends it off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, played it nicely and late there, Joe Denley. Under the eyes. Yeah, you don't want to be pushing at the ball or fending at the ball when it's nipping off the surface like that. Marcus O'Riordan and Sam Billings did just that and paid the price for it.
Yeah, One of 3 to go to Cummins today. Bell Drummond and O'Riordan both went before tea for 14 and 11 respectively. Jack Leaning the man to go to Ethan Bamber for his wicket for 4. Billings caught Simpson, bowled Cummings 20. Robinson caught Eskenazi, bowled Anderson 17. And here is Cummings. 2 balls to come of his final over of the day. Shots away from Denley again. Denley plays and misses, and Cummings just wanders down looking just a little bit tired and dispirited from that. Has a word with Denley, I think, before he turns round. Can't quite believe that he's not managed to get the edge of Joe Denley's bat.
Yeah, again, nothing Joe Denley could have done. It's just a masterclass of bowling so far this over. The only thing it hasn't done is find the edge of the bat. Sometimes you do manage to find it, sometimes you don't. Funny old game.
Will he complete this over with the wicket of Joe Denley then, who's on 70, but Cummins has led him a merry dance during this over, and that one seems away again. Denley, perhaps expecting it this time, has left it. Good confident leave, end of the over, and was a little nod from Denley to Cummins. Did I notice as he went past? Maybe. That'll be the end of the over. Cummins 3 for 41 he has, 15 overs and 5 maidens within that. Kept 146 for 5. The England game is a draw, by the way. Seen a tweet saying this unusual test match has finished as a draw. I don't think it's that unusual that it rains, and is it? Or maybe I'm missing something. Anyway, but it's drawn anyway, as everyone expected in fact on this final day, with England 110 for 4 and the captains have shaken hands.
Well, we're into the final over here on day 3
We are.
at the Spitfire grounds in Lawrence. It's been a really interesting day actually. 146 for 5 Kent. We've seen some fantastic batting. We've seen some brilliant bowling. It's just a shame we've lost so much of the match to weather. Otherwise it could have turned out to be a really interesting game. Might still do. Lots of cricket to play tomorrow. Of course, anything can happen. Either team could have a mad hour and that brings the opposition into the game, but we'll see what can happen this over. Milnes is on strike to Anderson. The close here on day 3. It's blocked down the pitch. Dot ball. Middlesex 269 in their first innings. Good effort from where they were when they started the day, and of course so disappointing for White, who had never scored a first class 100 and still hasn't got his maiden first class 100. Ended with 99 left alone outside the off stump by Milnes. It was a ball that left him from Stevens on 99 that found the hands of Jack Leaning at second slip. An absolute beauty, the perfect delivery really. Heart went out to him when he couldn't quite get over the line today. But again, it was the Darren Stevens show. 5 for 79 off 31 overs for him. Clarkson 4 for 44 in support. Matt Milnes with the 1 wicket, and everyone else supported Stevens beautifully. Oh, big drive from Milnes, and that has gone through to Simpson. Anderson doesn't know how that hasn't found the edge of the bat.
No, I want to say he's trying to get out, but hasn't quite managed it. But but no, that was obviously not what Milnes is trying to do. But that's the way of it.
It's a fairly aggressive stroke for this time of the
Yes, yeah.
For a night watchman, looked like he was trying to punch that down the ground for 1 bounce 4.
He's hit 1 lovely 4 as Matt Milnes, but perhaps he can keep the next one up his sleeve for tomorrow.
Anderson again, blocked into the leg side. They won't take one. Joe Denley hasn't even decided to back up at all on that delivery. Quite happy down the non-strikers end and to start tomorrow at 17 all out. And quite right, Matt Milnes is there for a reason. He's going to protect Joe Denley.
Yeah, 2 balls to do it in as well. We'll be updating our radio listeners very shortly. Or they may just have left us, I don't know. Anyway, we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's one thing we will be doing.
Well, I'll miss you both. Dave Fulton will be taking over from me tomorrow. Yorker from Anderson. Umpire Bainton's not interested at all. The slip cordon seemed to think that is completely and utterly adjacent, but Bainton doesn't, so it doesn't matter. Full and straight that look, Matt Cole.
He must have got an edge on it then, mustn't he? As you say, umpire Bainton wasn't interested in even a thought of the decision, was he?
It just looked dead. He must have nicked that onto his
It
toe or
must-
something.
Must have been an inside edge. I'm just going from the umpire's reaction, because he didn't seem to be at all interested in considering it. So, yeah, I think it must have been a toe into the bat.
Well, here we go, final ball of day 3. Anderson to Milnes, down the leg side, and it's a sad finish to what has been a really interesting day of cricket. Kent finished day 3 on 146 for 5 in response to Middlesex's 269, and I'll leave it with Matt Cole to finish off proceedings.
Well, Fabian, thank you very much, and thank you for being with us for the last 2 days. It's been an education. Thanks for all your efforts for us. Our listeners really enjoy having former players with us as well and their expertise. So thank you for that. Hoping to see Fabian perhaps at the Oval. Negotiations still being done with everybody's agents, not least mine. Ball then is dead for the last time today, and Kent come off the field, and some applause for Miguel Cummins and his teammates there. Elsewhere, it's Joe Denley coming off to applause just beneath us. 70 not out. Milnes goes 4 not out at the end of the day. 1-4-6 for 5 at then Kent. So that is the end of the day. So Kent behind 123 runs when they start tomorrow. Joe Denley will be looking for his century. Matt Milnes, the night watchman, to aid and abet him towards that. And of course Middlesex will give a quick wickets just to make things a little bit tasty at the end of the 4th day. That all to come. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, myself, Kevin Hanna, David Fulton joining us tomorrow, the former Kent captain. But for the moment, thank you very much for listening. Thank you for all your emails and tweets as well.